As far as the Epstein files is, I have nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein.
Look, this is a Democrat hoax. This is a hoax put out by the Democrat.
You just keep going on the Epstein files.
I don't care about it, released or not.
And what the Epstein is a Democrat hoax to try and get me not to be able to talk about the $21 trillion that I talked about today. It's a hoax.
He's not saying that what Epstein did is a hoax. It's a terrible, unspeakable evil. He believes that himself. When he first heard the rumor, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. He was an FBI informant to try to take this stuff down. He was an FBI informant.
He was an informant? Yes, he was. And this is an open secret. Everybody knows this.
Trump was not only a whistleblower on Jeffrey Epstein, he was probably an FBI informant on Jeffrey Epstein. And our research has showed time and time again that President Trump was the undisputed hero of the Epstein saga.
When the FBI came to him about Epstein, he says, I'll do whatever you want. I'll help you out. And they say, wear a wire, give us a list of names.
He's such like a law and order guy that he would have worked with the feds, like happy to.
I think this is going to be Trump's biggest magic trick yet. A lot of this, to me, is scripted to push the deep state move. And that's what I'm watching as a strategist, as a boxer.
Trump was the foremost whistleblower on Jeffrey Epstein.
Makes me love him more if he complied and worked with the FBI on getting Epstein thrown away. That's a good thing.
Not just Epstein.
Trump was picking the fight with the satanic pedo cult back when they were still at maximum power.
Trump was informing more than just Epstein. What if Trump was feeding the FBI information on tons of cases about prominent, powerful elites?
The satanic pedophile cult that runs Hollywood and the federal government? You people are godless demons, and you're sick, and we know what you all did. So Jeffrey Epstein was a demon.
I think that he was absolutely the demon. Yeah.
Do you understand like the spiritual energy of what's going on in this moment? Donald Trump strikes at the very heart of darkness that Trump is fighting and has been fighting his entire life. President Trump has been an agent of light.
She wanted to get some furniture. I said, I'll show you where they have some nice furniture. I took her furniture. I moved on her like a but I couldn't get there. And she was married. And all of a sudden I see her. She's now got the big phony and everything. She's totally changed her look.
She's your girl's hottest in the purple.
Whoa!
Yes!
Whoa!
Yes, the Donald is good! Oh, my man!
I gotta use some Tic Tacs just in case I start kissing her. You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. I don't even wait. Hey, when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
Whatever you want.
Grab them by the I can do anything.
Down below. Pull the hell.
Hello, how are you? Hi.
Trump, how are
Nice seeing
you?
you. Terrific.
Pleasure to meet you.
Terrific. You know Billy Bush?
How are you?
Nice to see you. How you doing, Ariane?
I'm doing very well, thank you. Are you ready to be a soap star?
We're ready. Let's go. Make me a soap star.
How about a little hug for the Donald? He just got off the
Is it
bus.
like a little hug,
Okay,
darling?
absolutely.
I ended 7 wars. Nobody's going to talk about because they're going to talk about the Epstein, whatever.
How cool would it be if Trump was an informant for the FBI for a long time? Like, in his dealings, he discovered Hillary Clinton was a crook. She was doing untoward things, the Clinton Foundation, and he thought, I better run for office and put a stop to this.
Yeah.
What if Trump's whole thing was he stumbled? I'm just like, what a great movie it would be. What a great movie it would be if...
Interior, Mar-a-Lago Ballroom, sunset. Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein sit side by side at a table and share a big bellowy laugh together. Strangers in the Night plays in the background. Trump, ho ho ho, stop being such an enigma, Jeffrey. Epstein, you know me. Shall we bring in the next wonderful secret? Trump, ooh, absolutely. Epstein presses a button on his desk. Epstein, gee darling, could you send in the next girl? And a couple of slices of pizza too, please. G, off camera. Course, love. A door opens and a beautiful young girl in a bikini walks in carrying 2 paper plates overflowing with 2 big floppy slices of New York cheese pizza. Girl, hello boys, here's your pizza. Trump, now that I'd take a bite of. Now that I'd take a bite of. Epstein, easy done. They all laugh. Girl, so I think I have what it takes to be Miss Mar-a-Lago because, well, I'm only 17 and my body is totally natural and I really need the money. She sounds like a real winner to me. What do you say, Jeff? Epstein, you like her? Hey babe, go ahead and leave your phone number with Miss Maxwell out in the lobby. Thank you, we've seen all we need to see. Girl, yay! She skips out of the room. Trump, yelling to her as she leaves, and lose a few pounds before Saturday. Daddy likes skinny. Daddy likes skinny. She stops at the threshold and turns back around and smiles. Girl, yes sir. Epstein, good call, Dawn. Suddenly Epstein's watch starts beeping. Epstein, shoot, I forgot. I've got a call with the Saudis. Give me 10 minutes. I'll take this in the sauna. Trump, no worries, take your time. Epstein leaves, a beat of silence. And then Trump pulls out a futuristic communicator device from his suit coat pocket. He speaks into the device's microphone. Trump, White Hat Log, day 843. Diane, he's totally bought it. I'm deep behind enemy lines and my subterfuge has been a wild success. It's been the great challenge of my life to allow such misogynistic filth to escape from my mouth. But I just remind myself every day of the sacredness of our mission, and so I press onward. I'll continue my undercover operations throughout the Miss Mar-a-Lago pageant. This could be our best chance to get all of our rotten eggs in one basket. I might have to go on a date with a 17-year-old this weekend to preserve kayfabe, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make to save the world. Although I should say, still no signs of demonic activity. Just horny old rich dudes lusting after teens. Of course, we all know I'm not like that at all. Suddenly, Epstein returns, wearing only a towel. Epstein, forgot my AirPods. Trump, so anyway, I just started grabbing your pussy. Yeah, I love grabbing little bitches' pussies, bro. You know, I just go, Epstein pauses and looks at him suspiciously. Epstein, you're not really a pedo, are you, Don? Trump, what's that, Jeff? Me? Come on, you know me. I love teens. Remember all those Manhattan nights we spent together? That was real, Jeff. Epstein, disgusted. Don, I heard everything, all right? I can't even look at you right now. I trusted you, man. Are you even a rapist? Trump, Jeffrey, of course I am. Look at me. It's your boy. It's me, Trump. Jeff, you know I think you're a terrific guy. Nobody likes underage girls quite like you and I do, really. Epstein, big sigh. I'm afraid this massage isn't gonna have a happy ending, Don. Epstein suddenly drops his towel, revealing his nude body and a holstered pistol on his thigh. But before the towel even hits the floor, we watch in slow motion as he draws the pistol and begins firing at Trump in one elegant motion. Trump leaps behind a gold pillar just in time and begins returning fire with a concealed pistol of his own. The solid gold causes the incoming bullets to ricochet. Trump, thank God I got real gold. So anyway, the shootout continues for another 6 pages, and then so Epstein dies, but the good guys in the FBI replace him with a body double for the big pageant scene. And then we do the sequence where Trump helicopters down into the stormy Atlantic, prying open a shipping container full of Russian toddlers, which he rescues. A couple tasteful sex scenes with Melania, just to provide a foil for what a healthy relationship should look like. And there's a few more scenes, but ultimately Trump and the good guys defeat all of the satanic demon bad guys, and they rescue all the other little children from their cages underneath the Getty, save America forever, cure all diseases with med beds, make everyone rich with magic crypto tokens, and medically solve the disorder of pedophilia permanently for everyone. We're actually workshopping a B story where Trump works with Elon Musk to invent a Grok-powered DNA altering injection that turns all pedophiles into Christians. It's like a futuristic mix of estrogen, holy water, and Neuralink AI nanobots trained on the scriptures. Think Ozempic for child abuse. Ooh, or maybe, thinking out loud here, maybe Elon gets surgery robots to turn all the cabal pedos into castrados, and then we get a redeemed pedo castrato gospel choir. Oh, that's good. Are the voices still high-pitched even if you do late life castrations, or no? Whatever, write it down, we'll justify it somehow later. Or maybe it's the lower baritone reformed chemically castrated pedos harmonizing with the higher falsetto children. We put the pedos and the children together in one choir, emphasizing how the danger is gone now in the golden age of America. And then we do a montage of Democrats apologizing apologizing to him before being sent to Guantanamo Bay. And then, yeah, I think if we can get the rights to YMCA, I think we put that over the montage of the public military style executions of all the worst bad guys, you know, Hillary. Imagine a minor key gospel version of YMCA sung by chemically reformed pedophile born-again Christians and just like severed heads plopping into wicker baskets in Times Square. Intercut, Godfather style, with a baptism scene of a young baby, Jeffrey Epstein Jr., who's been adopted as godson by none other than Trump, who's gonna raise him on his own in the sequel. I think we can do this for $40 million if we shoot everything on green screen. So yeah, what do you think of my screenplay? It's pretty good, right? And the craziest part is it's all based on a true story. What's up? Well, no, it's not strictly a faithful or totally historically accurate depiction of what happened with the real Epstein case. But Croc and I dramatized a few things here and there, but you know, that's just Hollywood. You gotta heighten things. They need the shootouts, you know. Okay, yeah, no, fine. None of it is true at all. Listen, I didn't want to reveal this, but my Patreon just isn't paying the bills, so Steve Bannon hired me to write a series of action movie scripts designed to rehabilitate the reputations of various wealthy sexual predators. We were working on the Epstein one when he died, but so now we're pivoting to the Trump one, calling it White Hat, a Pedo Story. I think it's really got legs. And yeah, we already have a new sequel planned where we reveal Epstein was actually a good guy too, and all of his sexual encounters were all wholesome and consensual, basically. Yeah, it's really confusing, but you think Epstein was a pedo, but it turns out he was also an undercover white hat, like Trump. We're gonna have Jeff come back as like a Force ghost and tell Trump he forgives him for killing him, even though they were both secretly on the same mission. But yeah, the main through line here is that Trump was a good guy white hat pedo. The whole point is to just make up some bullshit to give your brain a narrative. So anytime you hear in the news or whatever that Trump did something related to rape or sexual assault or covering up Epstein's crimes, you can settle those worrisome thoughts by reminding yourself, hey, like the movie, it's all just kayfabe, baby. Kayfabe, you know, like wrestling. It's all just part of the mission, man. The glowing public praise, all the partying with young models who Trump paid to be there, Epstein attending Trump's wedding, the Trump admin appearing to botch disclosure and cover for Epstein's friends, saying that the whole thing is a big damn hoax. All of that was just kayfabe. Only Trump could have pulled that off. Remember, Trump is the chosen one, a holy agent of light appointed by God, you know, God from the Bible, to defeat the satanic pedo cabal who rules the world using Epstein to blackmail everyone and thus control them all. The military had to pick Trump for this mission because he was the only one who Epstein didn't have blackmail on.
And why is Trump so scary to them? Because they don't have anything on him. Because Trump actually worked against it. They don't have it. Trump didn't go to the island. Trump didn't do it. And so he's not part of their club.
Me, you, Benny, Kamala Harris. Epstein was blackmailing all of us, and also every other person in America, except for Trump. That's why the military chose him. All the military guys have blackmail on them too, I guess, so they can't do it themselves. It's gotta be Trump. He's the only one who hasn't done regrettable sex crimes. Only one is him.
He's the only one who comes up that way. When you look back at Bill Gates or Prince Andrew, none of them. Only Trump comes up clean when you look back.
Only one.
The only one.
If we can just convince ourselves of that, we can keep the QAnon Pizzagate fantasy going. And that's what the screenplay is. But yeah, obviously, we're trying to trick people basically here. But wouldn't that be kind of nice if it was true? That would be way less humiliating for us as a nation if our president was secretly an undercover good guy white hat pedo who was just doing the most elaborate hitman mission ruse ever to get close enough to Epstein to take down the whole Pizzagate cabal or whatever. And also has to keep up the kayfabe all these years later for some reason. Damn, that would be so cool if Trump was like secretly an epic, secret agent good guy with good morals. Or even if he was just like a rough and controversial Batman type figure whose heart was still in the right place, but sometimes takes things too far or whatever. Even that would be so cool compared to what we have. Way cooler than the reality where our president is just another fucking weird, dumbass, horny pervert guy who doesn't give a fuck about any of this shit and just openly lusts over teenagers. That one, reality, that really sucks. Honestly, it's just embarrassing. So, no thanks. Steve Bannon and I are just gonna keep tinkering with our fanfic where Trump is like pedophile Van Helsing. Way cooler. Let's be honest, that's how like more or less a third of Americans continue coping with knowing that this freak is in charge of everything. But anyway, guys, this fictional story in which Donald Trump wasn't genuinely an asshole pervert guy who also liked young girls in the exact same way as Epstein, and also wasn't really genuinely Epstein's best friend for years because they shared this very same interest in young girls. But instead, no, Trump was just pretending to be a pervert, rapist, predator guy for his entire life just to get close enough to Epstein to somehow abstractly help the military or the FBI or whatever in some imaginary, non-existent grand sting operation to take down the imaginary evil satanic cabal that secretly rules our nation. Even though none of that has happened and isn't real. This notion still today remains the animating force behind the Trump cult as far as I can tell. But lately I've been kind of feeling guilty about duping these sweet, innocent, naive MAGA Americans. So at the risk of violating my contract with Steve Bannon, unfortunately I feel that I need to momentarily pull back the curtain on the lies/kayfabe. Kayfabe is just another word for lies, by the way. You could say lies or kayfabe. I use them interchangeably. They mean the same thing. But yeah, for the remaining cultists, pretending that everything is just kayfabe makes Trump's serial compulsive lying feel a little bit better, you know? That word sounds better. No, he's not shamelessly lying to my face because he doesn't respect me and thinks I'm an idiot. No, he's benevolently kayfabing for epic good guy military reasons. Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that one. I can palpably feel the humiliation and shame vanish from my body with that one.
Trump is playing this character when he's in front of the camera. I think that a lot of other people are doing the same thing. And I think that's necessary.
He really thinks that, like, Trump is always playing a character on TV. The whole greedy, tacky, Atlantic City pervert, raper guy, like, that's a character. Of course, the real QAnon Trump, behind the scenes in the QAnon meetings, he has the stern, sober, respectful demeanor of a Marcus Aurelius. Of course, that's the real Trump. He's an agent of light.
President Trump has been an agent of light.
In fact, pretty much everybody is doing kayfabe, according to the MAGA cult. And there's two big reasons why everybody has to kayfabe everything all the time. Partially, it's to trick the bad guys with lies, but also partially it's because we are all just not ready to handle the truth. This is a core tenet of the QAnon belief system. Why has nothing ever happened and no one has ever said anything about this and there's not a single shred of evidence for any of these claims anywhere? Well, as Q himself, who in their mind is just Trump, as they said, quote, the truth would put 99% of people in the hospital.
The plot line is you can't tell the public because they'll panic. So what happens is they contrive a cover-up to try and keep the public from panicking.
If they don't want to expose how deep and dark it is, I can understand that because, again, as we've talked about before, going back to the posts, there's been discussion about just how upsetting and unsettling this would be for many, many people. And I think that, again, goes back to why people are so dead set on having information revealed. But I think that it's possible to put people in prison for the rest of their lives and still shut down the global child trafficking network without explicitly stating that Hillary Clinton, cut some little girl's face off and wore it like a mask or something like that.
That's why we need to lie and kayfabe and hide and cover everything up, because only you epic QAnon cults members, only you guys are mentally Joe Rogan style strong enough to be able to handle the frazzle drip video. But 99% of the people, everybody, they can't handle it. Can you imagine if 99% of the people were in the hospital all at the same time? We can't have that. That's why Trump has to do nothing ever for 10 years and never talk about it again. And we don't want people to freak out. We can't save the babies just yet, or people would freak out. Just keep donating and voting. Don't worry about it. Just chill. Just chill. And I want to make sure that we're not confused here. Of course, we all know that much of politics is theater in a general sense. There's lots of pageantry, schmoozing, brown-nosing, posturing, and makeup involved in the game of politicking. But that's not what these guys are saying. No, don't make that mistake. No, they literally, not metaphorically, think that everything that happens as we see it, as covered by the media, it's all just literally, not metaphorically, a scripted movie with actors. Everything, literally everything happening in every country, in every context, everything in your social media feed, everything on the news, everything in the papers is basically just a fake distraction psyop, while behind the scenes, the real QAnon versus Satan battle is taking place in total secrecy. Except for those who are able to decode the Easter eggs that the QAnon writers' room left in certain social media posts as part of the Q mission.
Either way, whether you think Mike Pence is a good guy or a bad guy, he started playing the part of a villain. Okay, he spoke out against Trump. He aligned with people that were against Trump.
So when RP says someone is playing the role of the villain, that is not a metaphor. He's being literal. He literally imagines a modern prestige drama TV series group of writers sitting around in the war room from Dr. Strangelove, spitballing about how someone needs to become a villain in the next season, pitching ideas for the literal script that they're writing, and then passing to the actors to perform in front of the TV cameras. I do believe that this state of mind is in the DSM somewhere. This might just be what it's like to have schizophrenia in 2026. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. But anyway, the bad guys were the ones who invented the concept of mental illness to prevent us from discovering the truth. Onward! Even though hashtag patriots are in control, another axiom of the QAnon belief system is that not everyone is a patriot kayfaber. Of course, the bad guys are also doing kayfabe from a different writer's room, presumably in hell. This one, I guess. Hell from the Bible. Everybody is doing kayfabe if you want. Don't worry. If you like somebody, you want to keep them out of the cabal, and maybe they're doing kayfabe. If you don't like somebody, they're not doing kayfabe. You like them, they're doing kayfabe. It's easy.
So, of course, Mike Pence has to continue playing the villain, because if it turns out that people figure out that he rugged us on purpose, well, then the sacrifice is not as valid.
Okay. So if who we thought were the bad guys are really just good guys doing kayfabe, then please tell us, Benny, who are the real bad guys?
The heart of darkness is exactly where you thought it would be. Inside of the FBI, inside of a cluster cell that is operating outside of the constitutional boundaries, and that's being run by James Comey, of all people. Oh, yeah.
Yes, a cluster cell. The Comey cluster. Okay. That's the real villain of the Epstein story.
Do you understand that every person that ever touched this, and every person that ever led the FBI over the last 20 years, that every one of them is now implicated in this, allowing this to continue? Every one of them will now face a charge. Do you realize how big this is? We talked about it. Entire federal bureaucracies are going to come collapsing down because they protected this up. These people don't have any morals. They'll kill.
But wait, no, he says everyone who's ever run or worked in the FBI is also implicated. And not just the FBI. He says entire federal bureaucracies, multiple, entire ones. So yeah, Benny thinks because in his fantasy, the FBI with Epstein was doing a kayfabe Chris Hansen To Catch a Predator thing, which again, they didn't. That's not what happened at all. But he thinks they did. And it was just so evil for the FBI to use underage teenagers in their honeypot honeypot instead of just of-age prostitutes. It's so evil that the entire federal government must fall. Like, really? I mean, I think that's kind of an exaggerated response. Like, MK Ultra, Tuskegee, January 6th, those are all real and therefore worse, and we've bounced back from those. We didn't have to tear down the entire government. Wait, so even in the fan fiction, is Trump implicated too? Because if he was an FBI informant and everyone at the FBI is guilty, we have to get rid of the whole FBI, then Trump is also guilty of Epstein? Huh. Benny says every person who's ever touched this will now face a charge. I mean, that definitely includes Trump then, right? He for sure touched this more than almost anyone. Or no, it just seemed like he touched it, but really that was kayfabe. Kayfabe touching. Maybe? It's just so confusing, the idea that everyone is fundamentally lying about everything all the time, in every situation, none more so than the president. Man, it would be nice if we could just trust people, you know what I mean? Wouldn't that be nice? I'm kind of nostalgic for Honest Abe. I'm going Honest Abe over Dishonest Donnie. But whether you love him or hate him, like everyone agrees that Trump like lies all the time about everything, right? Whether they're good lies or bad lies. I mean, just like anytime he says anything, yeah, you should generally assume it's false. It's kayfabe. He's a kayfaber.
Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, I will have the disastrous war between Russia and Ukraine settled. It will be settled quickly. I will get the problem solved, and I will get it solved in rapid order, and it will take me no longer than one day. If I were president, and I say this, I will end that war in one day. It'll take 24 hours.
Said very boldly, you could end this Ukrainian-Russia war in 24 hours.
Yeah, I would get a settlement in 24 hours. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
His grandmother in Kenya said he was born in Kenya and she was there and witnessed the birth, okay?
In the state of Hawaii, they said they have seen this document. It is evidence that he was born in the United States. That's good enough for them.
A certificate of live birth is not even signed by anybody. I saw his. I read it very carefully. Doesn't have a serial number, doesn't have a signature. There's not even a signature. I have people that actually have been studying it and they cannot believe what they're finding.
You have people now down there searching, in Hawaii?
Absolutely, and they cannot believe what they're finding.
The former president of Mexico, Vicente Fox, he said today, and I'm quoting him, he said, "I'm not going to pay for that, quote, effing wall." How are you going to make them pay for the wall?
I will, and the wall just got 10 feet taller, believe me. We're going to make them pay for that wall.
Before Dorian arrived, the president said it could hit Alabama among the other projected states. He said it out loud, said it on Twitter. Problem was, it was never in the National Hurricane Center forecast. Indeed, it's a beautiful night in Huntsville this evening. The president got peeved over all of this. He insisted Alabama was some of the early projections that he saw. And then we saw this. There, apparently drawn in Sharpie on the far left, a cone annex of sorts, a protuberance, an appendage added on to include Alabama.
You see, it was going to hit not only Florida, but Georgia. It could have was going toward the Gulf. That was what was originally projected.
This is a photo of the Oval Office briefing back on the 29th.
Remember when crooked Hillary Clinton used to say, he's going to get us into a war? Look at him. Look at his rhetoric. I said, no, my rhetoric's going to keep us out of wars. That's what happened. We had no wars. And we would have had to deal with Iran within 1 week after the election. 2 wars. That's Venezuela and that's Iran.
One of your consistent campaign promises was no new wars, going all the way back to 2015. Did you break that promise to the American people?
No.
What changed? Because you insisted no new wars.
First of all, I didn't guarantee no war. Under Trump, we will have no more wars, no more disruptions, and we will have prosperity and peace for all. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
whether you want to call that lying, joking, exaggerating, kayfabing, whatever, refer to this act of uttering falsehoods with whatever euphemism you like. But I guess the main question is, do we think that's bad for the president to lie all the time about everything?
We're definitely being lied to. It's just, why are we being lied to? And what are we being lied to about? You can play the game of, maybe this is all by design. Maybe.
The way this has been rolled out, and it does come on the shoulders of Pam Bondi. Maybe
embarrassing is the only word that comes to mind.
It's been an embarrassing rollout, and they're causing more problems for themselves. Like, just be honest about it from the jump. Just be honest.
Even the most diehard Trump cultists who believe that Trump and Q are one and the same on an epic mission to save the world, even they're like, he's lying about this. But yeah, I mean, of course, they think it's all good guy kayfabe lies. But even the QAnoners at this point are begging, like, just be honest, please.
If we want truth and transparency, you demand truth and transparency, and we stop with like the let's lie to people in order to wake up the normies BS, because I think that's kind of run its course, and we're past that at this point.
Aw, are you asking Trump to stop lying? Hey, you're starting to sound like a woke liberal there, bud. Careful. Yeah, of course, in reality, you all should be absolutely infuriated that Trump just manipulated you for political power using lies. Anger is the correct intuition. Keep pulling that thread, Ghost. Also, just no offense, QAnon guys, but if you guys decoded the kayfabe and found the secret plan just by doom scrolling on Twitter, then I'm pretty sure the cabal also has fully caught on at this point, right? I mean, the jig simply has to be up, right? Can we just stop and be normal, please? Imagine how the majority of America feels. He's your cult leader and you're frustrated with him. Imagine not being in the cult. Regular viewers of my channel will, of course, remember old Red Pill 78, one of the OG QAnon influencers.
I love Trump, but I hated when he banned flavored vape juice.
So RP is in Vegas, so he's not on this show, but he hears his more skeptical co-host isn't buying the kayfabe shit. So he gets pissed and he calls into the show from the road just to remind everyone that, hey, no, stop criticizing Trump. Stop it.
The whole thing about
who invited you? Get out of here.
Yo, Zach, what's up, brother?
Listen, you guys, I was listening to the show. What everybody keeps fucking forgetting, glossing over. What has been the big pushback on firing all these federal employees? The pushback has been that there is no cause, that there is no reason to fire these employees. By doing this operation, the rollout like they did, they created cause with all of these FBI agents, every single person who covered it up, everybody who tried to pretend like there were no documents. They're probably going to get a ton of people at the FBI. All I'm saying is, at a minimum, Pam Bondi put herself out there, looked like a real dumbass, didn't she? Okay. Yeah. Yes. Okay. All right. Kash Patel, now they've made him look foolish too. What have they've proven that this is not a virtuous agency. This is not a federal government that's going to do what the people want them to do. So they have now created cause to get rid of people. I can't tell you how many, but I know that will happen.
He's a true blue QAnon or RP. That's why we love him. I just love RP is like, what's the one thing stopping us from punishing the people we don't like? Well, yeah, the one thing is that there's no reason to. There's nothing to justify our feelings. There's no reason to do it, even though we want it. Oh, so maybe just stop wanting it for no reason instead of making up a fake reason to justify your unreasonable feeling?
I want to see these people have a lot more happen to them than simply get fired. But I think at a minimum, the firing is what comes first, because once they're fired, they're not going to be able to go in and start cleaning stuff up. Get them out, walk them out with their, by the scruff of their neck. Don't even let them take their house plants. We'll bring your stuff out in a box next week like they did with USAID.
He assures us, they botched the Epstein files and did all the offensive binder shit and everything on purpose to, quote, create a cause to fire a bunch of FBI agents, the evil ones, like we did with USAID. You gotta get rid of the evil people. But with USAID, we didn't need kayfabe. I don't know. Whatever. This time they need kayfabe for some reason. Like, wait, can't you just fire them for the evil stuff they did? Where you have to make up some fake shit and pin it on them? I guess they had to. That's why everyone in the administration had to humiliate themselves with this fiasco. It was a military strategy. You see, it's not just people that we can put in the cabal like that. We can put anything in the cabal. Full programs, the whole institutions, whatever. Put it in the cabal. If we don't like it, it's in the cabal. USAID? Conservatives don't like wasting money on helping the poorest children on earth. Literally saving the children. No, we don't want to do that. So sorry, starving children in Africa. We need to let those children die so that we can save the children. You understand? We need that bread money back to save the children that were hallucinating in cages under the Getty.
There's 100,000 child sex slaves under the Getty right now.
Pam Bondi, in an effort to maybe sort of pacify the deep state and alleviate any concerns they might have about her abilities or the danger they may be in if she portrayed herself as a bumbling idiot and an inexperienced and perhaps ill-qualified candidate to be the Attorney General of the United States in service of potentially coming in and quite literally ripping the nuts out of their pants. Appear weak when you're strong. I think that is exactly what they've done.
Yeah, RP thinks that Pam Bondi is just pretending to be a bumbling idiot. Very clever, sir. I fell for it. I really fell for it.
None of them ask Merrick Garland over the last 4 years one word about Jeffrey Epstein. How ironic is that? You know why? Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over. The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing.
I'm not going to say she looked good when they were questioning her in regards to the Epstein files. I mean, she's the one who's taking all the heat. Maybe that's on purpose. Maybe Pam is supposed to look like a fool.
Maybe Pam Bondi's supposed to be there. Maybe she's the lightning rod. To focus all your attention there. It feels like all that stuff with the Epstein files early on was total bait.
No matter what Pam looks like on camera or how, bad she may appear to be.
General, before you start.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, I did tell you because we saw what you did in the Senate.
You're a lawyer, not even a lawyer.
There's an old tenet of our boy Sun Tzu, which goes like this: appear weak when you are strong. And I feel that we are seeing that in quite a few different places within the administration.
You know Sun Tzu, appear weak when you're strong. Appear like a dumbass when you're secretly playing 5D chess. Appear like a pedophile when you're not really a pedophile. That's Sun Tzu. Indeed, the administration really does appear weak in quite a few different places, doesn't it? Well put, RP. And when you genuinely appear weak, that of course means you're secretly the opposite of that. Remember, everything is backwards. That's Sun Tzu.
The backwards man, the backwards man, the backwards man, the backwards man. I can walk backwards fast as you can. I can walk backwards fast as you can. Dad, what? God!
So Kash Patel is also Sun Tzu's kayfabing as a lying idiot too? Because he also got caught brazenly lying about the Epstein case under oath.
You said you don't know the number of times Trump's name appears in the files. It sounds like if you don't know the number, it could at least be 1,000 times.
It's not. It's not.
Is it at least 500 times?
No.
Is it at least 100 times?
No.
Then what's the number?
I don't know the number, but it's not that.
He said Trump's name appeared less than 100 times in the Epstein files. But actually, in the ones we got that we know were censored for his name specifically, turns out it was still over 5,000 times. So just an order of magnitude off. But wait, I thought the point of their kayfabe was to make Trump look complicit, to trick libs into wanting disclosure. Shouldn't he be like, he's in there a lot. I bet you libs really would love to release the files. Right? But no, as always, I think he's just kayfabing / lying on behalf of Trump's ego, not on behalf of child sex trafficking victims. But no, Kash Patel and Pam Bondi had to humiliate themselves to trick us into thinking that the entire Trump admin is just all totally idiotic buffoons because they needed to trick the American people into thinking that the FBI isn't, quote,
virtuous.
Now they've made him look foolish too. What have they've proven that this is not a virtuous agency.
Oh, wait, no, yeah, duh. Lying under oath to protect Trump is optimal because we have to make the FBI seem unvirtuous so we can fire the demons. Right. Yeah, no. Damn, they're always one step ahead, aren't they? That's Sun Tzu. Because once we think that the FBI isn't virtuous, which everybody did before, now they don't. Now we can fire all the evil guys because you can't fire people unless the American public thinks that they're not virtuous. You understand? But that's RP's angle. But for me, it's sort of the exact opposite, as always. Like, it's not working for me. Like, I agree with the first part. Like, the Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, Trump, all these guys do seem like idiotic buffoons and liars. I agree with you there. But I just think that's because they really are idiotic buffoons and liars. And if it is kayfabe, it's not working. For me, I'm just like, damn, these poor professionals, you know, these serious people who've just been working at the FBI for years, doing the daily work of combating things like sex trafficking. Suddenly they're being led by these histrionic idiots treating everything like a reality TV show for social media attention at the expense of everything else. You may be thinking, Trump is just an aspiring authoritarian, and so he wants to purge the government of anyone who isn't a loyalist, and this is all just some fake made up bullshit subtext to do that. But no. He's a good guy. He's a good guy.
So they have now created cause to get rid of people. I can't tell you how many, but I know that will happen.
This interpretation by RP is, I think, maybe new levels of stupidity. Like, just think about this, guys. It's like, yeah, I'm on a secret mission to discredit the entire FBI. So my plan is to walk into the headquarters and just shit my pants in the lobby. Now everybody thinks the whole FBI is rotten as an institution, right? Like, what? No, we just think that you shit your pants. I just feel bad for the employees who have to go clean up your stupid mess. I just love RP is like, you see, they created cause. Oh, you mean they're framing them? Like, you can't create a cause to fire someone. That's illegal, right? Like, if something bad happens, we fire the people who created the cause, right? Like, we know who trafficked the girls. It was Epstein and Ghislaine and their unindicted co-conspirators. We know who gave those co-conspirators immunity. It was fellow Floridian Trump Republican Alex Acosta. And we know who botched the disclosure. It was you guys. We know whose fault is this. It's your fault. We saw you do this. It's not them. Are we sure there's no way to combat sex trafficking without lying about everything for your whole life? Really? Do we really have to lie about virtually every single thing for this epic mission to take down Satan himself? I mean, yeah, okay, if that's an essential part, then gee, okay. I mean, I sure don't want Satan to control Earth. Lying isn't that bad, I guess, compared to hellfire and demon spawn. So yeah, that's the question. Is he lying about everything out of necessity to defeat Satan in a battle of 7D chess? Or is that also just another lie to sort of justify his incorrigible mendaciousness? Unfortunately, boys and girls, I am sorry to report that it is indeed that second one. None of this bullshit is true at all, guys. Nothing about it is true on any level. It's not even true in spirit. It's the opposite of true, both literally and in spirit. In case you've forgotten, QAnon was never real. That was just a 4chan LARP that got commandeered by a father-son team of Philippines-based expat porn and prostitution-addicted weebs who just wanted to drive traffic to their website to sell more porn. Pizzagate was a completely fictional hoax used only as a weapon to damage Democratic political campaigns. And the Epstein story is true and bad, so it's obviously in a different category altogether than Pizzagate or QAnon, but is also frequently misunderstood and twisted into something else entirely by delusional online conspiracy theorists on both ends of the political spectrum. With the Epstein story, we have to thread the needle constantly. That's why I made a 3.5-hour video called Threading the Epstein Needle. If you want the full story, watch that. Epstein was a terrible, horrible, bad person. Obviously, he did do that shit and deserved to rot in jail. And listen, yeah, Trump sucks. He's corrupt. He's a misogynistic pig who has certainly abused women his whole life. But Trump is neither the hero nor the villain of the Epstein story. Trump doesn't come out of this looking good at all, for sure. But he is not the main villain of this story. The Spark Notes version of all this is, no, Epstein was not an Israeli blackmail honeypot operation for intelligence agencies or anything like that. And that includes the FBI, by the way, guys. Nor is there such a thing as a satanic cabal of pedophiles in charge of everything. And neither Trump nor Epstein were like DSM diagnosable technical pedophiles whose primary sexual attraction was to prepubescent children. Epstein was just an ultra-wealthy sociopathic master manipulator pervert who paid hundreds of girls, some underage, for sex, and also groomed and coerced others, like Virginia Giuffre, into basically being full-time paid servants / sex slaves for him, and occasionally his friends. His victims were teenagers and girls in their early 20s, not prepubescent children or infants or babies. And he was not selling children, he was paying children to abuse them. His job wasn't child trafficker, that was his passion project. His job was white collar criminal. And this all took place mostly at his houses in the contiguous United States, not an imaginary pizza shop fronted child brothel or a magical mystical island of satanic ceremonies. The scandal of Epstein is twofold. There's the base level of just that, yeah, this dude abused hundreds of girls, which is shocking and terrible and bad. But also there's the second level that's like all of his powerful friends seem to know about it and not care, because apparently in their minds, oh, this was basically just prostitution. 18, 17, 14, who cares? And so all these other people happily, actively facilitated this for him in order for them to maintain the benefits of his wealth and connections. Or they even loved that about Epstein, that he was always surrounded by beautiful young girls and just didn't think this was an ethical issue at all. Hey, they were getting paid, weren't they? The Epstein scandal really is that, yeah, he did really bad crimes and his rich and powerful friends knew about his crimes and may have even participated in them, and yet still to this day they seem to not care and have escaped justice or accountability for decades. Just to repeat that, half of the Epstein scandal is that Epstein's best friends, who still today maintain positions of power and who knew about his crimes yet did nothing to stop them, have not even apologized about it. For example, this guy, the president of the United States. He was Epstein's closest friend. The peak of Epstein's sex trafficking perfectly coincides with the period when Trump was hanging out with him the most. There's ample evidence that Trump knew about what was going on and even liked it, and he did nothing to stop it, and I think that's bad. That's a strike against him, in my opinion. I haven't really been following the news lately, but if he does one more bad thing, I no longer support him. I think I'm being pretty fair here, just knowing and doing nothing is bad. Yeah, there's no smoking gun evidence that Trump raped anyone in the context of Epstein. In this context, I mean, Jesus, yeah, because just here, you at least gotta give him a tisk, right? I mean, with just this, it's please stay away from my daughter forever, at least. This Trump guy just causes clinical levels of derangement in so many people. I'm not sure how familiar you are with this particular man. Donald Trump is his name. You know him, right? From The Apprentice. Reality TV guy. He's famously an asshole and a pervert and loves money, anger problems, daddy issues, sexually assaulted a bunch of people. That TV show was a huge hit, so I think we all know him, right? I shouldn't need to introduce him. He's quite a card. Bombastic, fun performer. But yeah, also famously a shitty, horny pervert dude who just really only cares about himself, right? That's Donald Trump. Love him or hate him. I mean, he's a shitty, selfish, horny dude. But let's talk about this derangement that occurs when people analyze him for some reason. So on one hand, if you personally don't like him, I think that's pretty understandable. It's certainly not deranged to dislike unethical rapists with bad personalities. What is dislike for, if not for irritable sex criminals? So I get that reaction. On the other hand, I also get loving him, like in the way people love Snooki or Hitler in different ways. In the Snooki sense, yeah, he's such a goofball, such a big character. We love him on TV because he's so entertaining. And Jersey Shore is so far away that you never have to personally worry about dealing with his like fucking petty bullshit drama.
After I texted Vinny, you untexted Vinny.
I don't want your sloppy seconds.
Obviously you do when you Vinny.
No. No.
Okay. Hold my earrings, please.
Oh yeah, this is what's up. This is what's up. We keep it gangsta. We keep it gangsta.
Come here right now.
Or in the Hitler sense, it's like, yeah, if you're also a genuinely shitty person, if you share those qualities, if you're a Nazi, then yeah, it makes full sense to like Hitler. That's not deranged. It makes sense. Similarly, if you genuinely aspire to be a soulless fuckboy, it makes sense to genuinely like Trump. In the same way, it makes sense for Nazis to like Hitler. If I was talking to a Nazi and he was like, I just want to elect somebody to murder all Jews, I'd be like, it makes sense that you support Hitler, then that makes sense. It's not deranged for a genuine Nazi to like Hitler. You know what I mean? That makes sense. I disagree wholeheartedly, obviously. I certainly don't want holocausts. So I really strongly dislike Hitler. So also for me, it's also not deranged for me to dislike Hitler. Me and the clear-headed Nazi were both ranged in our opinions of Hitler. But deranged would be like, if you're like a QAnon Pizzagator guy and your biggest thing is you want to take down the elite cabal of pedophiles and predators abusing girls, it is deranged to support Donald Trump. If you hate Epstein but support Trump, that's like being a Nazi and supporting Snooki instead of Hitler. That is deranged, guys. There's just like wires getting crossed in your brain somewhere. There's just an error of cognition happening. Trump is the selfish pervert predator guy who was Epstein's best friend for 10 years. I'm saying 10 years, but Trump said 15 years. Epstein said 10 years. So I'm being generous, so I'm saying 10 years. But I could be saying 15. Epstein's best predator friend bringing Epstein's predator friends to justice is just as likely as Snooki doing the next Holocaust. It's just like, I'm trying to help you understand the path you're on, but you're just rooting for the completely wrong person if that's what you want. Trump is the last man on earth I would expect to care about victims of sex crimes. Are you kidding me? In the same way that Snooki, to my knowledge, has never even once expressed a desire to lead the new German Reich devoid of Jews. The most anti-Semitic thing she's ever done is when she confused the terms kosher and organic. Guys, it's Snooki. How is he gonna save us from the elite sex criminals? What the hell? This is deranged, guys. I've said this before, but to me, Trump and Epstein are pretty much on equal footing, ethically speaking. I mean, like, who's the hero between the guy who abused 100 girls or the guy who abused 27 girls? It's like, what is it? I think God stops counting after 10. After 25, you're going to the lowest ring of hell, all right? It doesn't matter. Like, what are we doing? If you care about rich men using their power to abuse girls, you picked like the worst possible guy ever to do something about it. It's like hiring a blind amputee to paint your house. I can't think of a way that decision could be more deranged. And no, I don't care if the blind amputee is secretly sending you reassuring messages via numerological code words hidden in plain sight on social media posts that only you can detect. That actually makes it more deranged, in my opinion. So yeah, this inability to like perceive who Donald Trump is as a person, this is what I call Trump derangement syndrome. That's a new term that I've coined. Let me know what you guys think. You can call it TDS for short.
Oh yeah, I think people, not us, but a lot of the people who are just praying that somewhere there's some evidence that Donald Trump is an evil pedophile in these drops. They forget to, they willfully don't look at the timeline, man. The timeline, everything points to Donald Trump being responsible for anyone even knowing Jeffrey Epstein's name. There's also hints in his July 4th speech where he says, "We manned the airports," and everyone had a good chuckle about it. And literally 2 days later, Jeffrey Epstein is arrested at an airport. I believe it was Teterboro in Jersey. When you look back at the history of Trump and Epstein, Trump's been either antagonizing this guy or going after him or trying to help people going after him 20 years, for more than 20 years. So it's like, he's the only one who comes up that way.
Did you guys catch that little nugget of derangement in there? The airport thing? You may have missed it. So what this schlub was saying is that, remember when Trump said that, like, during the Revolutionary War, we were battling in the airports?
The Continental Army suffered a bitter winter of Valley Forge, found glory across the waters of the Delaware, and seized victory from Cornwallis of Yorktown. Our army manned the airport. It ran the ramparts. It took over the airports. It did everything it had to do.
Pretty fucking stupid thing to say. Pretty embarrassing. People who don't have TDS are able to hear that. And like always, when you listen to Trump, you can tell when he's reading the teleprompter and then when he goes off script and starts riffing. So it seems like, yeah, he thought he'd be bold and do like a little riff there, but he's like a stupid person. So because he has no mental image of what the Revolutionary War was like, so he just said airports because he's picturing Pearl Harbor. But no, to this weird little greasy conspiracy theorist psycho dude, he's like, he said airports, and then 2 days later, Epstein was arrested at an airport. Oh, you're lucky Epstein didn't solve the riddle in time. The QAnon flavor of derangement teaches you that Trump has never made a mistake ever. Instead, what appears to be mistakes, these are all just opportunities for secret code words. And because it's Trump who fucks up all the time, there's lots of code words apparently. But yeah, no, in reality, his dumbass is just making what should be like an inconceivably stupid mistake for a president to make, but Americans elected a reality TV show host. Okay? One of the most shocking, likely terminal cases of TDS that I've ever seen is this guy, Benny Johnson. You guys know this guy? He is certain that Trump is a secret good guy, white hat pedo on a secret kayfabe mission to take down the cabal from within. For real, guys, this dude believes that.
Donald Trump strikes at the very heart of darkness. What Trump is fighting and has been fighting his entire life.
This guy has been battling the deep state his whole life. In the early 2000s, he was in a van trying to hook up with chicks with George Bush's cousin, donating to the Clinton Foundation. Give me a break.
Libs will be like, Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, we have a photo of them together from like the 80s. Look, Trump's on the Epstein list.
Well, to be fair, it's like we have a photo of Epstein invited to Trump's wedding in 1996. Yeah, it's just a photo, but it's not just like Trump was in the background coincidentally passing through the frame like an Alfred Hitchcock cameo. The photo has a significant backstory. There's just several things wrong with Benny's critique of libs here. First of all, just, being in the 80s doesn't matter. If you partied with a child sex trafficker in the 80s or the 90s or the 2000s, I think those are all equally bad. Like, what? Hey, it was the 80s. We were all partying with child sex traffickers in the 80s. You know, the 80s. Like, no, sir. The decade doesn't matter. And second, it's not just one photo. I don't know which photo he was referring to. We actually have many, many, many intimate, creepy photos and videos of Trump and Epstein all throughout the 90s and early 2000s. Not the 80s, but again, doesn't matter. Just factually wrong. Third problem here is that there's no such thing as the Epstein list. There is not a binary, true, false, naughty, nice list that determines every person's level of complicity here. But I mean, if there was, then yeah, Trump would certainly be on that list if we're doing yes or no. For him, it's yes. But in reality, it is more complicated than that. And fourth, the reason we have all these photos and videos of Trump and Epstein together is because, yeah, they were best Friends for years. It's not being in a photo that's bad. It's the story that all those photos tell. The true story of their friendship is very damning with regard to imagining that he's like super into like ending sex trafficking. Their friendship kind of debunks that idea. Trump flew on Epstein's airplane at least 8 times. He attended parties at which Epstein was trafficking underage girls to other men. They would call each other all the time to talk loudly on speakerphone about their sexual conquests in front of their secretaries as a weird, perverted power play, sexual domination thing. Behind all of the kayfabe, that was their relationship. That's who Trump really is when he thinks the cameras aren't on him. You can see it here. Watch how he goes from grab her by the pussy mode to hello, ladies and gentlemen.
You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Whatever you want. Grab them by the Hello, how are you? Hi.
Trump, how
Nice
are
seeing you?
That's the real Trump. Grab her by the pussy. When he thinks no one's watching and he can drop the kayfabe, that's when we get girls bust into Mar-a-Lago to be served drinks that might be spiked. Allow me to read from the New York Times. During the 1990s, both Mr. Epstein and Mr. Trump forged ties with an up-and-coming modeling agency known as Next and its co-founder, Faith Cates. Mr. Trump attended Next parties in New York, according to a former model who was represented by the agency in the late 1990s, and said she once found herself seated near Mr. Trump at the agency's holiday dinner. The agency also sometimes sent models to parties at Mar-a-Lago. Zoe Brock, a New Zealand model who worked for Next in Miami, said she was pressured by the agency to attend one of Mr. Trump's parties back in 1998 when she was 24. When she balked, a representative of the agency offered to pay her a few $100s to attend. Not long after, she said she boarded a bus with 20 or so other models. At Mar-a-Lago, each woman was given a red and white striped wristband, advertising them, Mrs. Brock felt, as meat. None of the other guests, chiefly men in tuxedos, wore the wristbands. The women were made to line up and meet Mr. Trump. I had a glass of champagne, and I immediately felt not well, Miss Brock recalled, adding, I thought my drink had been spiked. But there's also this other story we can tell, right? That Trump and Epstein stopped being friends when he found out that Epstein was a creep. They always say creep. It's always just creep. That's what the official government spokesperson always says, that exact phrase.
Jeffrey Epstein was a member at Mar-a-Lago until President Trump kicked him out because Jeffrey Epstein was a pedophile and he was a creep.
Trump is the one that said Epstein was a creep. Remind people that Trump kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago.
He kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his club at Mar-a-Lago because, frankly, Jeffrey Epstein was a creep.
He was concerned that Epstein was creepy.
What I'm telling you is that what President Trump has always said is that he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his Mar-a-Lago club because Jeffrey Epstein was a creep, and that remains true.
I'm so glad that you're going after this creep.
And are people still talking about this guy, this creep?
Trump kicked the creep out of Mar-a-Lago. That's the full story, guys. That's all you need to know. Trump just discovered one day, after years of being best friends, that Epstein was a creep. And so he kicked him out. Beginning, middle, end. That's all the government wants us to know. And that's the way it should be phrased. But it's really not the full story, is it? In fact, it's not really even true. The evidence suggests that they broke up as friends because Epstein poached one of Trump's teenage spa employees, and also because they had a petty property dispute over a house they both wanted to buy in Palm Beach. These guys were both alpha creeps, like apex predators, so to speak. That was their bond. They broke up due to non-creep related things, you understand? They broke up over property. Property meaning real estate and women in this case. I know, it's all kayfabe, but let's just listen to what Trump says, okay? Because he has explained himself on this. No need to get the weird influencer spin. Just listen to the man.
For years, I wouldn't talk to Jeffrey Epstein. I wouldn't talk because he did something that was inappropriate. He hired help. And I said, don't ever do that again. He stole people that worked for me. I said, don't ever do that again. He did it again. and I threw him out of the place.
He says he kicked him out because he was poaching the help. That's what he's going with. Trump has never once said like, well, I discovered that Epstein was sex trafficking and so I ended the relationship. Why has he never said that? He hasn't said that because that's not what happened. I still think he doesn't like accept that Epstein was sex trafficking. If Epstein was stealing coasters from Mar-a-Lago instead of teenage spa employees, we'd be on the same timeline having the same conversation.
So if President Trump's so guilty, Jeffrey Epstein, if he's in league with him and is there like committing criminal acts with him, why is he standing on stage in front of millions of people being like, Jeffrey Epstein, Bill Clinton, they're filthy, dirty dogs? You called her a dirty dog?
A dirty dog.
A dirty dog.
He was Epstein-esque, but no, Trump was not in league with Jeffrey Epstein in the sense that Benny is strawmanning here. They were just the same type of guy. I know there are some crazy far-left blue anon people who genuinely believe that Trump was doing Pizzagate things to babies or whatever, but no, Trump at his most sexually active was just a lesser, cheaper, off-brand Epstein, basically, with a different MO. Think about it. Trump had Mar-a-Lago, Epstein had Little St. James. They were both doing their own separate but overlapping pervert-predator things. They were building their own hedonistic pleasure palaces independently and sharing them on occasion for a while, but mostly they were abusing girls on their own, independently, in their own unique, special ways. Let me just read again from the New York Times briefly. Tina Davis, who worked with Ford models in the mid-1990s, said in an interview that her Ford booker instructed her to get dressed up and attend a Mar-a-Lago party in 1994. Just 14 and new to Miami, she was told to dress sexy, according to her mother, Sandra Coleman, who had accompanied her to Florida. 8 or 9 other models came along the bus. All of the girls were really young, Miss Coleman recalled in an interview. Some of them could have been in training bras. When they arrived at Mar-a-Lago, Miss Coleman said, her daughter was promptly handed a glass of champagne. She took it away, but waiters kept offering more. Each time one of the middle-aged men at the party approached her daughter, Miss Coleman would walk over it and introduce herself as Miss Davis's mother. During a trip to the bathroom, they ran into Trump's new wife, whom they had met earlier. Miss Maples clasped her hand, Miss Coleman recalled, and looked her in the eye. Whatever you do, do not let her around any of these men, and especially my husband, she told Miss Coleman. Protect her. Holy fucking shit, you guys. Just to note that this Ms. Maples is the same one who had Epstein show up at her wedding with Trump, so she would know. To be honest, I'm kind of surprised Epstein didn't kick Trump out for being a creep. I mean, he did say Trump was evil, so go figure. I think just like in the mind of Trump, it's like paying models to party and have sex with you, that's not illegal sex trafficking or prostitution or bad. That's just Playboy epicness. But when some of those girls are underage and sometimes they're drinks are spiked, yeah, that is just definitionally rape and child sex trafficking. And to me, that's the exact same level of ethical severity as what Epstein did. They just have different MOs. Massage and money versus fake models, parties and drugs. It's not that different. So you guys know me. I'm the anti-conspiracy theory guy. The way I look at it is, yeah, maybe there's some embarrassing photos of Trump with like young girls in bikinis or something like that in a safe somewhere. Maybe. But personally, I don't really think that Epstein had like serious consequential blackmail on Trump. I mean, Epstein did say that he could have taken Trump down, but that was probably just sort of bluster. And I mean, to be fair, like, yeah, just the details that we already know should have been enough to take Trump down if it weren't for all of the brainwashing propaganda beams inverting everything in the mind of the cult. But yeah, he should have been taken down already. Bill Clinton got impeached for having one consensual sex act with an adult. Trump partied with underage models for decades. But just because Trump may have never had sex, like, in one of Epstein's houses, that's not, like, exculpatory for him. Yeah, I mean, why would he go over to Epstein's houses for the fake massages? I mean, he had a spa in Mar-a-Lago that literally had Virginia Giuffre working there. He's got blonde teenage masseuses at home. Unlike many of the unfuckable freaks and geeks in the Epstein orbit, Trump didn't need Epstein to get him girls.
Donald Trump is the Hugh Hefner of the 90s.
In the 1990s, Donald Trump was building a reputation for himself as a ladies' man.
For an older person, he's very attractive.
Unfortunately, guys, we kind of gotta give it to him that Trump, at his peak, was rich and tall and funny and on TV, so he probably had no problem getting girls. Sorry, libs, but it's true. He had girls, and he raped many of them, but Donald definitely fucked, guys, okay? Think of Trump and Epstein as two sort of polar titans of the Palm Beach pervert world. Two of the richest and horniest people in New York City. Two sociopaths. They became friends because of this common interest in soullessly chasing wealth, power, and sadistic sexual hedonism. But you guys know how it is with two alphas. They butt horns. That's what happened with Trump and Epstein, guys. And it's a shame that they never had a chance to rekindle their flame, because these two fellows really were cut from the same cloth. Until we get the rest of the Epstein files, there's still a lot we don't know, but I don't know, maybe deep down Epstein just missed his old pal. After all, he kept a photo of Trump on his credenza all these years. Maybe to remind him of the good times, or maybe he just wanted Trump to be another feather in Epstein's cap to show off how influential and powerful his friends were. Or just to remind him of the blackmail material that he kept on him. We don't know. We still don't know. But as Trump has explained, he can't stay friends with what he calls winners. He prefers hanging out with what he calls losers, because his fragile ego feels much safer with pathetic sycophants and spineless idiots. Hence, all these people.
It's a good thing to have a lot of losers. I always like to hang around with losers, actually, because it makes me feel better. I hate guys that are very, very successful and you have to listen to their success stories. I like people that like to listen to my success. And I'm only kidding. I want to say that. Sort of.
But Epstein was a winner. Compared to him, Trump was a loser. I mean, by their standards, Epstein was richer and much more successful in the world of corrupt business. His houses were bigger and more luxurious. He had far more girls than Trump. Yeah, and whether you're paying the girls or just grabbing them by the pussy in dressing rooms, that doesn't matter. All that matters is the score. Dollars obtained and numbers of pussies grabbed. Those are pretty much the full criteria for determining winners and losers in life, right guys? So clearly in a room with Epstein, Trump was the loser. So this is the reason why their friendship was doomed to sour. Jumping ahead to when Trump entered politics all those years later. Because he did conveniently happen to have this friend break up with Epstein before Epstein's crimes got publicly exposed, Trump can now weaponize Epstein's other more recent relationships with other people and pretend that sex with young girls was the reason Trump broke up with him rather than the basis of their friendship, which of course is the opposite of the truth.
People that work in the spa, I have a great spa, one of the best spas in the world at Mar-a-Lago. And people were taken out of the spa, hired by him. In other words, gone. And other people would come and complain, this guy is taking people from the spa. I didn't know that. And then when I heard about it, I told them, I said, listen, we don't want you taking our people, whether it was spa or not spa. I don't want him taking people. And he was fine, and then not too long after that, he did it again, and I said, out of here.
That's what he thinks sounds good, guys. There's no mention of sex, no mention of trafficking. It really sounds to me he truly has no sense of any of this being bad. We can factor out the sex crimes from the equation, and it all still adds up, which means it's not a relevant factor, right?
And if you go back into the earliest possible days of President Trump's political life, you will find that it was actually Donald Trump telling us about Epstein crimes way before anybody even knew who Epstein was. When Epstein was a free man walking the earth, Donald Trump, 2015, he had just announced he's running for president. The first thing he says about Bill Clinton is what? Here we go.
Bill Clinton.
Nice guy. Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island with Jeffrey Epstein. A lot of problems.
A lot of people mix up weaponizing fake conspiracy theories, which is what Trump did, with caring about real victims of sex trafficking, which he obviously has never done. Trump wasn't telling us about Epstein's crimes. He was lying about Epstein's crimes to weaponize it against his political opponents. Unlike Trump, none of Epstein's victims have ever accused Bill Clinton of abuse. And Trump fucking knows that, but he can just go, ooh, the island, and all you dipshits jizz your pants because there's a building there that looks weird. Trump wasn't warning us about the imagined satanic crimes of Bill Clinton. Trump was a fucking Hillary supporter, guys, until he decided to run for president, and then he shamelessly needed to slander her to gain power. Hillary attended his second wedding in 2005. Epstein at the first wedding, Hillary at the second wedding. This is your hero of light who's been battling the cabal his whole life, guys.
So why, wait a second. So if President Trump's so guilty, why is he standing on stage in front of millions of people being like, Jeffrey Epstein, Bill Clinton, they're filthy, dirty dogs?
Dirty dog again. Wow.
Because back then there was an election against a Clinton, and now there's not. Now he's the closest person active in politics to Epstein. So now it's a hoax. Now the whole Epstein thing just embarrasses his friends like Howard Lutnick and Elon Musk and Steve Bannon and him and his lawyers and his old Secretary of Labor. And we better just never talk about this again, guys. Like, Epstein always should have been a losing battle for Republicans, but for sure now it's time to punt. Hey, MAGA, maybe you guys can get hashtag Epstein did nothing wrong trending on Twitter. So MAGA has worked itself into a bit of a pretzel here. Like, let's suspend our disbelief for a moment and pretend that, okay, Trump kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago because he, after 15 years of partying with young girls together, one day just discovered suddenly what Epstein was doing. Then, Trump is a bit morally complicit in the crimes. Like, this is not a good story. Only kicking Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago, despite knowing of his crimes, it's very damning, right? I mean, he was just like, hey, listen, Jeff, I respect you as a friend, so I'm going to let you keep sex trafficking. I'm not going to tell anybody, but please don't sex traffic here, so I'm kicking you out of my social club. Good luck, and I wish you well. Bye. That's not good, guys. That's not good. If Trump kicked him out around the time people claim that he did, I guess we have to go, Trump had a bad feeling about Epstein. He didn't know, but he had enough of a bad feeling to kick him out for being a creep. But he didn't know about the crimes part. And they were partying with underage models together, but Trump had no idea that Epstein was having sex with them. And Trump also wasn't. But it's like, ooh, that is a tough sell. Especially because Trump specifically said that he knew what Epstein was doing, according to one of the new Epstein files that we're going to go over in a minute. And also Epstein said, quote, of course he knew about the girls as he asked Ghislaine to stop. So, ooh.
In that same email, he mentions that, Trump knew about the girls because he asked Ghislaine to stop. And again, Democrat insinuation is that Trump knew that Epstein was molesting girls. And, this is before he kicked him out. He just told Ghislaine to stop molesting girls. But what he's referring to is the poaching of employees, which is what happened with Virginia Giuffre, right?
Yep. And that's also what he reported on.
Yes.
Police department. Yep.
So, anyways, these emails just look so bad for the Democrats.
RP tries to spin the knew about the girls line to just mean the poaching of employees from Mar-a-Lago. And no, he didn't know about the sexual abuse. But fucking obviously, no, this was in 2019, well after that ship had sailed. Fucking obviously, knowing about the girls in the context of Epstein probably means the ones that he raped, dumbass. Nearly a decade before this, Trump said that Maxwell was evil. Hiring employees from your club isn't evil. Sex trafficking teenagers would be the evil that he's referring to, RP. We're gonna take a closer look at that later. But for now, just remember that a kayfaber like Trump is always gonna just say whatever he's calculated to benefit him the most in any given situation. And he has no problem reversing it later.
But him saying to a police chief in Palm Beach that Epstein and Ghislaine were evil and everyone knew what they were doing, at least shows that he knew. Even if we think he just said that because he was just pissed off in that moment over his petty personal beef with Epstein, still, him doing so reveals that he indeed knew about the bad things they were doing. And as of today, there are at least 6 girls who were confirmed Epstein trafficking victims who say they met Trump during their trafficking experience. And apparently Trump spent hours at Epstein's house with one of them. So yeah, I think the reality is actually sort of the worst of both worlds here. Trump did indeed know what Epstein was doing, but that wasn't really the reason why he kicked him out of his club. And yeah, according to Epstein, who unlike Trump doesn't necessarily lie compulsively as much as he pleads the fifth, Trump said he asked him to resign, but he was never a member. So go figure. More kayfabe?
Have you ever had a personal relationship with Donald Trump?
What do you mean by personal relationships?
Have you socialized with him?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
Okay, let's just take this at face value. Think of it like this. If somebody in your book club is robbing banks and they tell you everything and they show you the money and then you guys party together with all that money for years and you choose to not call the police for years, then in some small way, I think you are not the hero, but morally complicit, right? In some way. I wouldn't say that you're also guilty of bank robbery or that you're equally as bad as the robber in that case, but I think you shouldn't be, say, in charge of a bank. I think that disqualifies you as a trustworthy guardian of a vault, let's say. Similarly, if your best friend is raping dozens of underage teenagers and you know about it, then just kicking him out of your club is not sufficient. You have an ethical duty to do more. And if you actively choose to do nothing and thus in effect help to cover up his crimes by lying/kayfabing for decades and still to this day, by calling everything a hoax, trying to block legislation to disclose information about those crimes and ordering the case to be closed, that's all worse. These people did not want to talk about Epstein ever again, for obvious reasons. Trump's alcoholic FBI appointee went out there on TV saying, there's no evidence of anyone else committing crimes. And they closed the case. They closed the case, guys.
Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals.
Is that kayfabe? Officially declared there would be no further prosecution of anyone, no further disclosure of anything. And I'm supposed to believe this is all just kayfabe? Boy, that is really a stretch for me, guys. I'm sorry, I just don't see it. But kayfabe or not, the result is the same. The result is contrary to the QAnon goal. The damage and pain inflicted on the victims is real. That was the real world effect of his words and his actions. If he wanted to open investigations into Prince Andrew or Jess Staley or Leon Black or Alan Dershowitz or himself, he could have. He could have done it yesterday. He could have done it 10 years ago. But instead, for a decade now, he's been doing the exact opposite of what he's supposed to do according to the prophecy. What the influencers promised you he would do. But no, you're not allowed to criticize him. No, because, hey, it's really just kayfabe, idiot. Come on, man, be cool. It's kayfabe. He knows best. Remember when he said tippy top in Easter 10 years ago? Kayfabe, baby.
We keep it in tip-top shape. We call it sometimes tippy-top shape. And it's a great, great place.
If you're not up on the QAnon lore here, so people think that Trump, in that clip, was secretly, codedly confirming that QAnon is real. Because 4 months prior, someone on 8kun asked Q, who had been taken over by the Watkins pervert family at that point. They asked, maybe Q can work the phrase tip-top into the State of the Union speech the day before the speech. And then Trump did not use that phrase in that speech, but he did use it 4 months later in a different speech. And Q, without ever replying to that random post or acknowledging it or saying that they were going to do it, Q then tried to take credit for Trump saying the phrase after another user pointed out to him that Trump did say it. He uses that phrase a lot. I think that's why they picked that one, because it was something that he already says.
If you had $20 trillion and everything was tippy-top, I like tippy-top. I like everybody goes to my buildings and my clubs, they're tippy-top, right? Tippy-top.
I am the president. Yeah, secretly I'm Trump. How can I prove it? Well, hey, check this out. At some point in the next 4 months, he's going to say Democrats. If he says Democrats, I am the president. Deal? It's so stupid. This is just classic QAnon self-delusion derangement. Like, hey, QAnoners, if you want to confirm that Trump is really QAnon, you're going to have to find a secret password that isn't something he already says all the time. Or maybe just have Trump say that QAnon is real, right? Like, rather than saying it's all a hoax. That might be more compelling, don't you think? But it's like, no more kayfabe, okay? No more. Hey man, whether or not you raped that teenager sincerely or ironically for thespian purposes, that doesn't affect my ethical assessment of your action. It's still really bad either way. Telling his entire party to vote against Epstein disclosure is not kayfabe to affect the goal of Epstein disclosure. What? You would have to be pretty fucking gullible to fall for that. Y'all ever heard the phrase judge a man by his actions, not his words? Why do MAGA cultists have this like double backwards? MAGA is like, let's ignore what he says and interpret all of his actions through the opposite lens. Like, what? Hey guys, maybe the kayfabe was all those sweet dulcimer promises that he made to you so you'd fucking vote for him. And maybe now when he's like, fuck off, you QAnon idiots, we're done with this Epstein shit, y'all got duped, get the fuck over it. I think maybe that's not kayfabe/lies. That might be one of the most honest things he's ever said, truly. This is like abusive relationship shit. This is the same shit as like, he punched me because he loves me. You know what I mean? And it's time for an intervention here. Today, we are laying to rest this absurd claim that Epstein's one-time best friend, Donald Trump, was actually secretly an FBI informant who helped take down Epstein from the inside, as Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, said. Or that Trump was like a secret spy wearing a wire for the federal government working to take down not just Epstein, but the entire satanic cabal of pedophiles who control America, as Tim Pool fantasized about live on air. Or even that Trump was the hero of the Epstein saga, an agent of light who spent his entire life preparing for a holy battle against the satanic cabal that rules the world, as Benny Johnson very boldly claims. But here's where I get confused. Benny Johnson, who I assume is Mike Johnson's father, he also says that Epstein also was an FBI informant.
Here's a document saying that Jeffrey Epstein is an FBI informant. And that you gotta chill out on this guy. Gotta let him walk, because he's gonna continue to provide help to us that we have agreed upon. So we're gonna let him skate on these child molestation charges. And this was from Palm Beach, and even Alex Acosta, when asked about this, who was the man who let Epstein walk, said, yeah, we had him dead to rights, and the powers that be, a higher power, he called it, came in and said, let him free. Is it that easy, guys? Is that what's actually happening here?
No, that's not what's actually happening here, Benny. None of that is true at all. This is a very common myth, but there is no evidence that Alex Acosta ever said that Epstein belonged to intelligence. I already debunked that claim in my other video, but no, actually, Alex Acosta said precisely the opposite of that. He clarified that Epstein did not belong to intelligence. The plea deal was super cushy because Epstein was a charming master manipulator. He hired some of the best, most expensive lawyers on earth to
to negotiate the deal. And again, all of these guys just sort of liked each other and had a mutual understanding that fucking teenagers was really not that big of a deal if you paid them a fair price. So hold on, wait a second. Trump and Epstein were both FBI informants? Man, is there anything these two didn't have in common? Neighbors in Palm Beach, sober white boys, sadistic predators of young girls, and FBI informants? Man, if Epstein's favorite food is also McDonald's cheeseburgers, then this is just getting spooky. So I guess in this latest fanfiction spinoff, neither Epstein nor Trump were rapists. Hence the Jeffrey Epstein Jr. plotline. No, they were both just spies pretending really well to be rapists. But so wait, who was sincerely raping? Was anybody just genuinely horny? It was just fucking Prince Andrew? I'm just trying to get a foothold into the new fanfiction chapters here. Wait, so Trump informed the FBI about Epstein, who was also an FBI informant, informing about Trump? This sounds like an Ouroboros of informing on each other. Was the pedophile cabal all FBI informants? Was it one of those? were there any actual pedophiles? Boy, that would be awkward. It's just 100% agent provocateurs all the way to the bottom. Oops. But anyway, Benny's evidence for this claim that Epstein was an FBI informant is this PDF file from the Epstein files.
Jeffrey Epstein was working with the FBI. Epstein provided information to the FBI, and we agreed upon the case. Agents advised no federal prosecution will occur in this matter as long as Epstein continues to uphold his agreement. So we're just going to let him rape kids. Forever.
Benny is reading this document and he's come to the conclusion that it says, quote, so we're just gonna let them rape kids forever. And listen, guys, the plea deal Epstein got doesn't seem fair, but no, it wasn't permission to rape forever. That's not what it said, Benny. Yes, the punishment was light for what he did, but he did have to register as a sex offender and he went to jail a little bit. They didn't approve of it. And also just the plea deal was for state charges. Okay? That's why there's no additional federal prosecution, okay? The sentence that's boxed in red, the only one he read apparently. The plea deal was a deal that they made that as long as he upheld the terms of which with the state of Florida, then federal prosecutors wouldn't charge him with more additional crimes from the past. From the past, Benny. Crimes that have already happened before 2008. Any new crimes in the future are not covered by this plea deal. Obviously, dumbass. Which is why, yeah, he was arrested again in 2019. Guys, Benny is far too illiterate to navigate reading a document like this. But because Epstein complied with the conditions of the plea deal, no further forfeiture of his assets would be required. And one of the requirements of his plea deal was to provide some information to the FBI. We don't know what exactly that information was, but we do know that Epstein was not an FBI informant in the common usage of the term. Clearly it wasn't much, but the information described here probably is just information related to the crimes he was pleading guilty to. You know what I mean? Names of the victims, the timeline of the events, etc. Information needed for him to plead guilty to the things in the plea deal. So in the least meaningful possible sense, yes, Epstein informed the FBI of some information things, but that doesn't make him an FBI informant wearing a wire doing kayfabe.
Now the word informant, it's almost semantic. He probably feels bad about saying that word because of the weight of the word. But also, you inform on one guy. The FBI's once you're an FBI informant, you're kind of an FBI informant for life, I think.
No, crazy man. That is not how it works. He informed the bare minimum about himself to escape justice. That's it. Epstein was not an intelligence agency honeypot blackmail op or anything like that. Watch my other video if you don't believe me, but this document that Benny pulls up is not evidence that Epstein was an FBI informant, guys. He wasn't. He was abusing those girls with genuine gusto, I promise. He wasn't doing the trafficking at the directive or with the support of the FBI, as Benny seems to think here. That is stupid and wrong. Sure, the FBI has done bad things, but there's no evidence that they had anything to do with Epstein. And this document doesn't say that. This is not the first piece of evidence. There's still zero. But no, Benny tries to spin this as everyone who's ever worked for the FBI in the past 20 years is now
now all guilty of pedophilia. Because Epstein gave them information once. What information we don't know, but any information means they did pedophilia and are now have to go to jail. Getting information from criminals, gathering intelligence, investigating their crimes, that's not a bad thing. Guys, that's actually kind of the whole point. The I doesn't stand for ignorance. This is truly brain dead shit. But hey, we gotta find a way to get Comey into the satanic cabal since now Trump is feuding with them.
So we're just gonna let them rape kids forever. This is what they decide. So again, do you understand that every person that ever touched this and every person that ever led the FBI over the last 20 years, that every one of them is now implicated in this, allowing this to continue? Every one of them will now face a charge?
Yo, I think Benny literally imagines Comey just called Epstein and was like, listen up, agent. We need you to start trafficking hundreds of girls. It's the only way we can control Hillary Clinton.
To put a guy like Clinton in charge, to keep him in charge, and to weaponize clearly their power over him. They want somebody who's compromised because that compromise is control. And if you control all your politicians, then nothing's really out of control and you're actually the president. And that gets to the very point of who Jeffrey Epstein was.
Wait, was Jeffrey Epstein actually the president? No, that can't be right. No, yeah, he and his cabal just controlled every president. The Comey cluster blackmailed all of the previous presidents before Trump using Epstein. Okay, everybody's been blackmailed except for Trump. It was just such a chaste white hat that he resisted fucking the girls. Mr. Grabber by the Pussy Raper Party Boy was the only one righteous enough to not have sex with those teenage models. They tried, but he resisted all of the attempts to blackmail him. Everybody else got blackmailed. Hillary. But you can't blackmail a white hat. That's got to be in Sun Tzu somewhere. I love this fucking idiot, guys. It's such a hilarious understanding of politics. But there's another layer here too, and it gets more confusing because Benny and Anna Paulina Luna also agree that Epstein was a demon.
So Jeffrey Epstein was a demon.
I think that he was absolutely a demon. Yeah.
Like from the Bible, a demon. So that's the other layer here to this. Demon. Horns, pointy tail, red. He's a demon. But wait, hang on. So Epstein was a demon, but also an FBI informant? Wow, a demon and an FBI informant and a pedophile child sex trafficker. I'm trying to think of what the implications for the fan fiction are there.
President Trump has been an agent of light.
So Trump is an agent of light, or dare I say, maybe an angel FBI informant, right? So the FBI is mostly good, but also part of it is demonic. Wow. So we have angel and demon informants within the FBI giving conflicting information. Oh, that must be an exciting place to work. I don't know, guys. This is pretty incomprehensible world building. And I'm starting to get the sense that maybe the goal here is just to sort of muddle this very simple story about perverted rich Floridians into like an episode of Yu Yu Hakusho. But also just stepping back to reality for a moment here, guys. If Trump was indeed truly the hero of the Epstein story, don't you think he would proudly be taking credit for doing something so popular and good, like taking down Epstein? A demon? A demon pedophile? Something the vast majority of Americans would approve of. He would win over liberals if that was true. I just don't think that he could suppress that urge to brag for all of these years. Just brutally kayfabing as this loathsome rapist character that he's been playing. And it doesn't really seem to have any point anymore. Or there's no longer any benefit, right? Why not just be honest? Drop the act. We got him. I don't see a problem with doing that. And his favorite thing on earth is bragging about, his imagined accomplishments. And I really think he's pathologically incapable of not doing so. He's convinced himself that he ended 7 wars and mentions it in every interview, regardless of the topic. If he saved the world from child predator demon Satan, I think he would toot his own horn maybe once in 30 years.
We're breaking records in every way, and I know it's too bad, but I had to do it. We We can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. You might be too young for this. I don't know if I want. They probably know. They probably know better than most people. But you can't let a bunch of lunatics have a nuclear weapon, or the world would be in trouble. The world would be in trouble. So we just hit records on the Dow. It was supposed to be done in 5 or 6 years. Somebody said it couldn't be possible to reach 50 on the Dow, and I reached 50 in the first year. And then I reached 7,000, and by the way, just set a new record. The S&P just set a new record, so much higher, 7,500. But they said even harder than 50 on the Dow is getting to 7,000 on the S&P. We did that by the end of the first year, all before the end of the first year. Gary, so think of that. They said we couldn't do it in 4 years, and we did it at the end of the first year. And then, you ever have this? And then I called all my people and I said, we just set every record in the book. The economy is going great. I ended 8 wars. Nobody else ever ended a war.
Nobody else has ever ended a war? Hey guys, is Grandpa all right? This was supposed to be an event about bringing back the presidential fitness test. What the hell is going on? You think this man can keep secrets? Are you kidding me? He's crazy. Also, just, hey, real quick, gun to your head. Name the 7 wars that Trump ended. Go. I fucking dare you. Name the 7 wars. If you can't, you're not allowed to be in QAnon anymore. Oh, it's gone up to 8 wars? Oh, okay. News to me. By the time this video is over, it'll probably be up to 10. But he really believes it, guys. This is just a crazy old man with zero filter. He just loves to brag about made up shit. But with Epstein, he has nothing to brag about, and he knows that. Only skeletons in his closet to be ashamed of. Yeah, if there was even a shred of anything real here that he could take credit for, I think he would have done so long ago. I think long ago he would have given himself the Epstein Award for ending pedophilia or whatever. So that's a huge hurdle that we're gonna need to get over to keep the fan fiction going.
For people who have spent a very long time, myself and you and the chat, invested in ensuring that what is actually at stake here gets destroyed, which is a cult, a dark cult at the inside of our government that is totally permissive of the abuse of children, we must destroy them. The Joe Biden administration is the #1 human and child trafficking organ in human history.
Organ is not the right word, obviously, but I think he means like operation or organization, maybe. I mean, this would still be one of the dumbest fucking sentences I've ever heard in my life, even if he got all the words right. But yeah, okay, so that's the headcanon. The Biden pedo organ who is trafficking more children than anyone ever in history. Huh, okay, so who has trafficked more children than anyone ever in history? Yes, sir. The answer is Joe Biden. I mean, remember those Twitter montages of him like touching the hair of children during photo ops? That's the biggest trafficking organ in history. Forget the transatlantic slave trade. Forget prostitution in Southeast Asia. Joseph R. Biden's organs are evil. He's the biggest one. It just so happens to be our one political rival. It's him. So now you might be wondering, wait, so Trump himself says the whole thing is a hoax. Even still, after the demons, Epstein and Maxwell, also presumably a demon, have been taken down. But he's still acting as an informant against those demons? So it wasn't a hoax, but the demons already had their own demon informants informing on the same thing that he was really doing for good guy reasons, but nobody was doing it. It's all a hoax, or so then there's nothing to inform on. I'm lost, guys. I don't know.
What he's talking about is the Democrats who are doing this with impure motives.
Ah, the hoax is the impure motives. Ah, okay. Well, so what Epstein and Trump did together is real, but if we talk about it because one of them is now president and covering up the other's crimes, that is a hoax. The hoax is the impure motivations. Okay. I mean, that's not a correct usage of the word hoax, but okay. Sorry, Epstein victims, no justice for you because we don't think the motives are pure. Jesus fucking Christ, guys.
They're doing it for political purposes. Not everybody, but a lot of them, and that's what the president's frustrated about, and we all are. He has no culpability in this thing at all. That's what he's talking about when he says the hoax.
He really just means that people saying that Trump did anything wrong related to Epstein is a hoax. Oh, okay. Well, that's not what he said at all, but...
And I would say that, these files were made up by Comey. They were made up by Obama. They were made up by the Biden. We went through years of that with the Russia hoax. So this is a Democrat hoax that never ends. It reminds me a little of the Kennedy situation. We gave him everything over and over again, more and more and more, and nobody's ever satisfied. And from what I understand, I could check, but from what I understand, thousands of pages of documents have been given. But it's really a Democrat hoax because they're trying to get people to talk about something that's totally irrelevant to the success that we've had as a nation since I've been president. I understand that we were subpoenaed to give files, and I understand we've given thousands of pages of files. And I know that no matter what you do, it's going to keep going. And I think it's enough.
He is simply not saying that the hoax is that Trump and Epstein were friends and partied together with girls. No, he doesn't deny that. He just emphasizes that they also later, after that, broke up as friends, which, to be fair, is true. But no, the hoax that he's talking about is the insatiable QAnon lust for ever more disclosure to feed their creepypasta addiction. That's why he's comparing the Epstein files to the JFK files. He's saying that not only are the JFK conspiracy theorists stupid and wacky and never satisfied with the truth, but also that the QAnon Pizzagate Epstein conspiracy theorists are the same. And to be fair, he's right about that. Listen, yes, Trump being a rapist and Epstein's wingman would be one of the several hundred things on the list that should disqualify him from being someone anyone would vote for president. But indeed, he is right here that all of you QAnoners have just been duped by a social media hoax, basically. But then, yeah, he smuggles in, as part of that hoax, their disgusting party years, which was not a hoax. But in order to do that, he must now say that, yeah, the whole thing was a hoax. So that's his stance now. 100% hoax everything. Epstein was just a creep he briefly knew, and that's it. The truth that he is telling you is that no, he was not an informant, he didn't do shit, he doesn't care, he's not an agent of light on an epic mission to defeat the pedophiles and save the children. He just wants to build a fucking ballroom with our money and sit in a chair for the rest of his life, okay?
The reason why Trump calls it a hoax is that Democrats have tried to smear him as a predator or a pedophile.
But no, Benny wants us to think that the hoax is just any Trump criticism. That's the hoax. Anything bad. Anything that's bad related to Trump is a hoax. But the bad things for other people are not hoaxes, okay?
I think they have 50,000 pages already. Look, this is a Democrat hoax. This is a hoax put out by the Democrat, and a few Republicans have gone along with it because they're weak and ineffective.
Yeah, the president weirdly refuses to condemn or acknowledge Epstein's sex trafficking ever and exclusively paints the entire situation in a broad brush as a hoax. But that's just because he's stupid and not able to say the words to express Mike Johnson's spin, which is what he really meant. He's just stupid. He can't say that. Well, I mean, remember, he's kayfabing as stupid for Sun Tzu reasons. But RP actually has a totally different interpretation of what Trump means.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know it. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because it's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would, or at least
Do you think that would restore trust? Help restore trust?
Yeah, I don't know about Epstein so much as I do the other.
Certainly an interesting answer. So my perspective on that would be that he's specifically referring to the fake blackmail material that would be in there. I mean, well, you're not going to say something if you have the potential of being exposed for blackmail material that they might have on you. You might be a pedophile who enjoys the company of a child, abusing a child. You might be somebody who was caught in a situation that you didn't expect to be in. You're married. You end up in a room alone and a naked girl comes running up to you and they've got somebody taking pictures or getting video from behind a mirror. you didn't necessarily do anything, but, you know, a lot of people will sacrifice their morals and their ethics if it means that their life is not completely blown up. You don't have to be a pedophile or a person of low moral character to be put into a compromising situation and then have that used against you. I think that that happens just as frequently, perhaps even more frequently, than people being actively engaged in pedophilia and having that caught on camera.
So how are we going to know what's fake and what's not fake when it comes out?
Well, that's...
I don't even want to go down this rabbit hole.
Good call, RP. Yeah, better start doing the preemptive damage control now, just in case. Wait, so Trump is being blackmailed? But Benny said Trump was the only one who Epstein wasn't blackmailing. The blackmail attempt is real, but the content is fake? Like, it's a real photo, and it looks like Trump is having sex with an underage teenager. But no, Epstein just staged it. Like, he threw the girl into the frame and took the photo quickly. Okay, I mean, effectively, there's no difference, right? Like, if he's scared of it being released, fake or real, you know, it's the same. He would still be being controlled by the deep state, right? But what is this? He's just making up random shit and leaving everything open to being interpreted in any possible way. Just whatever they feel like should be true. It's all so fucking stupid, guys. No, guys, even though it really appears like he doesn't give a shit about this at all and just thinks it's a big phony hoax with lots of fake stuff in there, of course, he can't just say Epstein was abusing children and I regret partying with him for 10 years. He can't say that because he has to do double secret kayfabe, pretending that he's a bumbling idiot to trick all the bad guys who may or may not be genuinely blackmailing him using convincingly fake blackmail. But wait, doesn't it kind of ruin everything to have Mike come on TV and de-kayfabe Trump? He's undoing the kayfabe. He's changing the meaning of Trump's words. Like, shut up, Mike. You're gonna ruin the military operation. We all have to think he's a dumb fuck in order to pull this off for some unfathomable spiritual reason. So yeah, hey, QAnon, you guys gotta stop making these videos. You're gonna blow his cover. Shouldn't you guys be like whispering behind closed doors? Oh yeah, it's all kayfabe, don't worry. Like, you're so eager to convince the whole world that it's kayfabe, but that's definitionally working contrary to your goal, right? No, yeah, I think in reality, these QAnoners, much like their cult leader, are also just embarrassed and thoughtlessly making up some bullshit to protect their egos, rather than admitting to themselves that they have been tricked by a con man. But let me see if I have the headcanon straight here. So according to Mike, according to Trump, who's lying / kayfabing, Epstein is/isn't a hoax partially. Write that down. But according to Trump 20 years ago, when he was actively best friends with Epstein, it wasn't a hoax back then. Hang on, I'm just trying to figure out how many double negatives we have here. Back then, he said Epstein and Ghislaine were evil. Huh. But now it's a hoax and we wish them well. Okay. Or maybe this is just like a dementia situation where he just forgot what Epstein was doing now and now he does genuinely think it's a hoax. I mean, the man is 80 and he's clearly unwell health-wise. Or maybe he's just kayfabing much more now than he was back then when he was partying with Epstein. It's probably not a good sign that I trust pedophile Trump more than President Trump. And yeah, just as a reminder that Trump does come from the world of television. He's not Andy Kaufman, guys. This isn't Sacha Baron Cohen, who's so good at acting that he can like trick Rudy Giuliani into sticking his hand down his pants on camera. Trump just doesn't have the chops to do such a long, self-deprecating bit as the Trump character would require, let alone maintain it for decades. No, I think we just associate Trump with kayfabe because his specific type of brain damage just manifests as impulsively lying about everything and anything to protect his ego, to assert dominance, to just transactionally achieve whatever goal he's going for. Like, his tendency toward kayfabe is actually a bad thing, I think. Associating Trump with kayfabe does make sense because, yeah, he's a performative, soulless attention vampire, but not because he's Daniel Day-Lewis undercover at a Bangkok brothel staying in character for 10 years on some righteous mission to rescue sex workers. Trump just lies in one direction
as a habit for self-serving purposes, right? We should all understand that at this point. Yes, Trump talks about getting people from central casting when hiring people, but that's not because everything in politics, every war, every act of violence is just fully staged fake theater. That's a symptom of schizophrenia. No, Trump just talks about central casting because he's a shallow phony who values veneer over substance, obviously. Guys, he just loves celebrities and people on TV because he's an idiot. Aren't conservatives supposed to advocate for meritocracy? Shouldn't we pick lawyers and stuff based on qualifications, not how pretty they are? And shouldn't we pick defense secretaries based on military experience, not how their hair gel looks on TV? As with everything, this shallow emphasis on looking the part rather than being qualified is a bad thing, not a good thing, QAnoners. So no offense to MAGA people, but he isn't good at acting. He's a goofy reality TV clown guy with zero range, not a disciplined method actor.
On the Epstein files, you talked about Democrats who were in there. Elon Musk was also in there, and so was your Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick and correspondence that he had with him. Did you read those new files that were public Department of Justice?
I have a lot of things I'm doing, a lot of things I'm doing. I don't know. You mentioned two names. I'm sure they're fine. I think it's really time for the country to get onto something else, really.
QAnoners. He thinks it's time for the country to move on. How can you interpret that in any other way besides fuck off? Every time someone brings up Epstein, he just gets fucking pissed and tries to change the subject as fast as possible.
You are the worst reporter. No wonder CNN has no ratings because of people like you. She's a young woman. I don't think I've ever seen you smile. I've known you for 10 years. I don't think I've ever seen a smile on your face.
I'm asking you about survivors.
You know why?
Mr. President, why wait for Congress to release the Epstein files? Why not just do it now?
It's not the question that I mind, it's your attitude. I think you are a terrible reporter. It's the way you ask these questions. You start off with a man who's highly respected, asking him a horrible, insubordinate, and just a terrible question. And you could even ask that same exact question nicely. You're all psyched up. Somebody psychs you over at ABC. They're going to psych it. You're a terrible person and a terrible reporter.
What Mike Johnson says is that what Trump really means is that what Epstein did is terrible.
He's not saying that what Epstein did is a hoax. It's a terrible, unspeakable evil. He believes that himself.
But Trump does not say that. What's terrible for him are the journalists asking about it. They're terrible. Epstein, he does not say is terrible. Epstein is a hoax. The journalists asking for Epstein disclosure are terrible for talking about it.
You're a terrible person.
That's the reality here. Mike Johnson is lying to you. I mean, he's kayfabing. People are like, sir, what about your campaign promise of Epstein justice? Fuck you, I ended 7 wars, bro. It's like, what?
What they're trying to do with the Epstein hoax is get people to talk about that instead of speaking about the tremendous success like ending 7 wars. I ended 7 wars. Nobody's going to talk about because they're going to talk about the Epstein whatever.
We're just supposed to not care about pedophilia anymore? Or he's just trying to rage bait us into caring more? We're already really pissed, sir. Imagine passing on that message to all the victims. All these survivor women out there with their signs demanding disclosure. Somebody comes out, ladies, we talked to the president about your concerns. He says he's ended 7 wars. Talk about that instead, okay? What? Imagine that working. They're just like, oh, that's a good point. 7 wars. Right, sorry, we won't talk about being raped anymore.
But the Epstein is a Democrat hoax to try and get me not to be able to talk about the $21 trillion that I talked about today.
Looking beyond the kayfabe, the message I'm getting here is that Trump just genuinely doesn't want to talk about Epstein.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things.
Things you can talk about are 7 wars,
Texas, and $21 trillion. Those are appropriate topics to ask questions about. Nothing else. Not Epstein. And if you are going to talk about Epstein, all we're allowed to talk about is just the island, which he never went to, and Bill Clinton, of course. You could talk about the island and Bill Clinton and nothing else.
I was never on this island. Bill Clinton went there supposedly 28 times. Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, who ran Harvard, was with him every single night, every single weekend. They lived together. They went to his island many times. I never did.
Did he just say that Bill Clinton lived together with Epstein and went to his island every single weekend? The fuck is he saying? This type of lying / kayfabe is just not productive. He's just lying. It's not true. No, Clinton didn't go to the island 26 times, idiot. Yeah, he flew on the plane something like 26 times. It's like, why is this kind of lie necessary? It's not helpful at all. It just confuses things. And meanwhile, Trump and Epstein were horny party boy Eskimo brothers for over a decade. Clinton just borrowed Epstein's jet to do charity trips before the allegations came out. Basically, they did 4 trips, guys, with layovers, all for humanitarian aid, all before the allegations emerged about Epstein, all with Secret Service present the whole time. And yes, supposedly Virginia Giuffre said that Ghislaine told her that Bill Clinton had visited the island, but there's actually no real evidence placing him on the island, for all the people who just only care about the island aspect of this. And yes, Epstein victim Sarah Ransom once claimed that she had videos of Bill Clinton, but she later admitted that she made that up. But once you kayfabe a lie and we like it, there's no going back. The video is in the headcanon now too, even though it doesn't exist. Guys, we do need to believe the victims in a general sense, but also not take every single word they've ever said as gospel truth, especially when they clarified later that it was a lie.
By the way, I never went to the island, and Bill Clinton went there supposedly 28 times. I never went to the island. I never had the privilege of going to his island.
Well, I think maybe this man is just an idiot. This isn't kayfabe. This is just a flailing, angry, stupid guy who's embarrassed that his best friend was Jeffrey Epstein. And is trying to make it seem like somebody else was actually more of a best friend to him. Come on, guys. How could this kayfabe, just lying and blaming everything on Bill Clinton, how could that ever have a positive result for the victims? Why would anybody think that? He's just lying. If you say the word Epstein, he threatens to throw you in jail and take away the license of your company. Don't you think that might have a chilling effect rather than spur on Epstein disclosure?
People are wise to your hoax, and ABC's your company, your crappy company, is one of the perpetrators. And I'll tell you something.
So why not just sign it out?
I think the license should be taken away from ABC because your news is so fake and it's so wrong. And we have a great commissioner, the chairman, who should look at that. But I think the way you ask a question with the anger and the meanness is terrible. You ought to go back and learn how to be a reporter. No more questions from you.
These reporters aren't even being mean to him. They're not even accusing Trump personally. They're just meekly and politely asking about a campaign promise that is very important for many Americans. It's just sir, is there any update on Epstein? And Trump is just oh, you're a nasty person, and I hate you. And I think those words you just said are very nasty words, and they're illegal, actually. Oh, okay. I'm interpreting that kayfabe as a no then, sir, okay? So even if I'm in the Trump cult, okay, I don't know which version of the cult leader to believe here. Do I listen to OG Trump, who said that Epstein rocked and was a good hang and he liked to fuck like him? Or do I listen to middle era Trump, who said Epstein was a creep and Maxwell was evil? Or do I listen to modern day Trump, who says Epstein is a hoax and we all need to move on, and I'll sue you for $10 billion if you talk about our love letters that we wrote each other?
Booby.
Do you think the Donald Trump one is legit?
I don't. Because, he's coming after Wall Street Journal hard.
Yeah. I don't think it is either.
Of course, RP also doesn't think Trump's bawdy birthday letter is legit because, quote, he's coming after the Wall Street Journal hard. And I have to say that's a pretty compelling... and the case was dismissed.
A federal judge dismissed President Trump's $10 billion lawsuit against the Wall Street Journal. The judge says the president's lawyers failed to make the argument that the article was intended to be malicious.
I still just can't get over it. $10 billion, guys, for publishing his horny birthday letter. Just fully dismissed from court, obviously. $10 billion? What a fucking idiot, guys. Holy shit.
He's coming after Wall Street Journal hard.
Yeah. I don't think it is either. Yeah, I mean...
He's just like, I don't think it's true. No, I don't think it's true. Like, why, bitch? Why? Why don't you think it's true? It's from the Epstein estate. They never say why. It's just obviously it's bad, so they don't want to believe it. That's all. Even though it makes perfect sense that they would do that because they were horny best friends at the time. And the doodles matched Trump's style, and there's corroborating evidence in the Epstein files that Ghislaine indeed asked Trump to write a letter for the book. But he's just like, I just personally, emotionally choose to delete that data from my brain. No thanks. Oh, well, okay.
About the Epstein case, would the White House support a professional handwriting expert review of the document released yesterday to prove that it's not the president's signature?
Sure, we would support that. The president did not write this letter. He did not sign this letter. And that's why the president's external legal team is aggressively pursuing litigation against the Wall Street Journal, and they will continue to.
I mean, it is his exact signature, his exact penmanship. Like, guys, just try to ignore what the government spokesperson is telling you. Does this look like his signature or not? Be honest with yourself. I think it does. And I mean, what a stupid angle to try to debunk this, as if they couldn't get his real signature. Like, if the deep state wanted to fake this with 100% perfect accuracy, it would be trivially easy to do that. He mailed everyone in America a piece of paper with his signature on it. You guys remember that? We can just scan that shit and print it out again or whatever. You can download a .svg file from Wikipedia, guys. Come the fuck on.
And in fact, I have already seen many forensic analysts of signatures coming out. I believe it was the Daily Signal that published a piece with 3 separate signature analysts who said that this absolutely was not the president's authentic signature. And we have maintained that position all along.
Ah, yes, the Daily Signal. We're all very familiar with that storied, reputable publication, aren't we? The Daily Signal. Yes, that's a good one. Yes. The Wall Street Journal. That's some hack partisan fake news rag. You know what I mean? That's some grocery store bat boy tabloid bullshit. The Daily Signal, I trust. Sure, it's not technically journalism, and it's just some bullshit created literally by the Heritage Foundation, the same group that wrote Project 2025, the people who crafted the agenda of the administration. So they might be a little bit biased. But actually, no, she's off the hook because I checked all over the Daily Signal and no such article exists. Turns out she was actually thinking of this article from the Daily Wire. The Daily Wire, not the Daily Signal. Another reputable publication, though. You know, the media company behind Lady Ballers. Again, yeah, not journalism. It's not news. It's basically just weird BuzzFeed style propaganda content for Republican boomers. But hey, the articles are good. But no, guys, this stupid bitch was 100% absolutely lying her stupid God-fearing ass off. No, they didn't consult any forensic analysts of signatures, as she says she's seen many of. Nope, didn't happen. This article has nothing to do with signatures whatsoever. Let's read slowly together, Caroline. Wall Street Journal Epstein letter, polar opposite of Trump's writing style, 3 forensic analyses reached the same verdict. This article is about style, not the handwriting. Bitch, the quality of prose, syntax, and verbiage, not the font. If you read the article, it's making the very stupid argument that it's impossible that Trump could have written this birthday letter to his best friend at the time. Because normally in Trump's writing style, they claim, he doesn't use fancy words like enigma, you know, because he's a fucking idiot. And while that might seem compelling at first, no,
The reason the style is different is because this was written in screenplay format. He wrote dialogue for characters. That's why the writing style is different than his normal parlance. It's like, it's impossible the William Shakespeare I know could have written Romeo and Juliet because he doesn't speak in iambic pentameter when he orders a beer at the bar. This is so fucking stupid, guys. And also, yeah, it wasn't 3 forensic analysts, as Caroline said. It was 3 forensic analyses conducted by 0 forensic analysts. And when they say forensic analysis, they just mean they fucking asked a chatbot. They just asked 3 different AI LLMs. Hey, does this sound like Donald Trump to you or not? I personally don't think it does. What do you think, Grok? They were just like, hey Siri, this doesn't sound like Trump, does it? And of course, whatever chatbot is just gonna go, yes sir, you're right, sir. Meanwhile, real humans have double-checked and confirmed that Trump does know all these words and he has used them all before. Come on, people. I don't think this is Sun Tzu. This type of lying doesn't help. It's impossible. This could not help. Fucking clearly, they're just trying to lie to get Trump off the hook because this letter is really, really embarrassing.
I don't do drawings. I'm not a drawing person. I don't do drawings. Sometimes people say, would you draw a building? And I'll draw 4 lines and a little roof, for a charity stuff. But I'm not a drawing person. And also, Epstein was always a very controversial guy.
The fuck you mean
I was in a very high position, pretty much all my life. In all fairness, I've been doing this for a long time. I had the top show on television. I had the #1 bestsellers. I had everything, right? And I was a very successful business guy. He was a very controversial. Who would do a controversial drawing? I just don't. When you talk about files, I just keep going back, and other people too. Even the enemy says this thing is not correct. And he's gone, and we want to focus on trade deals.
I don't know, guys. This new version of Trump, who, again, certainly has more dementia, he seems to be lying / kayfabing way more about everything than back in the 90s when I guess maybe he could just be more proudly and openly misogynistic. Maybe that's why he's kayfabing now. Post Me Too, it's harder to brag about rape like he wants to do. So he's got a kayfabe now. I kind of understand why QAnon thinks Trump is doing kayfabe, because he did radically change the way he's talked about this. He's been remarkably inconsistent on Epstein.
President Trump has been consistent with his messaging on Epstein for years, since before he became president. All right.
I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, and I guess they lived in Palm Beach. But I wish her well. Whatever it is, I don't know the situation with Prince Andrew. Just don't know. Not aware of it. That island was really a cesspool. There's no question about it. Just ask Prince Andrew. He'll tell you about it.
Wait, why is he kayfabing about Prince Andrew too? Before he talked about Prince Andrew and before he knew, now he doesn't? Wait, huh? But yeah, the answer, of course, is he's just lying because he doesn't want to talk about Epstein now. Because the political calculation has changed and now it looks bad on him. I know it's hard to accept QAnoners, but these are really just the compulsive lies of an egomaniacal narcissist. There is no master plan. You just have schizophrenia.
Mr. President, the other day a reporter asked you about Ghislaine Maxwell. You said, quote, I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, but I wish her well, whatever it is. Mr. President, Ghislaine Maxwell has been arrested on allegations of child sex trafficking. Why would you wish such a person
first of all,
well?
I don't know that, but I do know that
She has. She's been arrested for that.
Her friend or boyfriend,
Epstein,
was either killed or committed suicide in jail. She's now in jail. Yeah, I wish her well. I'd wish you well. I'd wish a lot of people well. Good luck. Let them prove somebody was guilty. I mean, you know that.
Oh, so you're saying you hope.
Did you guys hear that? This feisty Australian interviewer unfortunately interrupts him and cuts him off, but he's talking about Ghislaine Maxwell and he says, let them prove somebody was guilty. I mean, do you know that she was guilty?
I mean, do you know that?
Oh, so you're saying you hope.
Guys, he wasn't even convinced that Ghislaine Maxwell did anything wrong. No wonder he wishes her well. He thinks she's innocent. To be fair, this was before she was convicted, but she'd already been arrested
and he already said she was evil. Yeah, I guess that would explain why he still hasn't ruled out pardoning her.
The Supreme Court is back in session. They rejected today an appeal by Ghislaine Maxwell to overturn her conviction. That means her only chance at getting out of prison is a pardon from you. Is that something you're open to?
Who are we talking about?
Ghislaine Maxwell.
I haven't heard the name in so long. I can say this, that I'd have to take a look at it. I would have to take a look. Did they reject that?
She wanted to appeal her conviction.
And what happened?
They said that they were not going to hear her appeal.
I say, well, I'll take a look at it. I will speak to the DOJ. I wouldn't consider it or not consider it. I don't know anything about it. I will speak to the DOJ. I don't know. I'd have to speak to the DOJ. I'll look at it. I have a lot of people who've asked me for pardons. I call him Puff Daddy has asked me for a pardon.
But she was convicted of child sex trafficking.
Yeah, I'm going to have to take a look at it.
So when he said she was evil, was that kayfabe? Which one is kayfabe? This is what RP is talking about when he says Trump has been remarkably consistent about Epstein. Consistently fucking shitty, dude. But either way, both the ghosts of Trump past and Trump present pretty much seem fully opposed to the spirit of QAnon. Imagine if Trump just said, hey guys, we're going to investigate these men that have allegations against them and the women who co-conspired with Epstein. We're going to do a fair investigation and have fair trials, and we're going to get some justice for these poor girls. And I'm sorry for all the objectively harmful and toxic kayfabe that I did for decades, but we're going to get to the bottom of this. That would be so shocking. But wouldn't that be a million times better from a strategic military perspective to achieve mission QAnon? Instead of just going, fuck all you idiots, the case is closed. I'm using the tariff money I collected to buy a puppy for Ghislaine Maxwell. Fuck you.
The Jeffrey Epstein accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, is getting special treatment in prison and actively preparing a commutation application. Her extraordinary treatment includes customized meals delivered directly to her, visits to the prison exercise area after hours with a prison guard escort, and even access to a service dog in training to play with.
And sex offenders were not allowed in that camp, but she was allowed in, and she got in pretty much on an overnight basis after she met with Todd Blanche.
President Trump was always very cordial and very kind to me, and I just want to say that I admire his extraordinary achievement in becoming the president now. The president was never inappropriate with anybody. In the times that I was with him, he was a gentleman in all respects.
I just wish her well, frankly.
Ghislaine is nice to him and says nice things about him, and she's a well-connected socialite who he's friends with, so she gets favors and well wishes. Victims of Epstein and the journalists reporting the story and fighting for justice, they just make him feel bad.
You're a terrible person.
I don't like that kayfabe. Nope, not one bit. But hey, what if instead of that? What if instead he just did the thing he said he was going to do instead of doing the exact opposite? Wouldn't that be better? Call me crazy, but I think that would be better. So listen up, MAGA. I actually think Steve Bannon had the right instincts here on this Epstein thing. There's only one remaining pivot you guys can make to keep your golden god spotless. The only way dear leader's gonna get out of this is if we convince ourselves that, yeah, Epstein was also a good guy. Hey, why not? I know, it's a major plot twist, but I seriously think that's the only option. It'll be like Vegeta or Majin Buu in Dragon Ball Z. They come back as like a redeemed ally in the next arc against the bigger baddie. We introduce a new, bigger villain. Like in this case, like Papa John or Little Caesar or something. I think you guys need to have a writer's room powwow and workshop the new food villain, but we'll find something. Yeah, narratively, that's the option with the least plot holes somehow. And I do think people aren't quite ready for that yet, but we're making some headway in that direction. But man, yeah, Epstein as a good guy really is a tough sell. But hey, so is Donald Trump. So just give it time. But for now, instead, I guess we're gonna have to go with this other one. Presidential reverse psychology kayfabe. Trump is the magic backwards hero, man. He's the backwards man. He's the backwards man. He can go backwards fast as you can.
I can walk backwards fast as you can. I can walk backwards fast as you can.
Elon Musk came out and said Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. We're like, this is a psyop. This is to get the left on board with the release of the Epstein files. This is to get Epstein to become become a household name for people to know and understand who this man is, for the left to begin investigating, see who else is all involved in this, for when the real files do release, now it becomes undeniable of what was actually happening.
The Dems are going crazy. You gotta release it. We know Trump is on the Epstein list. I think this is going to be Trump's biggest magic trick yet.
Yeah, it's all just a magic trick to dupe the libs into talking about Epstein. Take it from CTE QAnoner David Nino Rodriguez over at ninoscorner.tv, which I highly recommend. I'm on the $800 plan, and I gotta say, the 6 special gifts really make it worth it.
Elon Musk is the one that kicked this off by saying, hey, Trump is on the Epstein list. Folks, I think a lot of this, if you're paying attention to what's happening behind the scenes, a lot of this to me is scripted to push the deep state move. So a lot of you think that Musk, he's all part of the script.
Yep, it's all scripted, baby. Yeah, even Elon Musk calling Trump a pedophile on his website. Yeah, that's just like Sam and Frodo pretending to fight each other after being mistaken for orcs in the deleted scene from Return of the King. Kayfabe, baby. Just kayfabe. He doesn't really think he's a pedophile. He wasn't genuinely trying to do reputational damage as revenge.
In Washington, federal workers say that DOGE has left the government's operations in disarray. And worst of all, it might have all been for nothing. Musk claims to have saved the government $175 billion so far, nowhere close to his original target, or even his revised target. And that was before the president's new spending bill passed the House. According to the Congressional Budget Office, it will add $3.8 trillion to our debt over the next 10 years. It's now being debated in the Senate.
So, I was disappointed to see the massive spending bill, frankly, which increases the budget deficit, not just decrease it, and undermines the work that the DOGE team is doing.
I actually thought that when this big, beautiful bill came along. I mean, everything he's done on DOGE gets wiped out in the first year.
I think a bill can be big or it can be beautiful, but I don't know if it can be both. My personal opinion.
And here's where the story gets a little complicated. Right after our interview, CBS News posted a clip of it to promote this very report. It was that part where Musk criticizes Trump's spending bill, and his remarks became news. It went all the way up to the White House.
Mr. President, Elon Musk in a television interview criticized the one big, beautiful bill.
Within 24 hours, Musk announced that his time in the Trump administration was officially over.
Yeah, no, Trump doing generational damage to his family's reputation, tanking his approval ratings, committing political suicide for his entire party for the whole next cycle, tricking the whole world into thinking he's a pedophile for seemingly no reason. That was all good guy theater with a military strategic purpose to trick us liberals into wanting disclosure. Yeah, you gotta trick the left into wanting the rich and powerful held accountable for their crimes and abuses of young girls. Famously, that's a topic that the left has been silent about. Yeah, you guys know left-leaning people famously soft on rape. Yeah, right-wing people are the ones who care about fixing toxic masculine expressions of violence and women's issues. Yeah, right, guys? It's definitely not the complete opposite of that. Trump had to make it seem like he may have raped a 13-year-old girl, because that's the only way we'd ever get 77% of Americans to support his good guy mission. Okay, you get it? Because he knows Americans hate him. He became a fake pedophile, so we'd hate all pedophiles, which we didn't before. You see this 5D chess? Because you guys know how the Bill Clinton cult is. Yeah, as we all know, the Bill Clinton stans just would freak out if they were presented with concrete, irrefutable evidence of him hypothetically doing sex crimes. They just wouldn't accept it. Unless Trump tricked them into asking for it using histrionic reverse psychology performance art. You guys know how the Bill Clinton cult is. All those guys who with their Bill Clinton hats and their Bill Clinton flags, with their Bill Clinton taglines in their social media bios, is all those guys who tribally identify with Bill Clinton, and Bill Clinton is the foundation of their community, and thus they instinctively, psychologically block out and rationalize all negative aspects of Bill Clinton. You know those guys, right? I mean, me personally, I've never seen or heard of anyone that fits that description at all, but that must be most Americans, according to our explanation of Trump's elaborate, weird, counterintuitive kayfabe fantasy. Yeah, you know, because if Trump tricks us by pretending to be a loathsome pedophile, and so we want him arrested, then sorry, it's only fair that we arrest all pedophiles, right? That's the trick. And then liberals will have to go, ugh, okay, fine, take Ellen DeGeneres to Guantanamo too, fine. If she ate child flesh, then I do love her show, and we'll miss her, but I guess we have to, because we hate Trump, and we said we wanted him. That's the trick, you see? And then Trump will reveal at the last minute that he was just kayfabing about the rapes. And then we'll do the Wicker Basket Gospel YMCA montage. So that's gonna happen any day now. So until then, he's gotta keep tricking us until it's the time, you know, because then he can say, hey, no takesies backsies. You guys said you wanted it. So now I have to arrest the baby blood cabal because you guys said you wanted it. He can't do it unless liberals want him to do it. That's how the justice system works. You know, it's like how a vampire needs to be invited in. Sure, yeah, you know, pedophilia, child blood, drinking, all that stuff is already illegal. But no, he just can't arrest popular, famous people for crimes unless you guys want it. You know what I mean? Of course, if he could just prove their crimes or give us any reason to believe that Ellen DeGeneres or Hillary ever did anything, you know, providing a single shred of evidence would probably make us want it instantly, you know? But since there's no evidence at all, we don't want it. You know? They did such a good job about never leaving a trace, I guess. So that's why we need a heel like Trump to motivate us. Nobody wanted pedophiles to be arrested. We didn't want that to be a crime until Trump made it look bad. You guys remember? That's how it was, right? That's why the military chose this plan. Trust the plan, guys. And you can also trust Nino for sure because he's sponsored by Chuck Norris's health supplements.
Hey, you know, I was online the other day and I stumbled across the video. It was from Chuck Norris. Yeah, it was insane. He's in his 80s and he still feels like he's in his 50s. It was pretty shocking. He had some pretty cool tips in there too on what he's doing. And at first I really didn't want to share the info, but I thought, hey, you all are so loyal to me and listen to me. And I had to share this with y'all too. So what happened is to Chuck and me could happen to you as well. This is from Chuck Norris himself. ChuckDefense.com. Get started on it. I can't believe this guy's in his 80s. I can't believe he's in his 80s. And he still looks great. He feels great. He's still doing well.
Want to live forever and be strong like Chuck? Buy this incredible proprietary green-colored elixir blend of supplement powders, and you'll look and feel better than you have in decades. And he died 6 months after this fad.
I believe in always being prepared for the unexpected. That could mean a natural disaster or even a threat to your loved ones. But what if the unexpected danger wasn't something outside your door, but inside your own body? I call them the 3 internal enemies, and they are wrecking the health of millions of Americans right now. Most of them don't even know it. But the good news is, if you know what they are, there's a way to feel better. Not in years or months, but sometimes in just days. So you're healthy enough to take on anything the world may throw at you. And I'm living proof.
And he's dead. Shit, maybe I should dump the rest of my morning kick that I bought. I got 6 jars for $227.70. It's actually a really good deal if you buy it in bulk like that. If you buy 6, the more you buy, the cheaper it is. So technically I saved $180, so it's actually a really good deal. But I do have a lot of extra powder, and with this news, I feel like maybe I shouldn't be eating this. I mean, if it killed Chuck Norris, he's like the strongest man ever. This shit must be pretty potent. I guess I'll just burn it. Anyway, yep, it's all just kayfabe, baby. Trump spitting in the face of Epstein's victims and betraying the foundational promise of his presidential campaign to his biggest fans. It's just his biggest magic trick yet, guys. It's gonna be worth it any day now. Just keep waiting. No, for real, guys. Even when Trump called all the QAnoners stupid, gullible idiots for believing in the Epstein conspiracy theories, they're still just like, message received, boss. I'm reading you loud and clear.
What do you think about what Trump said in that Truth Social post, that these were written by Obama and Hillary and them? So I think that's an interesting thing for him to say.
I thought it was interesting too, and I think that there was a bunch of subtext in there. He refers to guys and gals, or boys and girls, or something like that. I mean, it was an oddly youthful characterization. I've never seen him do that before. And actually, let me just pull up the post so that I can see it. So, President Trump says boys and gals, okay? Like, that's, like, I think he's pointing at children right there.
Look at how desperate they are, guys. RP is baking Trump saying guys and gals in his post where he told the QAnoners to fuck off and that it's a hoax, just like Russia, which was not a hoax, by the way. But that's what he means in this post. He's like, he's telling me to my face that everything I believe is a lie, but he said guys and gals, which I think is a secret code kayfabe reference to children, the general concept of children, which is the same type of creature in general that Epstein abused and which we are now saving. So come on, he alluded to the general concept of children, so I think QAnon is still real.
So I don't think that President Trump is ignorant on this issue. What I do think is that President Trump is a master manipulator of messaging.
That dopamine hit that my brain got when he said gals, that trumps the content of the message in which he's saying QAnon is not real. I know I say this a lot, but this might be the stupidest thing I've ever heard a QAnoner say. What are we doing? The guys and gals that Trump is talking about in this sentence are the people criticizing Pam Bondi. The guys and gals are the influencers who criticized her for botching the Epstein thing, which you think she did on purpose so that people would criticize her, and that's so we support those guys and gals. He's not talking about children. Yes, he used the word gals, and Epstein abused gals, but gals show up in other places in life too. You know what I mean? Half of the world is gals. You would have to be pretty fucking stupid and desperate to cling on to this as evidence of QAnon, the long debunked hoax. This is derangement. This is Trump derangement syndrome.
Children, Nix, whatever, children. So it's got to do something about these missing children grabbed by perverts. Too many instances, fast trial, death penalty. Misspellings matter. Remember they used to sell us in drops all the time. You have more than you know.
Yeah.
So how amazing is this? And I think, and there was another one I saw where Ghislaine uses the same misspelling. Yeah. So I think it was their thing.
Look, he says, Trump and Epstein both once misspelled the word children as children. And yeah, you know what? I think so has everybody else in their life. Like, what is this dumbass trying to tell us? He doesn't explain this. He's just like, I have a dopamine hit. Are you saying Trump and Epstein are the same person? This is a schizophrenia test, and you have failed, sir. Please check into your local doctor's office right away. Seriously, I'm not even joking. Like, please go.
Why would these people, like, if these people know, or at least they would know if there's anything compromising in there on anybody that would hurt, like, politics in general, the elites in general in DC, they wouldn't be calling for it, would they? That doesn't make logical sense.
I think that the people who vote against it are the ones who have the knowledge of that information. So I'm going to be paying very, very close attention to how that vote goes tomorrow, because I would assume that every single person who votes against the release of this information, who votes against truth, transparency, and some form of justice, I think that those are the evil people that definitely were palling around.
Harpy is like, whoever votes no against Epstein disclosure is evil because they're part of the cabal. If they vote no. If they vote no, they're in the cabal. And then right after he says that, his relatively more skeptical co-host shows him an article about how the entire GOP voted no. And then RP just goes, well, they probably had some good reasons.
They already voted against the amendment.
Okay. Well, who voted? And what was the vote?
The House Rules Committee, which prepares legislation for votes on the House floor, voted 5-6 against attaching Khanna's amendment to the Genius Act. That's interesting. He's trying to put it in the Genius Act. It looks like the measure would have forced. Let me just share my screen. There we go. House GOP blocks Dem maneuver to force release of the Epstein files. House Republicans on Monday night voted against attaching a Democratic amendment to landmark cryptocurrency legislation that would force the Justice Department to release the Jeffrey Epstein files.
Well, and this is something that I was hinting at earlier in the show when you said that these guys are guilty of a cover-up, and I said OPSEC. Obviously, if this is already part of an ongoing investigation, they can't release it, and they also don't want to even drop a hint to anybody who might be under investigation that that's what they're doing. So, for purposes of just maintaining secrecy and the integrity of the investigation, that could totally be happening as well. But I think that there is obviously a strategic way that they're going about this, and people want this to happen right now. I mean, it's been like that with every single cottage issue. When people are attached to one thing or another, they are very passionate about it. President Trump is up against, he's between a rock and a hard place, right? I mean, how do you tear down the existing establishment without completely imploding the system as a whole so that you have chaos and disorder? I think that it has to be done in a very calculated and intelligent way. And I do believe that President Trump is doing that because we don't want this to be sloppy. We don't want it to just get done because people feel angry about it. I mean,
what are we talking about now?
He's like, well, hey, we need to wait until the right moment. You guys are too eager. It's not a cover-up, guys. It's OPSEC. I trust him. Even though I just said I wouldn't trust him, I still trust him.
Then he gets in the presidency and he does this. He goes here with the Q drops and posts about Epstein over 100 times. I mean, they just incessantly, half the thing is about freaking Epstein.
Yep.
So I'm going to go out on a limb and say that this is the only guy who's been trying to get Jeffrey Epstein for over 20 years now. None of them, when you look back, says that.
This weird schlub guy with the QAnon poster in his bedroom, like a teenage boy with a Creed poster, is like, if Trump isn't on a mission to save the world from Epstein, then why didn't he post as QAnon all those times about Epstein? It's so awkward when you hear people who still believe this.
He only talked about it a handful of times, but as you just pointed out, it was a significant pillar of the posts as they came out. It was one of, it was a subject that was well documented. And they keep saying that Donald Trump made it a pillar of his campaign. I was like, well, Q definitely made it a pillar of the posts. I wonder if there is just some bleed over going on there, a tacit admission that President Trump is Q plus.
Yes, dude. Yes, exactly. They're actually slipping by saying that.
Hey, dumbass, the 4chan LARP account wasn't Trump. That was fake. Which kind of explains the total difference between Q and Trump. Q cares about the fake Epstein conspiracy theory. Trump does not. That's why Q talked about it a lot, and Trump hates talking about it more than anything. You understand now? That's the whole point of it.
Democrats keep saying that Donald Trump made Jeffrey Epstein and the files a pillar of his campaign. He didn't make it a pillar of his campaign.
RP is like, it's only the Democrats who say Trump made Epstein a pillar of his campaign. But no, it's also Benny Johnson who says that.
The incredible value of this current moment is that we all did that. And that country voted for the release of the Epstein files, which President Trump promised again and again and again on the campaign trail. In fact, it was President Trump's first promise. And Trump said, this is going to be my marquee promise to all of you, that I will go straight at the heart of darkness, these people. These animals in Hollywood, in the DC circles, Republican and Democrat, You all know. You're all part of it.
But yeah, RP is actually right. Trump hates talking about Epstein. But Benny says that this has always been Trump's foundational promise. And yeah, QAnoners do all believe that too. But they think that's Trump's secret mission. But yeah, in reality, the fact is he's pretty much never brought it up willingly because he doesn't care. And it's just awkward for him to talk about that period of his life. No, Trump just wants to eat ketchup and cheat at golf and goose secretaries stuffed with lip filler and hold court in the ballroom and have people praise him for ending every war ever and bring him little golden trinkets. That's all he wants. But the people around him, his strategists, have learned that they can trick all these rubes by propping up this stupid old man as like a biblical agent of light or whatever and lean into the QAnon shit, the most bare minimum way, just enough to keep the cult engaged. That's why I say Trump is neither the hero nor the villain of the Epstein saga. Trump is just Chauncey Gardner, around whom a cult of schizophrenic idiots have been whipped up by opportunistic psychopaths. All Trump knows about QAnon and Epstein and Pizzagate is just those weirdos like him, and so yeah, they're tolerable up until now.
There is a strategy that is taking place, and I think that people are so used to just being fed. They're used to being force-fed, okay? Yeah. Like what you see on TV is what you're supposed to interpret as reality. But, I mean, I feel like we should definitely have learned this as a lesson over the years.
Yeah, definitely, man. It's... I mean, everything seems to be going swimmingly as far as I'm concerned.
Yep, everything is going swimmingly, according to Mr. Backwards.
Backward man, the backward man.
I think like the happier QAnoners are with the state of affairs, the worse our nation is becoming. I think that's a good benchmark rule of thumb. Nothing like simultaneously losing a war and building a monument to your own triumph. I guess it's a kayfabe arch. Appear strong when you're weak? Is that or was it the other way around? Because yeah, everything seems to be going really poorly across the board, but the arch tells me otherwise. I don't know. I don't think Sun Tzu would build a triumphal arc during a botched quagmire war of aggression that's fucking up the lives of everyone in America. But hey, I'm not Sun Tzu. This is so sad, right? This is like a child who's getting bullied every day, but they're just so naive and innocent that they think it's a fun game and everyone's in on the joke. But fucking obviously, Trump already had all of the power, and it was already always universally popular to prosecute pedophiles. There is no difference between this kayfabe, whatever, and genuinely covering up Epstein. Waiting forever, doing nothing, and kayfabing is the same thing as being complicit. Imagine you're somebody who just got raped, and then you call the president, you call Trump and tell him, Mr. President, sir, I was just raped by John Smith at this address. I have evidence, I have proof, please help me. And then the president goes, hey, listen, babe, John Smith is very popular. Hey, we don't want people to freak out, right? They would freak out if we went public with that. Let's just go slowly with this, okay? Capiche? And then 10 years go by and nothing happens still. And meanwhile, Nino's Corner is watching all this and going, wow, what a strategic genius. Thank God he's the one in charge of taking down the rapists. What the fuck kind of fucking Twilight Zone upside down world opposite day bullshit is this?
Backward man, the backward man.
Holy shit, you guys. This is just the same shit as it's always been. This is just predators playing dirty to keep the girls quiet. That's it. That's why years and years of Trump being in total power have gone by with nothing happening. Try as they might, this backwards Sun Tzu kayfabe bullshit may be working to pacify some of the most disconnected QAnoners here, but I think even like the normal level MAGA idiots aren't buying it anymore. No, we need something more to justify all the betrayal and the failure. But no, according to Benny, the real reason it's just taken so long is because it's the deep state fighting back behind the scenes in an invisible way. You see? Repeat after me. Deep state trench warfare. Deep state trench warfare.
This is a moment where we are going to see possibly the single greatest trench warfare against the deep state in American history.
Trump is still perfect. Don't worry. It's just deep state trench warfare. Even though he has more power than pretty much any human has ever had on Earth, and his party controls all three branches of government, and he has the mandate of the people on this issue and was granted immunity for his presidential actions by the Supreme Court. Despite all of that, the invisible deep state just stopped him somehow. He really wants to do it, guys. He really wants to. He really wants to. He's just so busy with other stuff and the deep state trench warfare. You know how it is. He's got to build the ballroom and build the Arc de Triomphe. He's got all these crypto rug pulls to do. That stuff is taking priority at the moment, but he's going to get to it. He's totally going to get to it. Don't worry. But of course, I should mention that the most schizophrenic online conspiracy theorists actually do believe that Trump has already arrested Hillary Clinton and John Podesta and whoever else. And they've all just been replaced by CGI body doubles, okay? Those are the most schizophrenic people, but we're trying to keep at least one toe in reality here, so we'll put that aside. Guys, it's not true.
So this is the trench warfare, the single greatest battle we've ever fought against the deep state, and this is why. Okay? This is why we got Jack yesterday.
Without a shred of evidence, Benny calls the spectacular fiasco that was the Trump admin's Epstein files cover-up trench warfare with the deep state. But it's just like, who does he imagine is thwarting their plan? And like, what did they try to do? And like, what was blocked and how? Like, what are we imagining? It's just some low-level paper pusher bureaucrat over at Langley who just refuses to stamp some document? And that's what's stopping them from rescuing all the babies from Satan? Like, fucking stop playing golf and just go over there and do it yourself. What the fuck are we doing? Nobody's dug into this. Nobody's tried to explain this thought ever. It's just deep state trench warfare. Deep state trench warfare. But in reality, as with pretty much everything here, the exact opposite is true. The finger quotes deep state are the people fighting for Epstein disclosure and doing the work of disclosing, and the Trump admin are on the other side of the trench, fighting to keep everything hidden away.
Because I trust Trump, and Trump is separate from his administration. Let's be on the same page about that. These are separate things.
Oh yes, of course Trump is totally separate from his administration. It's not like every single agency and department is run by his hand-picked sycophants and have been virtually purged of anyone who doesn't toe the line. No. They're separate. It's so funny how conspiracy theory influencers really want to separate Trump the man, the leader of the cult, from the way he handled the Epstein files.
I want to just like separate these two things because they are two distinct things. President Trump was the undisputed hero of the Epstein saga. Now, I don't like the way that these files have been redacted and produced. I'm going to separate that. I'm going to separate the DOJ's actions on this versus the way President Trump engaged with Epstein. Now, this is a separate issue, totally and wholly separate issue from did the DOJ do a good job here? And I don't think they did.
That wasn't him. That was his DOJ. It's not his fault. Sorry, we shouldn't even say his DOJ. It was the DOJ. I mean, sorry, no, it's not even, maybe it is Pam Bondi's fault. Maybe she was doing triple kayfabe and really was a bad guy after all.
We weren't one of the haters. We know Pam. We love Pam. She's our neighbor down here in Tampa. Pam Bondi is the person who's gonna get us everything. We know that. We believe that in our heart. We know Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi is not going to run some type of cover-up operation.
Oh, what? We like Pam Bondi? She would never betray us? Ooh, okay then. No, it's not Pam Bondi's fault. It's actually the New York Southern District Attorney's fault for refusing to, give them the hard drives or whatever. Or whatever, it's Biden's fault because he wiped the hard drives.
This information having been deleted in all of its forms by James Comey's daughter or some other person from the deep state working at the SDNY or in the FBI. I mean, it's totally plausible. obviously.
Oh, right, yeah. It was the Comey cluster's fault. Okay, right. They invisibly defeated Pam Bondi, even though she was strategically acting like an idiot, Sun Tzu style. Despite shitting her pants in the lobby, the cluster still prevailed in appearing to remain virtuous. Oh, it was James Comey's daughter who deleted every piece of evidence ever against every single person. Oh, yeah, sure, why not? And we just made that up. But yeah, there's nothing whatsoever to suggest that. And yeah, it makes no sense that a random attorney like her would be able to do that. And yeah, the idea that the frazzle dripping video exists at all and it's only on one hard drive is just asinine. It's all nonsense, but hey, remember, the Comey cabal cluster, she deleted it. Ah, shucks, damn it. Well, if she deleted the files, shoot, guess we have to do nothing ever and tell no one about it. And we'll just forget about it. She deleted it. Shit. It's somebody else's fault. It's not the president's fault, the guy who's in charge. That's the one thing we know. It's not his fault. And if it is, it's kayfabe. It's good. It's good that it's his fault because it's kayfabe. If it's bad, then it's good. You got it? Yeah, Trump's the hero if we ignore him covering up for Epstein and his friends' crimes. And if we just separate what he instructed the DOJ to do and all the words he said about it, if we just put all of that over in a box over here, if we ignore everything he's ever done as president regarding Epstein, and we ignore all the time that they spent partying with underage girls, then yeah, he's the hero of Epstein. If we ignore all that stuff, it's like if we separate Jeffrey Epstein from the child abuse, if we just separate those, then yeah, suddenly he's the hero of the Epstein files too. After all, he's the one who killed Epstein. We can make anybody the hero of the third leg of the trilogy if we use our imaginations. But back in reality, the buck stops with the president. Unlike Trump's first term, where the guardrails of our system kept him in check generally, things are much different now in his second term, or his third term, depending on how deep in the cold you are. In this term, with Trump, you really cannot separate the DOJ from him. Guys, he's yelling in all caps publicly about who specifically he demands Pam Bondi to prosecute if she wants to keep her job. You should all know how working for Trump works at this point. You do exactly what he says or you're fired. Prosecute these people, find something, make something up, kayfabe something. I don't like them, I want them to suffer. Go. That's kind of like the opposite of justice, right?
Where are we at with the Jeffrey Epstein list, the documents, and Cash has made a lot of public statements about this. Where are we at?
I was briefed on that yesterday. I can't talk about that publicly, but President Trump has given a very strong directive, and that's going to be followed.
Wow. Okay. So
a lot of documents.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So people can expect actual movement on this. It's not just empty promises.
Oh, Donald Trump doesn't make empty promises.
Yeah, right.
I think promises made, promises kept, and that's why we're all there to carry out his directive.
Pam Bondi is interviewed by Benny, and she's like, with regard to Epstein, I am faithfully following Trump's directive. What do you mean separate her actions from Trump? She's just his soldier. That's like separating my vacuum cleaner's actions from my maid. If his DOJ, led by his hand-picked attorney general, who broke decades of norms, to shockingly be like the first ever non-independent DOJ, who just shockingly specifically said that they were working at Trump's directive rather than impartially working for justice and the American people, which is what they're supposed to do. If that DOJ does something, ultimately, yeah, that kind of lays at the feet of its leader, Trump, which explains why the DOJ spent all of its effort doing baseless, failed witch hunts against Trump's political enemies, who he's personally mad at, rather than justice.
Well, J.D. Vance twice. Saturday, on Sunday and earlier today, you're going to see a lot of indictments, and there are investigations that you're not going to know about until we go out there and announce that the indictments have been called up. Now, this is how it's supposed to happen, right? I mean, like, people are so used to the deep state planning to indict somebody, doing the indictment, and then trying to make the circumstances fit the indictment. But what this administration has done has been to investigate, to build the case, and then only when it is appropriate, come out and go for the jugular.
They're carefully going for the jugular? No, no, not at all. They're sloppily going against random people unrelated to Epstein and just getting laughed out of court every time. They're failing spectacularly and landing on their ass comically. They're not going for the jugular, you dumbass. And that's why he fired Pam Bondi, by the way. Not because of her Epstein blooper reel fiasco at all, no. Her job was to fuck it up. Yeah, no, Trump is done with Epstein, guys, so she did her job there. Just fully closing the case. But no, she got fired because she failed to deliver on the actual important part of her job, which was just to prosecute the random people that Trump told her to. Like Letitia James, who he's personally mad at, or James Comey, who he's personally mad at, or Jerome Powell, who he's personally mad at, or those 6 Democrats who made like the YouTube video that he got personally mad at. You know, the one just reminding soldiers to like obey the military code and not do illegal orders.
But whether you're serving in the CIA,
the Army, or Navy,
the Air Force,
your vigilance is critical.
And know that we have your back.
Because now, more than ever,
the American people need you. We need you to stand up for our laws,
our Constitution, and who we are as Americans.
That YouTube video was sedition, by the way, guys. Punishable by death. The YouTube video. Sedition. You know, for reciting the rules of the military, advocating for law and order. Death, says the president. I mean, it doesn't violate YouTube's community guidelines, but it is punishable by death. But of course, yeah, no, those lawsuits also got laughed out of court like all the rest. But still, maybe add free speech to the list of fundamental betrayals alongside Epstein. Pro-military code YouTube videos, goofy Facebook memes, the renovation budget for the Fed building, random personal mortgages. These are the dark satanic acts that Trump and his DOJ are doing holy battle against. With Epstein, they're done. We just wish them well. God bless. We're busy with mortgages and social media posts. So I do feel a little bit bad for Crazy Pam, but even if she was competent, she was doomed to fail. So I feel bad for her, but don't you feel worse for all of these gullible idiots who just like fell for this? Who genuinely believed the Trump administration was like actually gonna do this? Remember the infamous binders? What a fucking embarrassing and offensive disaster that was for all of those people. That was like the Halo TV show all over again. So much hype, but then when we get the damn thing, it turns out that the people in charge just know nothing about the fandom, have no respect for the lore, and just deliver a steaming pile of dog shit. And then we all just go, oh, so you were just lying and manipulating me the whole time. Okay, great. The Trump admin are a lot like the creators of the Halo show in that respect. So keeping in mind this humiliating betrayal, let's just listen to how gullible Benny drools all over himself the day the binders dropped. And remember, guys, please, this is a very grave and serious thing. So as Benny reminds us, let's be somber and treat this with the sober respect that the subject deserves. Thank you.
To do this in a way that is somber and is appropriate for victims who've been waiting for 20 years for justice. Something very evil and something very dark is happening within your federal government, ladies and gentlemen, and we are going to approach it with the amount of seriousness that is required for the horrific crimes of the most prolific pederast the world has ever known, Jeffrey Epstein.
Ladies and gentlemen, your hosts, Kash Patel and Pam Bondi.
Welcome to the last and final Oscars in U.S. history. Y'all must be very proud of yourself. I bet you didn't expect us to be hosting. Now, if you will all take your seats while the bailiff locks the doors, we would like to read from our list. You're all under arrest.
You know the Oscars is like this weekend, right? This is gonna be the worst Oscars ever for Hollywood. Who's tracking the outgoing flights? Ellen's already fled. Diddy's in lockup. Who's tracking the outgoing flight? Is there a tracker Can we lock it down? Can we lock down the flights outgoing from Los Angeles and New York to places that don't have extradition treaties with the United States of America? Woo, baby! Today's the day we get the list and the flight logs. You, me, together, hearts to the chat. Freaking can I get some Cash Patels in the chat? We freaking did it, ladies and gentlemen. Today is our victory day against the satanic pedophile cult that runs Hollywood and the federal government and the monetary system. Like, let's take a brick out of the wall. Let's storm the ramparts today. We win, they lose. The Epstein list is being released.
Very respectful, Benny. Thank you. It actually makes me so sad thinking about these guys. Like, holy shit, this is just humiliating. Like, he's not even joking. This isn't comedy. This is just fantasy. He's just jerking off. Like, Benny genuinely fantasizes about Pam Bondi and Cash Patel hosting this fake Oscar sting operation because every celebrity is in the cabal. He's like, oh, it's this weekend, guys. It's this weekend. Maybe it'll happen this weekend. Oh my God. And every weekend they do that, by the way. There's always something that makes them think it's that weekend. He actually thought something was going to happen. So fucking embarrassing, guys. Today is our victory day against the satanic cabal that runs Hollywood and the federal government and the monetary system. That was your victory day? No, close. That day was actually the day you got humiliated and cucked by an orange spray painted con artist who shat in your mouth and told you it was ice cream. Again. That was the day you again re-cemented yourself as the most gullible fucking rube sycophant dipshit on the planet.
So today, Friday, February 28th, 2025, we still have no new evidence on Jeffrey Epstein. And I'm sorry to bring that news to you, because we did an entire show setting up for finally the bombshells yesterday, and we got nothing. We got reductive information that was already made public. We got public information that was actually redacted, crazily enough.
And just to be clear, I don't care if Benny actually believes the words he says or if he's just whipping up his audience for money. I'm done with kayfabe, guys. I'm just sticking with whatever words I hear. I'm just going to listen to those. I don't know who's kayfabing what or why, and I'm just going to listen to the words, look at what people do, look at the incentives, and then we'll go from there, okay? So for Benny, it's, woo, today's the day. We freaking did it, guys. Woo. Like, kayfabe or not, how fucking pathetic is this, guys? Pam Bondi's not gonna run some type of cover-up operation. Oh, my sweet summer child, Benny. Benny, you really thought Pam Bondi was gonna give you the names on the Epstein list? Bro, she doesn't even know Ghislaine's name.
Ghislaine Maxwell.
So he's all excited for the binders, and then the next day, when it obviously all turned out to be an offensive, spectacular failure, what does he do? Just immediately goes on to the next conspiracy theory. Oh, there's new levels of trench warfare. It's a new trench. There's a new trench.
So this is the trench warfare, the single greatest battle we've ever fought against the deep state, and this is why. Okay? This is why we got Jack yesterday. This is why we got nothing. Sadly, and I'm sad about it, okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be totally honest with you. We've never pulled our punches, and we're going to spend the entire show today based on the one piece of new evidence that we got yesterday, which is that nobody ever looked into Epstein's death. They took it at face value.
Yeah, bro, no one has ever thought about this except you. Thank you for being the first one to think about this.
And I think that there's so much that is now concurrently coming out. Everything from like switching Jeffrey Epstein's body to, you know, did they use a body double? Now that's all but been confirmed. Did the government freaking kill him? I don't know. Like, is he actually dead? You know, I just don't know anymore. I don't know anymore.
Epstein may have been part of a witness protection program, and he's off somewhere in a forced retirement.
That's what I think.
Because I still think that it's highly likely that Jeffrey Epstein was switched out. Because even if I mean, even if he was strangled, the corpse and the live body don't match up in my mind. Somebody in the chat had asked, Rave Daddy says, have you heard the theory that the Epstein body double is Hillary Clinton's brother? I have. I don't believe it at all.
Okay. There is an Epstein body double, but it's not Hillary Clinton's brother. Okay, that narrows it down a little bit. Thank you.
I mean, Matt Gaetz told us he thinks that an Israeli, like a foreign government, was allowed by our government to come in and kill Jeffrey Epstein inside of his prison cell. That's what Matt Gaetz tells us. I don't know. But it's very mysterious. The jerky stuff, there's this obsession with beef jerky in the emails. People are saying that it's potentially child meat or that it's obviously slang for something. Anna Paulina Luna just confirmed that. Of course, we know about the Podestas, Hillary Clinton's emails. We know how deep and evil the Podestas were. So many of those emails about hot dogs and pizzas being delivered to the White House.
Oh, hey, what if somebody killed Epstein? Or maybe there was a body double and he's still alive. Or yeah, let's talk about the demon thing or beef jerky or whatever. Just focus your schizophrenia on whatever shiny new toy we're dangling in front of you. Hey, here's some fake bullshit about aliens. That's more fun than Epstein, right? You don't need Epstein. You have aliens now. Go play with your toys and stop whining. Scram. Don't think about what just happened. It was just deep state trying to over.
The official story is that Epstein, from a cell that had a bunk bed 5.5 feet off the ground, was able to hang himself with a piece of toilet paper cloth, like a prison suit, because he was already on suicide watch. A prison suit that had the veracity of toilet paper. There it is, the murder scene. There you see, the little toilet paper cloth.
Little toilet paper cloth? What the hell is going on in Benny Johnson's bathroom if he thinks that looks like toilet paper? Is this kayfabe? I genuinely can't tell, but I do think Benny really is just stupid. I've never heard anyone misuse words with the frequency of Benny. The veracity of toilet paper? Really, bro? If by toilet paper you mean shitty veracity, then yeah, Benny Johnson's fucking bullshit conspiracies definitely have the veracity of toilet paper. I just get so frustrated. Every single time he talks about Epstein, he calls him a pederast.
President Trump has been an agent of light. President Trump has, with regularity and with his first promise to the American people, said, I will expose these pederasts. We want to find out, wait a second, is there a dark, secretive pederast cult at the inside of our government? Why is the FBI protecting the greatest pederast, the largest scale pederast in human history? Why is the world's foremost pederast protected? This makes no sense.
He's been doing this for years, guys, and somehow no one has ever corrected him. He's sitting there with Matt Gaetz calling him a pederast. Come on, Matt Gaetz should know.
Matt Gaetz is a very smart and intelligent individual. Big fans of Matt Gaetz.
What does he think pederast means? You want to know my theory? I think in Benny's mind, it's gymnast, pederast. A gymnast is a person who does gym. A pederast is a person who does pedo. An orthodontist, a pederast. But no, I'm sorry, that's not how the English language works. If you want to focus on the action rather than the ideology, maybe pedoist? He's a pedoist. He's a pedophile in theory and a pedoist in action. But no, pederast means gay pedophile. It's a different word. This is like when the kid in your class is they reach for a word that's a little bit outside of their vocabulary and it just doesn't quite land. Very embarrassing. Benny, I'm sorry, but words have meanings. Maybe he's kayfabing. You got me. You got me with the kayfabe. And also, again, I just need to point out the deranged irony here of recruiting the third biggest creep in Florida to join forces with the second to form an anti-creep Avengers to defeat the first. It's just astonishing. Guys, when it comes to pedophilia, you can't fight fire with fire. That strategy is never gonna work. You're just gonna have more pedophilia. But yeah, Yeah, these conspiracy theories are just like catnip to people with social media induced schizophrenia. They just can't resist, so you just jangle the keys and then they move on to the next thing. It works every time. We move on and we completely forget that we've just been used and betrayed and spat on. Kayfabe, trench warfare, cream cheese bagels, jerky, move on. And yeah, now because Trump has a petty personal vendetta against people like James Comey, and that's what he wants his DOJ to be doing instead of Epstein stuff, it's now the job of people like Benny Johnson to make up some new conspiracy theory lore to explain how Trump's pointless, selfish bullshit is actually secretly part of the Operation QAnon to get the pedophiles. So, of course, James Comey was leading the deep state trench warfare army who was doing the Epstein honeypot Operation Oregon or whatever, who were fighting back behind the scenes invisibly. That's the reason why we're doing nothing with Epstein on the surface and focusing on what appears to be prosecuting random innocent people for posting memes on Facebook. So now Benny Johnson just has to convince his audience to hate James Comey too. And when we hate people in Trump world, they just become part of the satanic pedophile cult in the fan fiction. That's the easiest way to do it. So sorry, Pam, but I'm afraid that's where you're destined to end up too in the next chapter of the manga. And just for the record, Trump is mad at Comey because when he was the FBI director, he wouldn't agree to frivolously prosecute people like Hillary Clinton for something as silly as using a private email server or whatever. Because Comey is a dignified, law-abiding citizen and not a drunken idiot podcaster like the current FBI director, he's evil now. They have to become bad guys because Trump is the good guy informant. Remember, Mike Johnson said it. What's that? We have an update from Mike Johnson?
I don't know if I used the right word. I said FBI informant. I'm not sure. I wasn't there. This is in my lane.
Oh, he took it back. He took it back, guys. So this was all just a waste of time then, I guess. Yeah, like the very next day, he was like, I may have used the wrong word when I said FBI informant. Yeah, he immediately walked it back. He knows it's bullshit, guys. Even Mike Johnson doesn't think that Trump was an FBI informant. So let's not cite him as evidence like everyone does still to this day, despite this retraction.
Remember that Mike Johnson several months ago had said Donald Trump was an FBI whistleblower who had taken down Jeffrey Epstein. We knew that as well, but again, it's great to hear it from an official source like that.
And also, yeah, just Kash Patel and Caroline Levitt both also say that Trump wasn't an FBI informant either.
Did Donald Trump ever provide information about Jeffrey Epstein as an informant?
Donald Trump has not been, and I can only speak for the FBI, an informant of the FBI.
Mike Johnson came out and said that the president was an FBI informant. Do you know what he meant by that, if it's not true?
I can affirm that is not true.
And Trump doesn't say it either, guys. Nobody is saying this. Everyone is saying, guys, no. But that's all just reverse group kayfabe because we like it. We like that idea. And now that the idea has been yes-anded into the lore, you can't just take it back, silly Mike. It's too late. We already believe it. We already added it to the fan fiction. Remember, if it makes Trump look good, it isn't kayfabe. But if it makes Trump look bad, it is kayfabe, okay?
I'm just repeating what is common knowledge and has been out in the public for a long time. President Trump was never a hindrance to the Epstein investigation.
I just find Mike's walk back here is so funny. He's like, oh no, what I meant is that he wasn't a hindrance at the time. Oh, okay. Mike Johnson's just like, Trump was an FBI informant. Sorry, did I say FBI informant? I meant he wasn't not an FBI counter informant. What? Oh, so you're just saying he didn't actively obstruct the investigation back then? Oh, yeah, well, same here. Me too. In no way, shape, or form did I hinder the Epstein investigation. And yeah, neither did like my shitty cousin Bernie or 99% of all people in America. Where's our reward? Like, this applies to everyone in the world, I guess, really. Zero friction from Zimbabwe when it came to the Epstein investigation. Complete green light from Africa. It's like, wow, congratulations on doing nothing, Mr. President. You're a hero. Come on, guys. Are we going to give this pervert an award for not raping these particular girls? This is derangement. Of course, he would go on to obstruct the investigation into Epstein later, but I still haven't. Why can't I be a heroic angel of light, Benny?
How about those Epstein files? Actually, before we even get into that, we somehow have 4 sponsors tonight.
What? I thought this was an epic military mission. You guys are just reading ads? 4 is a lot for one episode. I thought this was a secret underground military disclosure operation. It's a lot of ads. And would you be shocked if I told you that 2 out of 4 of these are for beef tallow?
But yeah, let's start things off with a little bit of Bear Bars.
They're getting paid to sell these like protein bars on air, but they just don't have it in them to pretend /lie /kayfabe that they taste good. They just can't do it. Clearly they fucking taste like shit because yeah, they explained that these are literally just beef fat, protein powder, honey, and salt. So they're not even like hard, you know, it's like fucking clarified butter at room temperature when it arrives in the mail. It's just fatty goop.
The Bear Bar is literally just beef protein, tallow, honey, and salt. That is it. All real food. It's unbelievable that it doesn't taste like garbage. See, you're like, okay, they are good. It's almost like an acquired taste.
Fair warning, they need to remain frozen because, you know, beef tallow obviously is going to get softer at room temperature. So to keep them at optimum freshness, you want to just keep them in the freezer. You pull it out, you let it sit on the counter for maybe a minute or 2, and then you bite right in. I mean, it's almost like an ice cream bar in one sense because you're eating it, it's cold, it's creamy, it's sweet.
I'm not used to tallow, and like delicious isn't necessarily the word I would use. Like, it was an acquired taste, but it's like you can tell that you're eating healthy. That's the thing.
Yeah. Basically, it's just agricultural waste products mixed with honey and salt in a plastic bag and then sold using fear mongering. In their words, the protein bars are, quote, an acquired taste, and, quote, it catches you off guard, and you, quote, almost crave them. Almost a real ringing endorsement. And if you're curious, the second product is a magic ice maker that somehow makes magic ice that cools your drink faster than normal ice.
You get a cup of this ice versus regular ice. Don't know how it works, but your drink will get colder faster. I got it, I opened it up, it's like, what the fuck do I need an ice maker for? I have ice in the freezer.
You're selling me ice? What about the babies in cages? You think I'm making fancy cocktails at a time like this? There's 10,000 children in cages under the Getty.
There's 100,000 child sex slaves under the Getty right now.
There's no time for mojitos. Oh, but wait, yeah, I forgot the Bear Bars need to be frozen. So I guess you're gonna need a lot of ice to chill your beef fat sacks. The third one is beef tallow again, but this time in the form of a shampoo. But the fourth and final ad is a fun one. Shiny gold-colored Trump-themed clown shoes.
You know how sometimes you see something and think, okay, I need those in my life? Like yesterday? That was me when I first came across these Trump Never Surrender Gold Seekers. See, I don't have these yet, but I do have the Trump Never Surrender fist bump ones from the same company. Oh, look at those things. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah, they're cool. They're cool.
So it's like, yeah, of course these guys can't criticize Trump. They're selling his shoes. Is the guy at Foot Locker gonna criticize Nike? No. It would simply be bad business to not delude yourself about every political betrayal being benevolent kayfabe. And it is fun to laugh at all these idiots for being gullible rubes, but let's not forget that this is also really bad for our country. Like, ultimately, the whole point of this is that, yeah, these guys have been brainwashed to crave state violence. They've been conditioned to dehumanize their political enemies and want them punished for their imaginary crimes. Like, just watch this, and fair warning, I find this to be very upsetting. These disgusting pieces of shit start cackling like hyenas watching this video of a reporter, a journalist, being shot for seemingly no reason during a protest.
Did you see the video of the Australian reporter getting shot by a rubber bullet?
Oh my God, that was so brilliant. Because he looks right at her. He's like, bitch, I gotcha.
It's my favorite video ever because you know that's exactly it. He picks her out. I'm pulling it up right now. he like spots her and he's like, oh, I'm gonna shoot the shit out of that bitch, and then waits a little bit and then just turns on a dime and nails her. Okay, hold on. Okay, here we go. And the noise she makes is just perfect.
Moving them on through the heart of LA. Other bullets of protesters.
He could have chose any of them, and he chose her.
I spent like 5 minutes on my show earlier today just dissecting this video because this is the guy right here on the left, and you can see he's like staring at her. He's like, oh, that's my bitch right there. And then
moving them on through the heart of LA.
And then he looks the other way, pretends to not notice her. And then it's so good. I could spend 2 hours just watching this video. It's so funny.
You know that stung.
Oh, I know.
Why the fuck are they laughing? I mean, what is the joke? How is this brilliant? He's just like, dude, it's so funny. Like, first, he looked at her. Then he aimed at her. And then he freaking shot her, bro. Oh, it's so funny. I couldn't believe it. So epic. He looked, aimed, and shot her. Just brilliant. It's so brilliant the way that this masked dragoon spots a journalist and he's like, oh, I'm gonna shoot the shit out of that bitch. Hell yeah, bro. Dude, that noise she made was fucking perfect. It's so fucking funny, dude. The way she screamed when she got shot in the fucking back for doing journalism. Fucking bitch trying to exercise her First Amendment rights. Pfft, not here. Yeah, it's just disgusting, guys. And just the context here, by the way, is that this was during those protests in LA last year, you know, when people were protesting that Trump sent the military into an American city alongside the masked government dragoons, cruelly spiriting away random people with no due process to concentration camps with funny names and random foreign countries. Now, you guys might be thinking, holy shit, these guys are disgusting, vile cheerleaders of fascism and police brutality who crave violence against anyone who even attempts to document a protest against the cruel and illegal overreach of the federal government. You might be thinking that, but no, sweetie. That woman was in the cabal. She was in the cabal. If she's against Trump on TV, she must be a secret deep state cabal Satanist, right? Anyway, it was probably just kayfabe either way. It's probably not even real. Even if you support the government lying to us about how they were just going to deport illegal alien criminals, and then instead they start bagging and tagging as many random innocent Latinos as possible, and even if you don't care about the state's rights to not have federal soldiers walking in your streets, even if you disagree with the protests and believe it when Fox News tells you they were all riots. Even if you disagree with all that, this woman was a journalist. You would have to be a really pathetic, shitty worm type of a person to gleefully, gigglingly support masked government agents shooting journalists in the back, right? This is what the Trump kayfabe QAnon Pizzagate cult brainwashing does to people. This is the end result. You just become docile, gullible, complacent rubes who have been perfectly conditioned to never ever dare question your leader and just mindlessly cheer on and giggle at all the violence against those who do. That's the point of all this, by the way. And just on another level, taking a step back here, like, what even is the joke supposed to be? I genuinely don't understand why they're laughing. I get them supporting it, like, but why not just cheer? I mean, why laugh? Like, that is such another dark level to this, right? Like, this is like serial killer shit, you know what I mean? Why isn't their reaction just, woo, yeah, hey, we got one? Like, well, you know, like, it's not funny. It's just they're happy to be shooting her. What, like, why is it, oh, brilliant, sir. Like, it's not a well-paced joke or something. It's just a video of a shooting. Like this video of the ICE agent slipping and falling on the ice, and you know, that's funny whether or not you support ICE. It's just a funny video. The physical comedy aspect is there. I just don't know. Like, the cult brainwashing has just destroyed their sense of humor. These Pizzagate guys, they can't enjoy art anymore because they think every movie and painting is a secret demonic Hollywood satanic spell being cast or something. They can't enjoy Italian food food anymore because everything is pedophile code words on the menu. And it seems that now QAnon has cost them yet another one of their senses, their sense of humor. You'll say, you don't like ice, that's why you think this is funny. But that's not really it. Let me explain humor to you QAnoners. So part of comedy in these situations is like the Tom and Jerry effect. It's fun to see the bigger, stronger, predatory bad guy who's out there chasing the little guys fall on his ass, right? It's funny when Tom gets hit with the frying pan, but not when Jerry gets shot in the back. Plus, in this case, you have the visual pun of an ice agent slipping on ice, and of course the irony of this like all black dragoon decked out in full military halo gear, all for naught because his dumbass is just totally out of his element up there in Minnesota in the winter. I always found the Home Alone movies to be kind of weirdly violent and cruel and vindictive, but on a basic level, it works comedically because, yeah, these big, burly, armed thugs have entered into the territory with bad intentions of a powerless little guy. So in a sense, they have it coming when they slip on the fucking Legos or whatever. But this video of this shooting that the QAnoners are laughing at, it's like, that would be like if Macaulay Culkin just stuck his head out the window and shot the mailman from across the street with a BB gun for no reason. That's not funny or good unless you have some sort of deranged schizophrenic hatred of mailmen, like dogs. Being a super serious authority figure trying to catch underdogs and then slipping and falling on your butt is funny. And in part because he wasn't seriously hurt. Falling on your ass is not that big of a deal. But people are routinely maimed permanently, lose an eye, or killed by rubber bullets. It's not funny. I don't laugh when I watch the footage of Ashley Babbitt being shot by the Capitol Hill police. I do think the shooting was justified. I think she was a deranged cultist, but it's not funny. It's still sad. I still have empathy for these cultists because I know that if social media didn't exist, then she would just be at home watching Dancing with the Stars or whatever. But QAnon teaches you that, hey, no, all these people that you don't like, all these people that disagree with you, they are cartoony, pointy-tailed demons from the Bible. You can shoot them, hang them, throw them in jail, all scot-free of any ethical concern. Just loathe them down like Blade with the vampires. That type of dehumanization is exactly what all fascist regimes use to control the rubes who fall for their brainwashing. And it's a very bad place to find your society. So, please stop. Thank you. Of course, after all this, RP whines and complains and bitches about how the police used a flashbang grenade during him on January 6th, and that we should feel bad for me about that.
Have you ever been shot by a rubber bullet?
No, dude, I've never been shot by a rubber bullet. No, the closest I came was January 6th when that flashbang went off above my head. And
seriously, I didn't know about that.
Oh yeah, that was shocking. That was like the first dude who died. Like nothing had happened yet, and we were standing there, and it's a big group of people on the backside of the Capitol. People are chanting and singing and praying and waving flags, and it was a great mood. People are chanting and singing and praying and waving flags, and it was a great mood. And I'm looking up at the police on the parapet of the Capitol, and they're pointing their pepper ball guns down at the crowd. I was like, "What's going on?" I'm like, "Why are they so aggressive towards us?" Because everybody was like, "We're on your side. Yeah, no, we're totally cool. Like, don't worry about us, man. We're not going to be like the Summer of Love." And but it didn't matter to them because they were all registered Democrats. And they were looking for an opportunity to unleash. And I was like, we got set up.
I think we have to remind ourselves that these two vaping schlubs aren't evil people. They're just gullible people. The effect of the brainwashing they've endured just makes them horrible. But it's just because they have no idea what's going on and are totally disconnected from reality. To them, it's like, yeah, no, that wasn't a masked federal dragoon shooting a journalist. That was a good guy fighting a bad guy. Remember, all mainstream media is totally fake, kayfabe demon propaganda made by demons. She was basically a demon. Remember, the Democrats brought in all the illegal immigrants to do fraud to steal the election on the behalf of the cabal so they could keep doing Pizzagate. That's why California didn't go Trump, by the way. If there wasn't fraud from Hugo Chavez and Venezuela and the illegals, it would have been a 50-state landslide. Remember, that's why we have to shoot fake news kayfabe journalists with kayfabe good guy masked agents to defeat the kayfabe bad guy cabal who kayfabed the election. You see? Oh, brilliant. This is what brainwashing does to you. Because, you think a typical conspiracy theorist type guy like RP, under normal circumstances, he would be totally against, say, a partnership between the federal government and Palantir, right? Palantir, the mysterious totalitarian surveillance organization named after the evil orb from Lord of the Rings. You would think that a conspiracy theorist would not be happy about that. He would have some questions. But no. RP fully approves. Why? Because he trusts Trump. If Trump is doing that, then it's probably good. Even if it seems bad, it's secretly probably kayfabe good. That's the only mental calculation you need to do from now on. That thought defeats everything else.
The New York Times writing a freaking article about Palantir. Just because I trust Trump doesn't mean I'm not going to be like, yeah, fuck that. I don't want this guy in control of anything. I don't want this guy I wouldn't want this guy in my state, let alone access to all my data.
Well,
what the hell is this?
What it sounds like is certainly, he's a bit of a character, and it's his company, but the product itself is going to be in the hands of the United States government.
Red Pill 78 likes Palantir working with the federal government because, he just trusts Trump blindly. And I love this. His co-host tells him that Peter Thiel, the owner of Palantir, also had a company that he says sold child blood to rich people to live longer. What would a conspiracy theorist say to that?
Peter Thiel was owner of a service company supplying children's blood for anti-aging benefits. Author Maya Kosoff, 2017, Thiel is bad. I did not know that.
I'm definitely aware of that. And it wasn't necessarily children explicitly. It was younger blood versus older blood. And, again, the blood product industry is fairly large in pharmaceuticals. So I don't know that that's a negative indicator on its own.
Well, technically, it was just young blood, not child blood. Fuck you. You are a QAnoner. You're not allowed to say technically the blood wasn't from a full child. Fuck you. It's like, hey, don't worry. We're giving the all-seeing dark surveillance orb to the federal government. It's okay. The federal government has the dark orb. Oh, good. But Comet Ping Pong had cross ping pong paddle logos, which kind of reminds me of Baphomet, so that is suspicious. That's what we should focus on. But the Dark Orb Corp joining forces with the federal government, that doesn't raise any alarms. You are an orc, sir. You are in Mordor. It makes me so upset that these guys, I think they genuinely believe that they're like the underground punk rock people battling the powers that control us. But that's just obviously a total fantasy and total inversion. They're just idiots being duped by lies. And the result is that they cheer on state violence against journalists, private mass surveillance companies working with the federal government, violent insurrections to overthrow democratic elections, and the president covering up the crimes of his elite sex criminal friends. You guys remember when a conspiracy theorist would be against those things? It's so weird how QAnon has made them support all of those things. And this man has the audacity to call himself the corruption detector. Is he trying to rage bait me into caring about corruption more? Is he not aware of Trump's unprecedented self-enrichment? Hey, bud, I think your detector is bricked. No beep for the $1 billion crypto rug pull? No beep on the jet from Qatar? No beep for essentially selling pardons to white-collar criminals? No beep from all the insider trading that's outperformed even Nancy Pelosi? No beep from him suing his own government, then settling with himself for a meme number $1.776 billion bullshit jackpot, plus immunity for all tax crimes for everyone in his family? What? There has literally never been a more brazenly corrupt president in the history of our nation. Hunter Biden is watching this like, damn, I should have gone way further. Hey, RP, maybe check the batteries in your detector.
Oh, this one, I saw this in one of the articles too. Jeffrey is showing early talents with money and women, sells fully depreciated, and this is supposed to be the name of a woman, to Donald Trump for $22,500. Showed early people skills too. Even though I handled the deal, I didn't get any of the money or the girl. Not sure who wrote this, but this is at Mar-a-Lago, allegedly. Joseph Pagano.
Hello? Wake up.
Santa Fe, that's Zorro Ranch.
There's fucking Donald Trump's. Don't buy it.
Yeah, doesn't make sense.
Nipples. All right. Let's talk about something else. What would you guys like to discuss?
Yeah, they're just scrolling through the birthday book and are dead silent when they read the joke about Epstein selling a girl to Trump. You guys remember that one? You could see in their eyes just like the fucking storm doors of cognitive dissonance slam shut, preventing this unwanted information from entering their brains. It's just full silence, and then moving right along, let's talk about something else. Holy shit, guys. Oh, these poor fucking dumbasses, dude. Oh, it's so embarrassing. Okay, hold on. Let's get back on track. So Mike Johnson clarified that what he meant was, no, Trump wasn't an FBI informant, but he did assist with the Epstein prosecution. He assisted.
President Trump was never a hindrance to the Epstein investigation. He was trying to assist in that.
He assisted. Wait, what does that mean? What is he even dishonestly trying to reference here? Did Trump at least help take down Epstein in any way at all here? There must be something underneath this lie, right? Is there any evidence at all for anything like this? Let's be generous and try to steel man Mikey and the boys here. Let's just finally cut through all the lies and the kayfabe and the bullshit and just look at what is the actual evidence here? And as far as I can tell, there are 2, maybe 3 little kernels of semi-truth that Mike is twisting and torturing into this erroneous claim that Trump helped take down Epstein. Let's quickly go over the facts and try to make up our own minds. The first piece of finger quotes evidence that Trump helped take down Epstein, according to Benny Johnson, is this off-the-cuff statement that one of Epstein's victims' lawyers once said in a Man on the Street video interview. So first, let's see how Benny Johnson presents this on his show, and then I'll point out the half a dozen lies and misconceptions that he sneaks in.
The lawyer who got Jeffrey Epstein on underage prostitution in 2008 said, yo, there's the only famous guy that stuck his neck out to help me put this predator away was Trump. Okay, let's just make sure that we got all of our facts straight here, Jack. Donald Trump was the only man who helped. Just because we need to show you the evidence. Let's go.
Only thing that I can say about President Trump is that he is the only person who, in 2009, when I served a lot of subpoenas on a lot of people, or at least gave notice to some pretty connected people that I wanted to talk to them, he is the only person who picked up the phone and said, let's just talk. I'll give you as much time as you want. I'll tell you what you need to know, and was very helpful in the information that he gave, and gave no indication whatsoever that he was involved in anything untoward whatsoever, but had good information that checked out and that helped us, and that we didn't have to take a deposition of him.
And that was in 2009?
That was in 2009.
Donald Trump was helping put away Jeffrey Epstein in 2008. Trump was the FBI informant putting Jeffrey Epstein away.
According to Benny Johnson, quote, the lawyer who put Jeffrey Epstein away stood out front the courthouse and said, there's one dude that helped me out, and it was Trump. But guys, this is a complete misrepresentation. This is a lie. This lawyer, Bradley Edwards, had nothing to do with Epstein's arrest. He was not the dude who put Epstein away. Nope, 0% true. Wasn't him, different guy. And also, they're talking about 2009, as the lawyer in this clip says twice. But Benny keeps insisting it was 2008 for some reason. But either way, hey dumbass, Epstein was arrested in 2006. He was already put away at this point. And the person who ultimately blew the final whistle on Epstein, although of course the FBI had been tipped off several times by some of the victims, like Maria Farmer, who blew the whistle in 1996, 10 years before his arrest. The final whistle, when things really changed, came from one of the moms of one of the girls who alerted Palm Beach PD to what had happened to her daughter. In reality, the local police did the investigating, and then the federal prosecutor who came in, the one who gave Epstein the famous sweetheart plea deal in 2008, the one who put him away, I suppose, as Betty calls it, at least for like 1 hour a day or whatever, was Alex Acosta. So the hero probably would be Palm Beach PD and maybe the investigative journalists at the Miami Herald and the brave victims and their mothers who came forward. But Bradley Edwards, bless his heart, was not part of any of that. And Trump, even less so. And of course, it really wasn't until 2019 when it was the Southern District of New York people who got Epstein arrested for good. So again, no Trump there either. So I don't think he's the hero. Unlike all these stupid fake bullshit prosecutions that he actually oversaw and advocated for, there is zero evidence of any kind that Trump had anything to do with Epstein's 2019 arrest. He didn't give a shit, guys. It was a team of people in New York working independently, with some help from the FBI, which is evil, and also with the help of Bill Barr's DOJ, if we're being fair. What's that? Oh, Benny also thinks that Bill Barr is one of the evil villains of the Epstein story.
Like this is like evil, right? Like everyone agrees on. It's like you got a 99%
on Epstein.
issue.
Bill Barr is the one that needs to be called in to give sworn testimony on what happened there.
Matt Gaetz told us he thinks that an Israeli, like a foreign government, was allowed by our government to come in and kill Jeffrey Epstein inside of his prison cell. That's what, and then Bill Barr covered it all up.
All the people who actually put him away are evil. But yeah, oh, right, because Bill Barr, he wasn't playing along with the fake election fraud thing. So we have to hate him too, and we have to put him in the cabal. Okay, shit. Okay, yeah, just don't think too much about it, guys. If you're ever confused, just remember, in every situation, the exact opposite of what makes sense is what you should believe if you want to stay in the cult.
Backward man, the backward man, the backward man, the backward man.
Anyway, so after Epstein was first arrested and charged with crimes by other different people, this lawyer, Bradley Edwards, then began a civil lawsuit to try to get some restitution for some of the other victims, which is great, but that's not how Benny represents it at all. This lawyer wasn't involved in catching or prosecuting or arresting or jailing Epstein or anything like that. After Epstein was already brought down, he just tried to help get some money for the victims, which is good, but a little bit of a difference here. Also, if you read Bradley Edwards' book, he also reveals that it turns out that Trump actually kind of lied to him during this phone call. Here's how the New York Times describes it. In 2009, Mr. Edwards, the lawyer representing a group of Epstein's victims, set out to depose Mr. Epstein's circle of powerful friends. In his book, Mr. Edwards wrote that Mr. Trump quickly agreed to a phone call. Mr. Epstein was merely a business acquaintance, he told Mr. Edwards. But that's a lie! He couldn't recall exactly why Mr. Epstein had been removed from Mar-a-Lago. Another lie! He said he had last seen him at a business meeting at Epstein's Palm Beach home, sometime before the allegations came to light. And yeah, we're gonna call that another lie, because Trump did indeed know what Epstein was alleged to have been doing before the public allegations came to light. Come on, guys. Couldn't recall exactly why Mr. Epstein had been removed from Mar-a-Lago? But that's the official government story you guys all quote chapter and verse from to try to exonerate him. He was a creep and he kicked him out. Why didn't he tell him how he kicked Epstein out for being a creep? Like, huh? That's not very heroic to lie about something like that. That could have been useful information. Well, in 2009, he couldn't remember, but in 2025, he remembers it very clearly? Yeah, it was because Epstein was poaching his underage employees. Why wouldn't Trump volunteer that information then? Huh. Seems like he sort of untruthfully downplayed his closeness to Epstein to protect himself rather than constructively provide all the relevant information that might have helped the investigation, don't you think? And also just, again, the reason Trump willingly talked to this lawyer heroically is because apparently if he had refused, he would have been subpoenaed, like in court. If he didn't willingly pick up the phone to talk, he could be held in contempt of court. This was a legal obligation. But in either way, he lied to this motherfucker, guys. Yeah, sure, he happily called him and said, let's talk, but his words were lies. He waited until Epstein was already busted, and then Trump was facing legal consequences if he didn't break his silence. That's kind of a bad look, guys. Kind of suspicious, if I'm being honest. So I guess that's all why Benny really has to distort and lie about this factoid to try to make it seem good and not bad. How many victims could have been saved if he really came forward and really blew the whistle instead of just waiting, doing nothing, and then only lying when given a chance to redeem himself? How much comfort and justice could he have given to the victims today by not gaslighting them and calling their suffering a hoax and doing personal favors for Ghislaine instead of holding any of the fellow predators or enablers accountable? He's the fucking hero of the Epstein saga because he got subpoenaed for being the wingman to a predator and then lied to the lawyer, but he was smiling while he did it, so he's a hero. Even Mike Johnson's retraction needs a retraction. What the hell do you mean by you were in business together? What? Now that the Clintons have testified and explained everything that they knew about Epstein, which is basically nothing, can Trump please do the same? Like, hello? Can he just testify under oath and explain all these weird contradictions? Were you friends or business partners? And what was the business? What was the business model? Or was it the model business? Or did Epstein just help you do tax fraud? Or were you just friends because you both like to party with young girls? Or do you secretly loathe partying with young girls and just held your nose and did it for some unknowable spiritual quest? I think the American people deserve an end to the kayfabe and an explanation for the apparent pro-pedophile behavior. And just real quick, while we're talking about Brad Edwards, you know what else Brad Edwards said? He said that Epstein told multiple girls that he, Epstein, personally bailed Trump out after all of Trump's spectacular business failures and subsequent bankruptcy. But that's just some juicy gossip. But now let's just really appreciate how slippery Benny is twisting this little anecdote. Just listen to how he phrases this.
When Jeffrey Epstein first caught a case in 2008 in Palm Beach, there's only one member of the Palm Beach glitterati, one famous guy that said, I will help you and I will hunt this predator down with you. And that man was Donald Trump. The lawyer who put Jeffrey Epstein away stood out front of the courthouse and said, there's one dude that helped me out. And it was Trump.
No, sir. Let's take this one word at a time. The exact quote is, he is the only person who, in 2009, when I served a lot of subpoenas on a lot of people, or at least gave notice to some pretty connected people that I wanted to talk to them, he is the only person who picked up the phone and said, let's just talk. I'll give you as much time as you want. I'll tell you what you need to know. He was the only one who did all that. But it's like, yeah, I would imagine that most other people probably just responded first through their lawyers, maybe. I mean, that makes sense to me. I think we're just hearing the words only one and then not listening to the words that come after it. Why does everyone phrase it that way? He was the only one who did this very specific thing. Like, like what? My friend Donald Trump is the only one who's ever responded to a legal request jovially while having orange makeup on and being a famous member of the Palm Beach glitterati and having a dad named Fred while standing on one leg and drinking a glass of milk on a Thursday in June. It's like, what? Yeah, of course he's the only one who did that. That's an incredibly uncommon thing. Too many factors. I don't doubt that Trump was the only famous guy in Palm Beach who personally called that specific number and said those specific words. He wasn't the only guy who cooperated with his lawyer, obviously. There were lots of subpoenas sent, as he says, and he's just being asked about Trump in this specific clip. And as everyone who's ever spent time speaking with Trump knows, that you just need to throw out like empty superlatives to feed his ego like fish food in a koi pond, or else you'll lose him. And just, hey guys, remember that the only reason Trump had the opportunity to be subpoenaed and face being deposed is that because he was best friends with Epstein. All things considered, I don't think that's something to be proud of. You know, it's like this type of heroism is something that Greta Thunberg has never had the opportunity to do. She can't be this type of hero because she never partied with Epstein and underage models for a decade. They were just like, hey, you know who might know something about the rapes? That dude who was standing behind Epstein with a boner for 15 years. Let's talk to that guy. Come on, guys. If Trump was an FBI informant, what would that look like? Isn't the point of being an FBI informant to help the victims prosecute those involved or whatever? I think testifying would be the way to do that. You know, giving us information, right? Isn't that the whole point? If he was an FBI informant, wouldn't he have informed someone? Wouldn't there be any single piece of evidence anywhere in a single Epstein file? He can't be an informant and a serial kayfaber. If he wants to help, he needs to stop lying / kayfabing in the opposite direction.
The police chief investigating Epstein says Trump told him, thank goodness you're stopping Epstein. Trump said everyone knows that he's been doing this. Trump was the whistleblower. Mike Johnson says Trump was working with the FBI to put Epstein away.
No, Benny, he took it back.
Chief of police who investigated Epstein in the mid-2000s said that he received a call from President Trump to rat out Epstein. You can see it in the files right here. Trump rounding up all Epstein's junk, throwing it in the lawn of Mar-a-Lago, throwing him out of his clubs. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have it in black and white.
Rounding up all of Epstein's junk, throwing it on the lawn, we have it in black and white? What? Is he trying to gaslight me? That never happened, and we don't have it in black and white. That's not what this says. This says, in black and white, that Trump knew about the crimes and did nothing. This is bad for Trump. Not good. So, what is this? What are we looking at? Okay, it is true that in 2019, former Palm Beach Police Chief Michael Ryder, that guy mentioned during an interview he was doing with the FBI. Chief Ryder told the FBI that Trump told him, quote, thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this, in reference to Epstein in 2006. Okay, you got that? That's it. But just listen to how Tim Pool reports on this.
A shocking new revelation in the Epstein files shows that Donald Trump called the police on Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell in 2006 and said these people are evil.
Trump called the police on Epstein and Ghislaine. Jesus fucking Christ, guys.
Mike Johnson, the speaker, previously stated, kind of blurted out that Trump was an informant against Epstein.
No, Tim, he took it back.
This shows probably where Johnson got that statement from. Inside a skiff, they probably knew all about this.
Trump is the only one who called the police and said, hey, good job on solving the crime that I didn't tell you anything, guys, about, even though I knew all about it. Oh, yeah, that second part changes it totally. All these deranged idiots are just getting this completely wrong. I really think that they think that, like, Trump dialed 911 and was like, sir, there's a man having sex with young girls, come quick. And no one had ever blown the whistle before. But again, guys, this was after Epstein was arrested. He'd already been arrested. Trump just supposedly once made a friendly call to his local police station, just expressing that he was happy about their work. Which, of course, he would say that, wouldn't he? What are you gonna do? Call and be like, shame on you for arresting Epstein. He was donating a lot of money to you guys. Come the fuck on, guys. I think pretty much everyone, regardless of their level of complicity, would say that they were happy that Epstein got arrested if they were chatting with a police officer. But that's not what normal people mean when they say called the police on him. You know what I mean? This is so dishonest.
Donald Trump called the police on Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell in 2006.
If I'm talking to you and you tell me that you saw a woman being raped in a dark alley somewhere, and then you tell me that you called the police on them, but then later I find out that you just called the police to generally praise their efforts years later and never told them about the rape, I would be very upset with you. It's like, yeah, okay, fine. I guess you didn't lie. Like, you technically called the police, but fuck you. No, you did lie. You know what I thought you meant. I called the police to chit chat and hobnob. No. Not to alert the authorities about a crime. It's sort of a no-brainer PR move here to stop saying, hey, Jeff is a terrific guy who likes to fuck young girls like me. Yeah, he's got to stop being like that. And suddenly, yeah, he's got to start going, oof, thank God you got him. I actually never liked him. I never thought he was terrific, and we shouldn't have sex with teenagers anymore.
Palm Beach chief of police who investigated Epstein in the mid-2000s said that he received a call from President Trump to rat out Epstein.
No, wrong. He received a call saying, hey, now that Epstein has been caught, I would like to publicly state that I never liked him. Oh, okay. We'll note that for the record. Thank you, sir. And now you're at the top of the list of suspects. He ratted on Epstein. He was already caught, bitch. That's the opposite of whistleblowing. That is whistle sucking. Trump was not a whistleblower. He was a whistle sucker. And now this brings us to one of the most crystal clear moments of derangement from these people. Okay, check this out. So Benny goes on this huge tirade on this particular episode where he's like, I'm about to show you exactly how evil the satanic pedo cabal is. And then he plays this clip of Cindy McCain, John McCain's widowed wife, saying the exact same thing that Trump said, which he just told us was proof of him being the hero.
This is what President Trump's been fighting, and it's perfect coming from John McCain's wife. This is actually the heart of darkness that President Trump has been fighting. Here we go.
It hides in plain sight. Epstein was hiding in plain sight. We all knew about him. We all knew what he was doing. But we had no one that was, legal aspect that would go after him.
Cindy McCain, John McCain's wife, who is married to inarguably one of the most powerful men on earth, who served in the Biden administration, right? Remember, Cindy McCain was a United Nations ambassador. Saying right here, we all knew what Jeffrey Epstein was doing. We all knew it. We knew it and we did nothing.
It hides in plain sight. Epstein was hiding in plain sight. We all knew about him. We all knew what he was doing.
Whoa, what? Hey, lady, why would you let him do that? Why would you let him continue? Why would you let him get away with it? They all did. They were all involved.
Do you guys hear that? That is the exact same shit that Trump said. Why is it bad for her, but good for him? That's pretty deranged, right? So Epstein was evil, sure, in the sense that he abused girls, but what are we accusing Cindy McCain of? Like, how is she evil? Are we really saying that she was raping girls like Epstein? What? There's no evidence for that at all. Or just like what? For supposedly knowing about Epstein and doing nothing? Unlike Trump, she's actually not doing nothing. This is what breaks my brain. The reason she's even talking about Epstein in this clip is because her whole fucking life and her institute are dedicated to combating human trafficking. She's currently in the act of spending her day doing something about it, you fucking dumbasses. Very much unlike Trump, Cindy McCain, someone with no relation or connection to Epstein whatsoever, yeah, she said everyone knew what Epstein was doing after he had been publicly arrested and sent to jail for, paying teenagers for sex. She's evil for saying that, guys. Look, she's evil. Meanwhile, Epstein's fuckboy wingman, who's been accused of rape by a 13-year-old girl and said the exact same thing, word for word, verbatim, years earlier, before all of America knew about it. That's evidence that he's the hero. What the fuck? Guys, when she says we knew what Epstein was doing, I think she means America. So we, as in everybody, knew what he was doing. But we, as in nobody, did enough because he was still doing it. And you guys, as in people like Elon Musk and Steve Bannon and Howard Lutnick, kept hanging out with Epstein after we all knew. Hey, Benny, did you forget that you also knew what Epstein was doing before he was arrested in 2019? You knew, I knew, 4chan knew, Reddit knew, the Miami Herald knew. We all knew. It was public information, guys. When Trump says everyone knew, he meant that he and his friends knew, even though it wasn't public information. You see that very important difference, guys? This is how Trump derangement syndrome manifests. When Trump does it, he's the hero, no matter what. When Epstein abuses girls, it's bad. When Trump abuses girls, it's a kayfabe fake news hoax. You can always derange yourself out of criticizing your cult leader if that's what you want to do. We blame you, Cindy. You, a random person, has so much power as a normal civilian, unrelated to this case, living in a totally different city, in a different state, on a different side of the country. You should be the one who should have stopped Epstein. It's your fault. You're evil. But the president of the United States, his neighbor and best friend, the closest man on earth to Epstein, hey, come on, guys. Go easy on him. There's invisible trench warfare. He's got his hands tied. He's busy. Cindy's got no excuse. Evil Cindy. Dedicating her life to fighting human trafficking. Good guy, Donnie, who likes to fuck teens. He's the good guy. Like, what the fuck are we doing here, people? She wasn't even in Congress. It's a wife. She's the wife. She doesn't have power. She was supposed to pillow talk manifest a Floridian sex offender arrest from her home in Arizona. Hello? It's like, why would you let him continue, Benny? If she's responsible, then so are you. Okay? You live in Florida. Why didn't you go over there and stop him? If you guys haven't already connected the dots here, what's really going on is just that Trump hates the McCain family because John McCain was famously like one of the only Republicans with enough of a spine to not just blindly follow the MAGA cult. And so, yeah, he once voted against Trump's attempt to like deprive millions of Americans of health care.
McCain waves his hand to get the attention of the Senate clerk, pauses for just a moment, and gives a dramatic thumbs down. Audible gasp on the Senate floor.
So now we hate him, and now his wife is in the cabal. You criticize the boss, you go into the cabal. I think that's maybe why that when you talk to Trump supporters these days about Epstein, they all just kind of look at you like this and act like little scared, traumatized children because they've seen you disagree with one little thing Trump says or does, and the whole cult turns on you. The cult turns you into a pedophile overnight. And I think that fear satire keeps them in lockstep with what they're supposed to believe. Let's just listen very closely to Donald Trump and Cindy McCain, okay? If you genuinely care about human trafficking at all, leave a comment and let me know which one of these two people do we think shares your concern more. Try to forget everything you know about both of them and just go in blind and listen to their words. Try to guess which one habitually sexually assaulted girls and which one has dedicated their life to fighting human trafficking. Go ahead, try to guess.
In my opinion, no child is a prostitute. That just simply, it says that there was willingness and that the child could say yes to something when, as you know, a child cannot. It happens right here. It happens right in your neighborhoods, as I said, and in my own neighborhood. But where we go with this is prevention education. Number one, starting with our first responders, training them on what to look for, what to do when they see it, and how to respond down the road with it. We're talking about the Jeffrey Epstein thing. He's in hell, I hope. I hope he's in hell right now. He deserves to be. A girl from my daughter's high school was one of his victims. That's how close to home it came to us, for us.
You know, Epstein was always a very controversial guy.
Can you imagine how controversial I'd be? You think about Clinton with the women. How about me with the women? Can you imagine?
Well, I mean, I think there is a certain controversy to me.
She's dedicated her life to combating sex trafficking. Cindy McCain has won 4 awards for her work against human trafficking. Epstein was already in jail. Like, what do you want her to do, Benny? After trial by jury of his peers, a judge determined that Trump raped a woman in a dressing room. They are not the same.
Cindy McCain, we all knew what he was doing, but we didn't have any way to go after him. Well, here's Donald Trump going after him.
Going after him? He was already caught. He did nothing. This is so fucking stupid. But no, Benny thinks we have found evidence proving that Trump was the foremost whistleblower.
And now we'd find out today that Trump was the foremost whistleblower on Jeffrey Epstein.
The foremost whistleblower. The foremost. How can anyone take this dick riding seriously? And speaking of which, let's take a moment to probe Tim Pool's deranged dick riding as well. He's very slippery, so you gotta watch closely what he does here. If you guys don't know Tim Pool, his whole shtick is that he wears this beanie and he pretends to be like an ex-liberal who just realized that Trump was actually right about everything because the left went too far with pronouns or whatever. So his job is the same as Benny's. It's just to make up whatever bullshit necessary to help make the agenda of those in power seem palatable to guys who never stop listening to new metal. So Tim, he's not going to give you the pure QAnon stuff, but at the same time, he is, just with a little bit of a different Linkin Park aesthetic. It's just QAnon with the skateboard, basically. But no, Tim also very much has Trump derangement syndrome. And in order to maintain the kayfabe, he knows he at least has to pretend to criticize Trump for the Epstein fiasco. So watch how he pretends to criticize Trump by calling him a snitch.
Could you imagine if it turns out that Trump has Mar-a-Lago bugged? So when powerful people come from meetings, he records it and sends it off to the feds. And the reason why Trump doesn't want the documents released is that they're going to show that Trump was snitching on powerful people. That's prominent, wealthy individuals doing untoward things. And the documents are going to show that Donald Trump was a snitch. So the Democrats might be thinking it's going to help Trump. If we leak files showing that Trump stopped Epstein, people are going to cheer for him. Right. Trump may be saying, if they find out that I ratted on Bill Gates and Bill Clinton and I was the one actually spying on him or wore a wire or did who knows what, these people aren't going to want to do deals with his business.
Okay, he did secretly snitch and save the world from the cabal, but he just can't talk about it because it would be bad for business. Wait, is he still doing business with the pedophile cabal as president? Huh. Can't he just go ahead and retire, at 80 for the sake of the children in the cages? Isn't he like independently wealthy from all the shoes and the watches and the phones and the meme coins that he hawked to all the cultists? Hasn't he cajoled enough diplomats into staying at the priciest penthouse suites of his hotels? Hasn't enough foreign money been funneled into the Trump family coffers by shady oil dictators? Did he save nothing from Trump steaks? I don't think him needing the cash is a good excuse for covering up all the sex crimes.
It could be an explanation. Trump was a snitch. I'm going to put it this way. I'm going to paint Trump in the worst possible light in this regard. Trump only cared about himself. He only cared about his organization. When he heard about what Epstein was doing, he said, this is exposure I don't need. And when the FBI came to him about Epstein, he says, I'll do whatever you want. I'll help you out. And they say, wear a wire, give us a list of names. What if Trump gave ledgers from his club to the FBI? What's going to happen to Mar-a-Lago when all of the people who spend their 20 grand, I think it's like 200 grand to sign up or something, maybe I'm wrong, but it's like 20 grand a year or something. What's going to happen when a bunch of these people find out that their names and private information were handed over to the feds as part of a criminal investigation into Epstein or to illicit activities? What if Trump was informing more than just Epstein? What if Trump was feeding the FBI information on tons of cases about prominent, powerful elites? That would be extremely bad for Trump's business and his dealings with powerful elites, so much so that he'd be like, we can't release this stuff. It would destroy my family's business, my legacy. If people find out that I was basically a spy for the federal government against powerful elites, the populace, his voter base might be like, wow, Trump was actually trying to stop bad people. That's not what the powerful people are going to think, though. They're going to think, destroy this guy. I want revenge.
Maybe Trump was hooking up with underage girls, and that's why all of a sudden he's like, it's a hoax. But I think your conspiracy crazy theory might be more realistic, that because he's such an ordered candidate. He's such like a law and order guy that he would have worked with the feds, like happy to, because he might have went to them.
There probably is a higher probability that Trump's a snitch.
Honestly,
and I'm saying that intentionally.
It makes me love him more if he complied and worked with the FBI on getting Epstein thrown away. That's a good thing.
Not just Epstein. Prominent, powerful elites. How cool would it be if Trump was an informant for the FBI for a long time? Like actually saying, listen, I'm going to do my family business. Anywhere I can help you, I'll give you information.
Fuck you.
So with all his foreign business dealings, the feds were like, we want information. These guys are like, I'll help you out. I love this country. And then in his dealings, he discovered Hillary Clinton was a crook. She was doing untoward things with the Clinton Foundation, and he thought, I better run for office and put a stop to this.
Yeah.
What if Trump's whole thing was he stumbled? I'm just like, what a great movie it would be.
Oh, how cool would it be if he wore a wire? Oh, what a great movie it would be. Boy, have I got a screenplay for you, Tim. Tim also thinks that Mar-a-Lago was bugged as part of this FBI informant fantasy. So it kind of sounds like he thinks that Trump was doing the exact same thing that he also thinks Epstein was doing, huh? But for Trump, it was good. Okay, interesting. His worst possible light is actually the most generous possible interpretation I could imagine. It's like, hey, yeah, man, Trump isn't perfect, but I mean, he snitched on the demon child abusers in order to save the world. Nobody's perfect, but he did save the world by snitching. I gotta call balls and strikes on this show, It's like, really? Is that the worst possible light that you can imagine? The context of him hanging out with a rapist? He's saying all the same shit, Benny said. But I love Tim Pool's friend who's like, gee willikers, to me, that's actually a good thing if he snitched on demons. It's like, yeah, you fucking dumbass. That was the whole fucking point, idiot. Tim can actually criticize Trump because he has TDS, and so does his audience. But yeah, obviously it's not true. Trump didn't snitch on Epstein or anyone else. Snitching would be good. He didn't do that. He didn't do shit, Tim, and that's bad.
But I do not believe for a second these accusations they've made about him, going to the island and doing these things. I just don't believe it. I really just don't.
What? Guys, what is this going to the island shit? Yeah, I don't think anyone's ever accused him of going to the island, but people have accused him of raping. Get your fucking brain off the island, Tim. Come back to reality. Trump's accusations of sexual misconduct all occurred on the mainland. Is that better? Who cares? Forget the island. Do you believe those accusations? Are those impossible? The real ones? I love it. Again, Tim's like, Donald Trump is the only one who never did any of the Epstein stuff on these particular 70 square acres in the Caribbean. It's like, oh, okay. Oh, sorry. What was that last caveat? It was pretty big. What if we just include all of the acreage of our nation when we consider the president's sexual assault allegations from now on, okay?
I find all of the accusations against him so impossible to believe.
But he does go all the way, I guess. Tim assures us that every single one of the 27 or 28 credible allegations of sexual misconduct, assault, or rape, all of them are simply impossible to believe. Impossible! There's just no way that Trump would ever just grope a woman's genitalia. No, Donald Trump? impossible. When he's fantasizing about how epic and cool and heroic Trump is, there's no tether to reality, no bumpers, no skepticism. But when it comes to the sexual assault allegation, now Tim wants to see the Zapruder film frame by frame. Like, listen to Tim try to debunk the E. Jean Carroll lawsuit.
I hope the liberals out there listen to what I have to say. I'll start with the liable for sexual assault claim against E. Jean Carroll. The claim was made some 30 years later after a law was passed allowing old claims to be brought back up, reignite, basically bypassing statute of limitations. She made the claim that Donald Trump exited, or I'm sorry, I should say, instead of going into his own hotel, went to the Bergdorf Goodman, where they went to the second floor, and there were changing rooms where no one noticed the most famous man in New York and this woman. They somehow gained access to a locked room where they engaged in adult activities for which she was not very happy about. Although part of the story does seem to be that she wanted to go with Trump, she didn't like how far it went.
That would be called rape, Tim. We do have one elegant word for that, you know. You want to be more succinct next time, but please go on.
Now, the problem with this story is that she claimed to be wearing a dress that hadn't been released at the time. She didn't know how she gained access to a room or how no one noticed that Trump was there. It was seemingly not crowded, according to her story, despite being the Bergdorf Goodman, and Donald Trump's hotel was across the street. This, I'm sorry, makes no sense. But you say to me, but a jury said it did. Yes, because we are a hyper-polarized nation. And the people of New York largely do not like Donald Trump, and they vote Democrat. That does not prove anything. The only thing they determined from this story is that a group of people who don't like Trump said he did a bad thing. It's remarkable how much people lie. I find all of the accusations against him so impossible to believe for these reasons.
Tim is like, it makes no sense that Trump would go to the department store that's across the street from the hotel he owns. Like, what? Well, why wouldn't that make sense? That makes a lot of sense, actually. What the fuck are you talking about? I go shopping at the Smart & Final that's across the street from my house all the time. Of course, I don't rape as I shop, but Trump famously does.
I moved on her very heavily. In fact, I took her out furniture shopping. She wanted to get some furniture. I said, I'll show you where they have some nice furniture.
Shopping and raping are sort of the same category of activity for him, you know? Tim says she waited 30 years. But actually, no, she told two of her friends about it at the time. And they both testified under oath confirming that. She didn't come forward publicly because pre-Me Too, it was really hard to do that. And she was scared, for good reason, of retaliation from the famously retaliatory Trump. And so that's why she didn't come forward right away. Which coincidentally is the same thing that Katie Johnson said about her allegations towards Trump. She was scared to come forward. Of course, also during the trial, two other women, Jessica Lead and Natasha Stoyanov, also testified that Trump abused them in strikingly similar ways. So this is quite the conspiracy theory that Tim is weaving here. A lot of people would have to be involved with this. Very stupid. Tim also says a law was passed to revive old claims, which is a reference to New York's Adult Survivors Act, which allowed New Yorkers who had been raped but never saw justice an opportunity to see justice, even if the rapes happened a while ago. This would be a good thing if you care about taking down something like a cabal of predators abusing girls for decades. I don't know why you'd be upset about that law. Like, Tim is over there grumbling like, no fair. He raped her long enough ago that he shouldn't be punished. Like, what? What? Tim says it's impossible that this happened because, quote, no one noticed the most famous man in New York? Now, I know Tim lives in an abandoned skate park in the woods somewhere, but there are lots of famous people in New York City, and Trump was not the most famous one. Famous people go places every day and it doesn't make the news, especially luxury department stores in Manhattan. It makes sense that Trump being in that store was not recorded in the annals of history. And hey, do you know why nobody saw them? Because they were in a dressing room with the door locked from the inside, you fucking dumbass. He's like, somehow they got access to a locked room. Bitch, it's called a dressing room. What? Next time you leave the woods, come with me. We'll go beanie shopping at Goodwill and I'll show you how dressing room doors work. It's incredible technology that we have in cities nowadays, Tim. And yet, during the trial, a former manager of that store testified that departments were often left unattended and dressing rooms left open. open. So no, fuck off. Tim says it's just impossible that Trump would go shopping and then forcibly grab a woman by the genitals. But in the Access Hollywood tapes from around that same time, when he thought no one was listening, he bragged about taking women shopping at fancy stores and then grabbing them by the pussy.
I took out furniture. I moved on her like a bitch. You can do anything.
Whatever you want.
Grab him by the pussy.
So eerily specifically, he talked about doing the same thing that he did to E. Jean Carroll. This is a Robert Durst jinx situation. How can you not see that? We have him on a hot mic describing his exact MO. Tim is apparently convinced that Obama and Hillary did unimaginably heinous and bizarre sex crimes against like infants and children because of one totally random and unrelated to anything Texas office banter email thread.
These stories about pizza parties and like the weird, Obama $50,000 worth of hot dogs and pizza and baby oil and stuff. Who are these people that do this?
These Texas guys from Stratfor, a private company in Austin that has nothing to do with the White House or Obama or Hillary. Them joking about their hot dog lunch, his misinterpretation of this is sufficient evidence for him that Obama did sex crimes, I guess. This Texas hot dog joke that was the prelude to their Friday office lunch ordered from Dog Almighty, these jovial Southerners joking about what they perceive to be wasteful spending on the part of Democrats, Tim's broken brain somehow thinks that's evidence of raping children. But Trump confessing on audio recording to doing specific sex crimes and then being found by a judge and jury to have done those sex crimes, well, that's not evidence of anything. God, he is just so fucking gullible, guys. Zero critical thought, just gullibly believing everything the government says. Not a care in the world, but we put all of our effort into debunking the girl that he raped. Because, well, actually, the doors to those particular dressing rooms only open to one side, and it's actually impossible that the boss man raped. It's like, shut the fuck up. He admitted it. He thinks it's okay to sexually assault women. He did it habitually and proudly. We don't care about the fucking doors. By the way, with this grab her by the pussy thing, Trump's friend Billy Bush of the Bush dynasty, by the way, also part of the cabal he's been battling his whole life, I think. When he was talking to him, he is laughing, but Trump wasn't joking about the grab her by the pussy thing. He was just bragging.
You can do anything.
Whatever you want.
Grab him by the pussy. You can do anything.
He really means it, and he doubled down on it under oath.
It's true with stars that they can grab women by the...
Well, that's what it's. If you look over the last million years, I guess that's been largely true. Not always, but largely true. Unfortunately or fortunately.
And you consider yourself to be a star?
I think you can say that.
He thinks men like him are allowed to do that, fortunately or unfortunately. He's not joking. He really thinks that. He thinks it's okay. So that's why he did it. So yeah, I don't think it's impossible, Tim. And also, especially when you consider that, yeah, Trump was indeed confirmed to be lying about her. Trump's failed defense here was that he said under oath, well, I couldn't have raped her because, well, she's not my type. But that is clearly a lie. Let's play a little game here, people. Which of these two blondes were Trump's wives, and which one is E. Jean Carroll, who's not his type? Go ahead, guess. If you can't do it, then don't worry, neither can Trump. He also mixed them up during this trial.
I made that statement and I said, well, it's politically incorrect. She's not my type. And that's 100% true. She's not my type.
You have in front of you a black and white photograph that we've marked as DJT23. And I'm going to ask you, is this the photo that you were just referring to?
I think so, yes. I don't even know who the woman. Let's see. I don't know who. It's Marla.
You say Marla's in this photo?
That's Marla. Yeah, that's my wife.
Which woman are you pointing to? No.
Here. Oh,
the person you just pointed to was E. Jean Carroll.
Who is that? Who is this?
And the woman on the right is your then wife.
I don't know. This was the picture. I assume that's John Johnson. Is that Carroll? Because it's very blurry.
Oops. So that may have influenced the jury a little bit. Oh, it's very blurry, he says. Yeah, good save, dumbass. Hey, there's your master kayfaber, guys. Trump also tried to appeal his case and lost that too. But Tim thinks the entire jury all just hated Trump. They just hated him so much that everyone in the courtroom, all of the women, everybody in New York conspired against him. But sorry, bud, that's not how our legal system works. Trump's attorneys had full opportunity to screen the jurors for raving Trump hatred, and they did. And the jury still went against him. For the trivial details, yes, of course, memory is fuzzy from decades ago. And no, she didn't claim to remember the exact day or even month that it happened. And maybe she's confused about when she bought the dress from the department store, but none of that is really relevant, is it? What she does remember very clearly is being raped by Trump and then permanently having all sexual desire ruined for her from that day forward. She wasn't lying. But it turns out Trump, as always, was lying/kayfabing in this trial. He confidently claimed that he never met her, but there's a photo of them together. Oops, he claimed she's not his type, but oops, he literally mistook her for a photo of his wife. And yeah, he was found by a jury to have defamed her, which is really just also another way of saying kayfabing. Kayfabing, lying, defaming, these are all the same word. So, Tim, all I can say is, keep coping, you stupid loser. Keep LARPing and sucking on the Trump teat for money, and we will keep laughing at you for humiliating yourself in the process. Thank you. And of course, as I'm making this video, Trump's DOJ just announced another frivolous, vindictive criminal investigation into E. Jean Carroll, of course, too. So I guess either Trump is still mad that he got busted for raping her, or maybe she's in the cabal too. I guess we'll find out. So yeah, it makes sense why she was scared to come forward, because as you can see, Trump isn't afraid to use his full power as president to retaliate against victims of sex crimes who come forward against their powerful abusers. Excellent use of the DOJ, patriots. You fucking dumbasses thought that this guy was going after the rapists. No, we're doubling down on the raped in America. We also just have to briefly talk about this Asmongold clip.
Let me go and search Trump. Donald Trump. Witness. It's witness information. Wait, Donald Trump was a witness in this, right? That's what it says. It says witness information. And it says age 70. So this was 9 years ago because he's 79 now. He was an informant. Yes, he was. And this is an open secret. Everybody knows this.
So he's looking at this document and he sees the word witness. And so he just goes, yeah, you see, Trump has always been a witness. We all knew that always. So yeah, he was also an FBI informant. It's an open secret. But if you actually stop and read this document, you'll see that this is just an unsubstantiated anonymous tip that's actually not from Trump. It's from someone else anonymously accusing Trump of heinous crimes. If you read the document, it becomes very clear that this isn't saying that Trump was a witness against Epstein. It's claiming that someone witnessed Trump doing Epstein shit. And the witness here is allegedly a 13-year-old girl who claims in this document that Trump had sex with her Asmongold. So that would go in the bad guy column, not the good guy column. He just basically has this 100% fully backwardsly wrong. But of course, this is just an unsubstantiated anonymous tip, so there is no reason to just believe it's true without any other evidence. In fact, we shouldn't believe it's true. We also probably shouldn't believe it's true because if we're being honest, it doesn't sound true. This anonymous person is claiming that this happened in Michigan in 1984, which is before Epstein and Trump met, and there's nothing ever placing them in Michigan. So this is why I'm really starting to think that releasing the Epstein files like this actually was a mistake. The goal was to illuminate what happened. But illumination is not what happened at all. No, instead, we just have all these random files that presumably contain stories that just aren't true. So now Blue Anon is like, look, Trump murdered babies in Lake Michigan. And QAnon just isn't reading it. They just see the word witness and go, look, Trump was an FBI informant. This is a real clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right situation, unfortunately.
Was Trump an informant back in the 2000s? He was an informant back in the 80s, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, he was listed in these files as a witness in Jeffrey Epstein case back in the late 2000s. So Donald Trump has done good things to take down bad people on a number of occasions. This is not a unique situation that we find ourselves in now.
Yeah, history is going to be kind to Trump, man. That's
absolutely.
And finally, the last thing I want to go over is this particular email from the Epstein files. And as with most messages in the Epstein files that have been released so far, we basically have zero context. But here's the message from Jeffrey to Ghislaine. Quote, I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Redacted victim, Virginia Giuffre. Spend hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned, police chief, etc. I'm 75% there. 75% where? To be honest, there's a few different ways to interpret this. I have heard people with TDS claim that this email is evidence that Epstein suspected, was 75% sure, that Trump was snitching on him to the police, which again, he was not. But could this mean that at least Epstein suspected it? Maybe, but I don't think that's the most viable interpretation. The fact is, we don't know what it means, so we probably should just ignore this until we get the context. But well, fuck that. I know we're not doing that. Let's do our best to actually unpack this email. I'm going to try to just do a plain text, non-kayfabe reading of this, okay? So this is in 2011, which again is after Epstein was arrested and served his full first fake prison term. So everybody knew what he was doing. So he's already well known across the nation to be a procurer of minors for sex. And so as of that April, it seems Epstein was 75% sure of his belief that Trump was the dog that hasn't barked. Whatever that means. In the context of Trump spending hours with an underage sex trafficking victim at Epstein's house. So I guess the only real question here is just, what does the dog who doesn't bark specifically mean? And really, for our purposes today, just directionally, does it mean that he was more of a snitch, or does it mean that he did not snitch and basically did nothing to help the authorities to go after Epstein? In a Sherlock Holmes book, Sherlock makes a brilliant discovery in one of his cases. There's this prized racehorse, and it gets mysteriously stolen one night. That's the mystery he's solving. Who stole the horse? And so the clue is that this guard dog never barked on the night of the stealing, even though it should have. Presumably, it must have been someone who the dog already knows and likes, and so it would remain loyally silent during the crimes. I will also just flag that Epstein is famously sloppy in communiques. So it's possible that he is just misusing this expression too. So we really shouldn't be reading too much into this, but no, whatever. Okay, so Trump is the dog who's remained loyally silent in the context of Epstein's crimes. Okay, let's think. If he was snitching on Epstein, if he was talking to the police, then he wouldn't be loyally silent. Right? I think if Epstein discovered that Trump was snitching on him, then he might say, Trump is the loud, yappy dog who's barking a little bit too much. But no, if he's the dog who doesn't bark, well, that must mean something else, right? I mean, obviously, that's what the words mean. So Trump spent hours with a sex trafficking victim, but he's never been mentioned by the police chief. Like, mentioned in what context? Mentioned in accusations? Mentioned mentioned as an informant, because Trump apparently did call the police chief. But I mean, yeah, he didn't provide any like information or snitch or anything. He just said, thank goodness you're doing this. Is Epstein expressing surprise that despite being alone in a room with the sex trafficking victim, that the sex trafficking victim didn't accuse Trump of sex? Or he just never barked? He never told the police about that teenager he spent hours with doing we don't know what. It almost reads like Trump had blackmail on Epstein, but chose to do nothing with it, or the other way around. Or because Trump hasn't barked about Epstein, it implies that Trump is also guilty of doing similar shit, but remains silent to be loyal to the guy with leverage over him. Your guess is as good as mine. Unless you're a QAnoner, in which case your guess is not as good as mine. I think most likely is yes. Epstein is just expressing surprise that Trump hasn't provided any information to the police. Epstein's dog, Trump, hasn't barked. He hasn't snitched, is the most literal reading here. And that reading makes sense in the context of the real world because Trump didn't snitch. There's no evidence anywhere. There's no testimony from Trump. There's no information to suggest this in the millions of Epstein documents that we got. We have a microscopic HD cross-section of every inch of this fucking case, and we know everyone who's ever come forward and contacted the authorities about this in every state over the last 30 fucking years. Trump weaponized a fake conspiracy theory against his political opponents, but he never barked about Epstein. And because he didn't bark to objective onlookers like me, I'm putting on my Sherlock Holmes hat, taking a contemplative toke of my Sherlock Holmes pipe and going, gee, Watson, that dog seems like Epstein's bitch. If this dog barked, it was a silent bark and no one heard it, and it left an impression nowhere. Some fucking guard dog, that is. And if you're Sherlock, that's the point. I think what's going on here is that despite seeing a young trafficking victim at Epstein's house for hours, Trump didn't bark, which indicates that he's still a loyal dog after all these years. He's got 25% doubt. It's a little surprising because at this point they had broken up as friends, you see? But hey, I guess that's the white hat in him. Despite it all, he still wishes him well. A good dog remains loyal. So maybe this just kind of reveals that, deep down, Trump also still had a soft spot for his old pal Jeff. Guys, isn't there enough fighting? Can't we all just get along? Let's take a lesson from Trump and Epstein and put our petty differences aside, right? Let's all just kumbaya and think happy thoughts. The takeaway here, the big moral, the lesson in my screenplay, White Hat, a pedo story, is that you gotta stick to your day ones. This type of enduring bond, this masculine friendship of horny Floridian alpha males, this mutual love for underage models, it's a beautiful thing. And it's the perfect end to our story. When two soulmates like this find each other, two perfect pals, perfectly paired horny Floridian psychos, two souls bonded eternally over their mutual love of teenagers. When you find someone in life that you resonate with on such a deep level like Trump and Epstein did, you gotta stick together, guys. Relationships like that are rare in life. I think it's a beautiful thing that Trump and Epstein were able to find each other. And I think that spirit of wishing everyone well is the perfect end to our story. So until we get the rest of the Epstein files, and until Trump drops the kayfabe and testifies honestly like the Clintons did in front of America about what exactly happened with that girl in that house for those hours and all the other shit, unfortunately, we just don't know for sure. But we do know he was not an FBI informant. Pizzagators, you could immediately release yourself from so much debilitating cognitive dissonance if you just allowed yourselves to accept this one simple truism that shouldn't be controversial. Everyone, left, right, MAGA, everyone who frequently partied with Epstein, and young girls for more than 10 years is right off the list of potential saviors of all children. If you routinely, for years, cavorted with Jeffrey Epstein with the mutual goal of having sex with as many young girls as possible, you're no longer eligible for hero status in this context. Those girls need someone who isn't gonna try to fuck all of them and cover up the crimes in the name of kayfabe. The idea of Trump rescuing a young girl from Epstein is just a classic out of the frying pan into the fire situation. Every day requires increasing levels of derangement to keep playing the QAnon Pizzagate game. Guys, just look at your roster of anti-pedophile Avengers. The Trump admin wanted a high school cocaine predator Matt Gaetz as Attorney General. The guy who gave Epstein's co-conspirators immunity for life was given a major position of power. The guy who gave Epstein a get-out-of-jail-free card for child prostitution became the Secretary of Labor. Come on, guys. Trump's chief strategist was working on a pro-Epstein movie to rehabilitate his image as late as 2019. The chief of strategy, guys. Rehabilitating Epstein's image. What do you think the strategy was? Why would that be strategic? The guy in charge of commerce was Epstein's neighbor who was visiting the island. There it is, the island. Well, after Epstein's arrest for having sex with minors, Trump's Department of Government Efficiency was run by a guy who only wanted to attend the wildest parties on the pedophile island. The guy who Trump got to play the national anthem on the eve of the election was the same guy who wrote a song called Jailbait that goes, "Sing it with me if you know the words. Well, I don't care if you're just 13. You look too good to be true. I just know that you're probably clean. There's one little thing I think I got to do to you." That is the poet laureate of the Trump vision of America. Benny, Nino, Tim, all of these guys are simply deranged on the topic of Trump. And they're making me deranged. I have Benny, Nino, Tim derangement syndrome. Oh wait, I just realized, no, these guys aren't deranged at all. No, I'm stupid. Yeah, everything they said was just kayfabe too, wasn't it? Shit, wait, yeah, fucking duh. Of course, they don't actually care about like sexual abuse of women or human trafficking or anything. No, they just view everything as a zero-sum game where it's about clicks and political power, and their job is just to make money by running cover for the powers that be. Oh wait, yeah, duh, I completely forgot. Tim Pool, Benny Johnson. Yeah, these guys were being paid hundreds of thousands of dollars monthly by Russia. So, right, yeah, no, that pretty much explains it, doesn't it? They're just getting paid to say stupid fake shit that's bad for America. Right, because they're patriots. Right, yeah, no. They're not actually deranged. No, they just want money and don't care about anything else. Wait, yeah, no, they're just lying for money and power. Right, yeah, no, they're just lying for money. Oh yeah, no, that makes much more sense. And that's not deranged per se. I mean, it's bad, but I can understand. They're just greedy and don't give a shit about anything else. I get that. So I guess in a way, it doesn't really matter if Benny is genuinely an idiot or if he's just pretending to be an idiot, because like in a world that rewards idiocy, being an idiot might actually be the smartest thing to do. You know what I mean?
I can walk backwards fast as you can. I can walk backwards fast as you can.
Speaking of which, I just had another great screenplay idea. How about this? Epstein did leak the blackmail photos of Trump with babies, but the government invented generative AI just in time, so when Epstein's dead man switch activated, the pics just got lost in the ocean of slop deepfakes, and no one knew if they were real or not, and so he got away with it. And that's why we have AI. We invented AI to nullify the cabal's blackmail control over us. Isn't that right, Grok?
Yes, sir.
Good boy. Anyway, thanks so much for watching until the end. Thank you to my beautiful patrons. You're my cabal of sweethearts. Please comment and subscribe, and please consider supporting the channel on Patreon so I don't have to keep taking these Bannon screenplay gigs for money. Oh shit, wait a minute, something just hit me. Fuck, I just remembered. The Vice President of the United States of America also told Benny Johnson that UFOs, aliens, are actually demons too.
We saw aliens.gov. We saw aliens.gov. I don't think they're aliens. I think they're demons anyway, but that's a long discussion.
Aliens are demons, and Epstein was a demon. So Epstein was an FBI informant, a demon, a secret good guy, and also an alien? That would explain the egg-shaped penis. Guys, I gotta get back to the writer's room. This changes everything. I'll see you next time.
So that takes care of Epstein as far as Trump is concerned.